Chapter 851, Second Improvement. Zhao Hai understood why the Demon Dragon King was at a disadvantage. This was because the Demon Dragon King had just acquired his domain weapon. Therefore, he wasn't as skilled in handling it as his opponent. On the other hand, the Great Demon King had his Devil's Chariot for a long time, causing him to be comfortable when using it. Zhao Hai wanted to see if there were more domain weapon experts left in Holy Light City. But after looking for some time, it seems like there were no other experts waiting inside. At this time, Fer and the others arrived by Zhao Hai's side. They were looking at the fight with an ugly expression. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "What's wrong? Worried that they'll lose?" Fer shook his head and said, "From what I can see, it seems like the fight couldn't be finished quickly. I'm not worried that the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King would lose, but this is not good for our plan. With no domain weapons available, we won't be able to pierce the city in a short time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, let's just stay here for some time. Besides, aren't we waiting for your messengers to come back? Let's just observe the divine race for some time." When he heard this, Fer couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly understood what Zhao Hai meant. They would tussle with the divine race while waiting for the messengers to come back. If they went on to capture Holy Light City right now, then they would definitely be met with the divine race's counterattack. In this case, the divine race might block their troops from coming over. Time is what they need right now, not Holy Light City. And just waiting outside the city works for them since Zhao Hai will be providing the supplies. They won't need any outpost nor supply chains. Where Zhao Hai was is where their base is located. Fer nodded and then he asked, "Mister, when can you use your ship?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Fer and smiled, "Rest assured, it'll be done soon." Fer didn't say anything else. He knew that Zhao Hai had a great hatred with the divine race. He definitely won't make them feel any better. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were still fighting with the two divine race experts. Zhao Hai didn't stop them nor did he attack the city. It seems like he was just waiting for the fight to end. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King had already been fighting for 2 hours. Nobody can help them. Everyone present understood that this fight would take a few days before some result can be seen. Both sides drew back. They knew that there was no point in battling it out at this time. Zhao Hai saw this happening and then waved his hand. Behind him a bell sound has been heard. This was a signal for the army to retreat. After hearing this sound, the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King immediately made a slow retreat. At the same time, the two divine race experts didn't chase them and instead headed back to Holy Light City. The two divine race experts knew about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai attacks Holy Light City, then he might take it. However, Zhao Hai would still lose a lot. It was because of this that the two divine race experts weren't afraid. They knew that Zhao Hai couldn't lose too much people, or else he would be finished. This was accentuated by the fact that Zhao Hai only sent the domain weapon experts to attack. He wanted to break the city in one go. But now that those two experts were blocked, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let his ordinary army attack. The Great Demon King Demon Dragon King retreated to Zhao Hai's platform. Both of them had ashamed expressions as they made a salute to Zhao Hai. Then the Great Demon King said, "Mister, we have disappointed you." Zhao Hai looked at them and laughed. "It's fine. The other side also had two experts. I can see that. Let me tell you about my plan. I want to stay here in Holy Light City for a few days. What do you think?" The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King had rich experience in battle, so when they heard Zhao Hai, their eyes immediately shone. The Great Demon King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you mean you want to drag time?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. There's no need to go all out in the fight. Your life is valuable. It's not worth it to expend all your energy. Just tussle with those experts for a few days. I'll take care of the rest." The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King laughed as well. On the other hand, Fer and the others couldn't help but force a smile. They knew that those domain weapon experts of the divine race weren't ordinary people. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "All right, Let's end today with this. After we retreat, go back and take a rest. Let's see if Holy Light City dares to sneak an attack. If they come, I'll personally give them a lesson." The great Demon King smiled and said, "I think they won't come. They know that we have domain weapons. It would be foolish for them to attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's true. All right. Everyone go and take a rest. Don't attack in the next few days. We aren't capturing the city. We're only delaying for time. Conserve your strength so when the time comes we won't have any mishaps." Fear and the others nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, the Demon Dragon King immediately said, "Mister, I'm very sorry for disappointing you." Zhao Hai looked at the Demon Dragon King and smiled, "It's fine. I'm not disappointed at all. You just obtained this sword chariot so you aren't very familiar with it. Don't put it to heart." The great Demon King also comforted, "Demon Dragon, don't let it get to you. You had just obtained your domain weapon. Being able to wield it like you did was already quite a surprise. I remember the first time I obtained my devil's chariot. It took me a long time before I could use it comfortably." At this time, Zhao Hai can hear a prompt. Universal Processing Machine has come out with a supplementary design. Needs host's confirmation to proceed with the improvement. Can use crystallization ability to improve the item's armor as well as increase the cannon's aggressiveness. Zhao Hai gawked. Then he turned to the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King before he said, "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you here. I have a small matter to process. Please take the time to take a rest." The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King didn't ask Zhao Hai what his matter was. They just nodded and turned around to head towards their carriages while Zhao Hai's figure appeared on the space. Laura and the others were also in front of the processing machine. They don't know what just happened but they could understand that it was related to the Hell King's ship. After seeing Zhao Hai come, they immediately made way. Zhao Hai looked at the processing machine and into the image of the ship. He discovered that there was an additional description shown there. Zhao Hai selected the description and saw the image of the ship change. The entire Hell King's ship had turned into a ship made out of transparent crystals. It still had its 18-story deck and 9 cabins. On both sides were cannons that totaled to 162. Below the cabin was another deck. Zhao Hai can see that the yin-yang pool has been moved to this deck. After seeing this design, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. It was truly good. Zhao Hai looked at the whole ship again. The yin-yang pool still powered the whole ship, like a reactor providing energy to the whole structure. This pool can also absorb energy from outside, no matter what source. It would take it in. The ship was now covered with this unknown crystal. It made the ship more sturdy, almost to the point of being invincible. At the same time, the cannons looked more interesting as well. The cannons can emit energy beams that are much stronger than a god rank expert. As for how strong it was, Zhao Hai couldn't wait to try it out. This ship had many designs unique to the immortal cultivation world. It can fly in the sky, run on land, swim in the water, and even drill underground. Besides these, it can also change its shape into big or small with no changes to its speed. Most importantly, the ship had absorbed some abilities from the space. The entire ship except the topmost, which was reserved for Zhao Hai, are fully enclosed decks and cabins. They can be loaded with both people and undead. 100,000 people or 10 million undead. Chapter 852. How to deal with the divine race. Zhao Hai wondered why there was a huge disparity between the amount of people and undead being loaded to the ship. Upon thinking about it, people would need rooms to stay, therefore, the space would allocate bigger spaces for them. On the other hand, the undead were different. It was just like buses. If you don't care for comfort, then you could place more people inside than the amount prescribed. Such a design might be good, but it held no significance to Zhao Hai. He has the space, so he didn't need to think about loading people on the ship. But no matter what, this design was still quite good. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to see how much it would cost to upgrade the ship once more. If it was several millions of gold coins, Then Zhao Hai was afraid that he would definitely go broke this time. But after he looked at it, Zhao Hai felt great happiness. The upgrade was actually free. He can just directly confirm and it would add 12 hours to the overall production time. Without hesitation, Zhao Hai pressed confirm. After waiting for Zhao Hai, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what happened?" Then Zhao Hai told them about the second improvement to the Hell King's ship. This caused them to be happy. After all, the more formidable the ship was, the better it would be for them. Once the group returned to the villa, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you really planning to spend a few days fighting the divine race?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why not? Let the divines be happy right now. But after Fier's people arrive, then we can deal with the divine race. And as long as the Hell King's ship is completed, I can deal with them quickly." Lizzie smiled and said, "We can afford to wait a few days. The underworld and the Atlanta plain has no immediate threat to us. We can just focus on dealing with the Taurus divines." "Right. Did the past few days have any effect on Fer and the others?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's great if there's some effects. That is exactly what I want to see." Lizzie and the others stared. At this time Megan opened her mouth and asked, "Brother Hai, what do you mean? Do you want to receive Fer and the others to the space?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why not? If their people lost too much, then wouldn't it be easier for us to take them to the space? In any case, we have so many backgrounds. It wouldn't be bad if they were to migrate." Laura and the others chuckled. At this time, Care arrived by Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the god rank potions are done. Will we be sending them to the Ark space?" Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, let's go and deliver them." The 10 god rank potions have been made, but they were yet to be given to the people of the Ark continent. These 10 potions were going to be distributed according to Green's arrangement. Each race would have 2 bottles. Although the humans had several big empires, they can still be considered to be one group, so they only had 2 bottles to share among themselves. Zhao Hai already thought about it. After the races had enough god ranks, he will take them out of the space and have them participate in the battles to let their strengths improve as soon as possible. The delivery of the potion went by smoothly. Now that the power of the space has been proven, the people's attitude towards Zhao Hai had undergone a fundamental change. Part of it was due to the broadcasts while some were caused by the space. After handing the potions over, Zhao Hai came out of the space. Then he had his staff turn into a platform and just stay there, looking at Holy Light City's direction. At the same time, Zhao Hai also wanted to see the plants in the divine realm. The place had plenty of fauna. Majority of them were better versions of the ones in the Ark continent. After Zhao Hai sent those to the space, there was no prompt. It seems like the space still classified them as the same plants. Also, after the plants of the Ark continent were taken to the space, they themselves had been upgraded. It might even be possible that they were better than those in the divine realm. So it wasn't a surprise that there was no prompt from the space. Before long, the Demon Dragon King and Great Demon King arrived at Zhao Hai's platform. They looked at Zhao Hai staring into the distance and they looked at each other. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. At this time, Demon Dragon opened his mouth and said, "Mister, did something happen?" "What's wrong?" Zhao Hai turned his head to the 2 of them and then said, "Nothing. I was just looking at the divine race and then thought about the Ark continent." "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, how do you think we should treat the commoners of the divine race?" The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King gawked. Then they found out that they too were unable to reply. If they were to decide, then they would just kill all of them. But after listening to Zhao Hai, they thought that not all of the divines were cruel enough. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I was thinking of killing them all. However, I found out that I couldn't bear being as cruel as the divines. Those commoners also had things they were good at." The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King were stuck not knowing what to say. After some time, Demon Dragon said, How about turning them into slaves? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. To be honest, if he were to turn them into slaves, then he might as well kill them all. Zhao Hai was a person born in the modern age. He had a strong dislike towards slavery. Demon Dragon saw that Zhao Hai doesn't agree to this idea. He was then again stuck with not knowing what to say. There were too many divines. Dealing with them would be too difficult. After some time, Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Forget it, let's just wait until that time comes. The two of you still need to work hard tomorrow. Go challenge them and just drag it on for another day. Let's wait for my ship to be done and then we'll deal with the city." The two nodded. Then the great demon king looked at Holy Light City and said, "The divines have been used to being overbearing these years. It's time to teach them a good lesson." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Being overbearing is no good. Sooner or later, they would collapse." "All right, let's stop thinking about them. Let's share a few cups. I'll call Thur and the others as well." After the great demon king heard that Zhao Hai wanted to call Thur and the others, he said, "Mister, do you also intend to take Thur and the others to the space?" Zhao Hai looked at the great demon king and smiled. "Your Majesty already guessed it." "To be honest, I'd like to do that. However, I still need to look at what they think. If they don't want to, then we can just forget it. If they agree, then giving them a space would be no problem." The great demon king smiled. If anything, this only made him more curious about Zhao Hai's space. He already knew about the arc space and the demon space. He wanted to know what other things Zhao Hai had. The day went by calmly. The divines in Holy Light City didn't dare to attack Zhao Hai and the others. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others had a rare moment of relaxation. They drank quite a bit of liquor. Thur and the others were even somewhat drunk. The next morning, Zhao Hai made an order to have the army set up outside of Holy Light City. Then the great Demon King and Demon Dragon King went on to attack the two domain weapon experts before retreating just like the day before. The divine race felt strange. Why did Zhao Hai choose this method? Would he just attack them like this time and time again? In the evening, after Zhao Hai went back to the space, he took a look at the processing machine. The time was reflected there. In about 10 hours, the upgrade would be completed. 10 hours. After seeing the timer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but show a brutal smile. In 10 hours, he would personally break through Holy Light City. They had a good night's rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai had his breakfast before going back to the processing machine. It showed that only 2 hours remained. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, so he came out of the space and informed the people that they need to wait for 2 hours. The great Demon King and Demon Dragon King knew what Zhao Hai meant, so they just stayed in their carriages and waited for 2 hours to go by. At the same time, although Thur and the others didn't know the reason why Zhao Hai decided to wait for 2 hours, they still didn't ask questions. They were now relying on Zhao Hai, so naturally they wouldn't offend him over this very small matter. On the other hand, Holy Light City was waiting for the enemies to arrive. However, they actually didn't come. This caused those inside the city to be anxious. 2 hours was neither quick nor slow. At that time, Zhao Hai was in the space looking at the Atlanta continent and the underworld's actions. When a few minutes remained, Zhao Hai and the others proceeded towards the processing machine, quietly looking at the timer as it counted down. As time passed, the group's heartbeat almost harmonized with the ticking down of the clock. Although they already knew what the ship would look like, they were still anxious to see it in person. Finally, the timer turned to 0. The processing machine released a white light. As the ship appeared in front of them, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. What appeared in front of Zhao Hai was a palm-sized ship. It was golden and looked like it was made of crystal. It looked very beautiful, just like a piece of art. Zhao Hai gently rotated the ship in front of him. It was really good. This was the Hell King's ship that he was looking forward to. Chapter 853. The Hell King's ship shows its might. Beautiful, it was too beautiful. Although they knew that it was a lethal weapon, Zhao Hai still couldn't bear to admire the beauty of this thing. Laura and the others were also looking at the ship with shining eyes. To be honest, Laura was thinking that the name Hell King's ship was now unsuitable for the ship. This was because the ship seemed to have abandoned its ghastly nature. The engravings were still terrifying, but it didn't express evil. A lot of people like to engrave scary images not to be evil but just to intimidate their enemies. Laura grabbed the ship on Zhao Hai's hand and said, "It's beautiful, Brother Hai. How about we make more?" "Can we do that?" Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled. "Rest assured, if you like it, we can have as many of them as you want. But unfortunately, I don't have the ability to make more of them at this time." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, I believe you. But Brother Hai, can this small thing really expand countless times?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as the ship on Laura's hand started to fly away and increased in size. It got bigger and bigger as it became as large as a city. In the Ark continent, it could be considered to be a major city. The changes on the ship made Laura and the others exclaim in surprise. Zhao Hai's appearance was also somewhat similar. If he kept increasing its size, then it might not be able to exit the spatial rift. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "How is it?" "Good. Come, let's head up. Let's ride the ship as I direct the undead to battle." As soon as they heard this, Laura and the others immediately flew towards the ship. Zhao Hai smiled before he urged the ship to go forward. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were quite anxious. Their strength was still on its peak. Their battles in the past 2 days were quite short, so they didn't lose too much power. It can be said that their fights were more of a warm-up than anything else. When Zhao Hai told them to wait for 2 hours, the two immediately knew that Zhao Hai's ship was on the verge of completion. It was because of this that they were that anxious. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai's ship looked like. Thur and the others were also waiting. They weren't that worried about their situation. In any case, Zhao Hai already told them that he intends to drag the time for a few days. At this time, a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared in midair. Almost everyone present noticed the huge crack, even the divines in Holy Light City. While their attention was focused on the rift, an incomparably huge ship slowly appeared from it. Everyone looked at the huge ship. It was too beautiful. The golden translucent hull, the dark blue waves underneath it, the sharp and long tip, the ship's high tower, the wind chimes, all of them were magnificently crafted. They collectively were able to make the ship extremely gorgeous. Zhao Hai and the others calmly stood on the ship's bow, calmly looking at Holy Light City. At this time, the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King reacted. They looked at the ship with amazement. They knew that Zhao Hai was upgrading the ship. They just didn't expect that it would change to this degree. The two demons looked at the ship and then to their carriages. At this time, they felt that their carriages were incomparably tiny. After the Hell King's ship completely stopped, the Great Demon King and the others flew towards it. This included Fear's group as well. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Is everyone prepared? We'll be taking Holy Light City today." The Great Demon King was amazed at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is your upgraded ship. It's so beautiful. I can't imagine that a ship could be this dazzling." The Demon Dragon King nodded. "It's truly beautiful. In the past, the ship had this ghastly nature, as if it came from the underworld. But this ship didn't have that feeling at all." "Mister, this achievement is too astonishing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't comment. He turned to the group and said, "We'll talk about that later. We're taking Holy Light City today. Does anybody have any opinions?" The group shook their heads. To be honest, after Zhao Hai had upgraded his ship, they had already lost their desire to be treated as equal. At this point, they only wanted Zhao Hai to deal with the divine race. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, since nobody has any other thoughts, then we'll proceed." "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, you can store your carriages and step on the ship. You'll not be needing them today. Thir, order your army to follow behind the ship. After we break the defensive formation, I will send the undead army to block their retreat. Meanwhile, You and the others will move and clear all those who resists." The group gave an assuring nod. Then Zhao Hai smiled as he commandeered the ship to head towards Holy Light City. The divines on the city had already seen the ship. They haven't seen a ship as huge as this before. All of them couldn't help but panic. Zhao Hai didn't care about their reaction as he slowly led the ship forward. Zhao Hai didn't let the ship speed up. He wanted to use this opportunity to pressure the divines to react. Before long, the divine race responded. The two domain weapon experts proceeded to rush out from the city. They had no other choice. Otherwise, deserters would start to crop up. Like what Zhao Hai's group had guessed, the soldiers of the city weren't comprised of regular ones. There were citizens who took up their weapons to fight. Although they weren't weak, their battle sense was worse than the divine race army. The two domain weapon experts quickly increased their size. When they finally saw Zhao Hai, they immediately launched an assault. However, the scene quickly turned into a joke. It was just like two knights heading out to sea in order to stab a Megaton-class ship. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled. The ship stayed on its current speed and didn't react. It leisurely advanced as the two experts approached. At this moment, a sudden wave hit the two experts, destroying their domains. Their whole person immediately turned to ice as their domain weapons were taken into the ship. The bodies were also taken in by Zhao Hai. After a wave of his hand, two new undead walked out of the cabin. After seeing Zhao Hai's method, Thur and the others couldn't help but be more afraid. They didn't know how strong the ship actually was, but they knew that its true might didn't rely on the waves below. Still, the waves were still able to decimate the experts that the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King were on equal strength with. They were even turned into undead immediately. They couldn't help but shiver in fright. However, the surprises didn't stop there. The Hell King's ship proceeded to fly slowly towards the city. The divines in the city also saw their experts being erased in front of them. Now that there was nobody capable of blocking the ship, the divines couldn't help but get flustered. They panicked even more. However, the soldiers were still able to stabilize their situation. It didn't take too long before magic cannons and ballistas started to attack the ship. But people soon discovered that these attacks were useless. The ship might not be completely closed in, but one could see the waves beneath it block the attacks from going through. At this time, the ship had finally arrived in front of the city's protective shield. The ship's front proceeded to clash with shield despite its slow advance. However, like a balloon being pricked by a needle, the protective shield eventually popped. It dented for a moment before it totally vanished. But the ship still kept going directly towards the city. Aside from its front bow, the hull was also quite formidable as it slammed towards the city's wall. The originally thick wall seemed to become as fragile as paper. The ship didn't have any difficulties smashing through as it continued its advance towards the city. The divine race finally devolved into total panic. Not only the new recruits, even the veterans were panicking. And as this spectacle played out, the magic cannons on both sides of this ship automatically changed their aim, and before long more than 100 beams of red light blasted through the rest of the city walls. The explosion wasn't something one would expect. There was no earth-shattering noise. As the red lights hit the walls of the city, the white stone immediately vaporized. The walls, including the magic cannons, ballistas, and divine race soldiers, had disappeared into thin air. Zhao Hai looked at the situation as his expression changed. He bit his lip as he whispered, "It's too strong." Laura and the others who were near him could hear his voice. They looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Their actions elicited a response from the Great Demon King and the others. They couldn't help but turn their heads towards the women. Zhao Hai restored his expression as he waved his hand. Then large quantities of undead started to come out of the ship's cabin and headed towards the city. Thur and the others saw this and also had their armies join. At this time, there was no resistance inside Holy Light City. This was because Zhao Hai had underestimated the ship's attacking strength. He didn't expect the magic cannons and ballistas to disappear just like that. Millions of people on the walls were vaporized by the ship's cannons. The Great Demon King looked at all of these and then looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, How do you want to deal with the divines? To be honest, it's quite difficult being on your side. We rarely get any chances to feel accomplished." When Zhao Hai and the others heard the great demon king, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect the ruler of the demons to be able to crack a joke. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, how do you want to deal with the divines? They're full of hatred towards me." Laura looked at the panic-stricken divines. She had no immediately answer to the question. After some time she said, "Brother Hai, what do you want to do? You can't just kill them all. Didn't we used to be on the same state as them?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. To be honest, he didn't have the heart to kill the children. Although he knew that the divines were his enemy, he still couldn't bear being too cruel to those uninvolved. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "Kill all who resist. As for those who surrendered, throw them into the space and just let things run their own course." Laura smiled bitterly. In his mind this was already the best decision. Moreover, Zhao Hai had found out that there were a lot of commoners inside Holy Light City. Holy Light City can house 20 million people, but now, the population inflated to near 30 million. At first glance, one could see that they were the people who used to occupy the empty villages a few days ago. Zhao Hai understood that they must have been afraid and thought that Holy Light City was safe. Zhao Hai didn't become polite. He had his undead take those who didn't resist into the space. The place he took them was a background with no inhabitants within. He would leave them there and see where they'll end up. As for those who resisted, they were killed and made into undead. Zhao Hai still had sympathy, but too much of it is harmful in the battlefield. If you sympathized with an enemy who didn't share the same thought, you would end up suffering huge losses. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't hold back against those who decided to rebel. Holy Light City had turned chaotic, but as the skies darkened, the place started to calm down. This didn't mean that the divines had hidden themselves. Instead, it was due to Zhao Hai killing all who resisted while throwing those who didn't to the space. At the same time, Zhao Hai also plundered all of the weapons in the city. Besides daily necessities and food, everything was thrown to the space. The supply that remained were all handed over to Fer and the others. This would provide them with enough food for the following days, so Zhao Hai didn't need to give them supplies anymore. Chapter 854. Foreign races appear. Zhao Hai was currently inside the Space's villa. In front of his tea table was the Hell King's ship. At the same time, displayed on the monitor was the scene of the transported divines inside the space. Zhao Hai looked at this people not because they were acting well. On the contrary, he discovered that the divines were really good at destruction. It's not wrong, they were good at destroying things. Ever since they entered the background, they started to destroy everything inside it. There were some bread trees inside the background. Zhao Hai had these trees on those backgrounds so that these people would survive. He also sent some magic beasts inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the divines to destroy everything upon entering the background. They wiped out the breadfruits and kicked the fruit trees down. They also killed all of the magic beasts they came across. Probably this was because they wanted to vent their anger. Laura and the others were also in front of the screen, shocked at what they saw. After some time, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, if they destroy things like that, won't they starve to death?" Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and coldly said, "Yes, if I don't save them, then they would definitely starve, but I don't have the mood to save them right now." It's fine to be angry, but being foolishly angry is stupid. I left them a way to live, but they instead chose to destroy it. The women looked at the screen and smiled faintly. They didn't know what to say. What were these divines thinking? Do they want to be slaves, or are they tired of living? If they don't want to love, then they might as well kill themselves. They didn't need to anger Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to stop the divines. In any case, there was nothing good in that background. Even if they destroy everything inside, Zhao Hai's losses wouldn't be that great. Zhao Hai changed the image to Holy Light City. Although there were some damage to the city, Most of the buildings were still intact, there would be enough room for Fer and the others to stay. Moreover, since Zhao Hai didn't take any supplies away, Fer and the others were living in relative comfort. There were even some people boiling water in order to take a bath. Zhao Hai looked at their situation and nodded. Then he turned the image to the Atlanta plain. Zhao Hai wanted to know what preparations they had done. To be honest, Zhao Hai wanted them to attack the Ark continent as soon as possible. He wanted to get his hands on those mechas as soon as possible. Currently, the education of the goblins had gone smoothly. Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize the goblins' astonishing learning capabilities. The undead creatures that Zhao Hai sent had already taught them about the words of the Ark continent. They had also been given books about magic formations to study from. One must know that manipulating magic formations wasn't easy. Some formations needed special materials to activate, some needed metal, some worked better with wood. Because of this, magic formation research doesn't only involve the formations themselves, the materials and the methods to make them were also crucial for success. It can be said that magic formation study was a comprehensive field. Aside from magic formations, one also needed to have studied other subjects such as alchemy and botany. However, the goblins were innately skilled on these matters. While they started to study fundamental formations, there were already goblins who proceeded to study medium-grade formations used by the Ark continent. It seems like their progress was doing very well. Zhao Hai was very happy with this development. With the innate talents of the goblins, they would be able to manufacture magic armors later on. For Zhao Hai, this was great news. After looking at the goblins, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the fishmen. To be honest, the fishmen were living very comfortable lives. This was especially true for the mermaids. They were extremely thankful to Zhao Hai. This was because the mermaids had a flaw in their bodies. It was because of this flaw that they were unable to produce god ranks. Now that Zhao Hai had given them god rank potions, they finally had a god rank expert. For the mermaids, there was no greater gift. Most importantly, it seems like the god rank potion was a key to the mermaids. Their bodies were like treasure chests filled with riches, but since they had no key, they had no way to access it. Now that Zhao Hai gave them the key, this treasure can now be attained. Once this treasure was opened, the god rank mermaids had discovered that their cultivation speed had skyrocketed. On the same day the two god rank mermaids drank the potion, they were immediately able to establish a domain without the need for combat. This caused Zhao Hai to have some envy towards them. However, this also made Zhao Hai happy. Now that the mermaids had this potential, he now had another strong race in his arsenal. This was definitely a good thing. Then Zhao Hai looked at another race that he had neglected for a long time, the sea dragons. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them after he transferred them to the space. Now Zhao Hai wanted to see how they were doing. Once he changed the display, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. There were several god ranks among the sea dragons. This was beyond his expectation. Zhao Hai didn't give them any god rank potions. This meant that they had reached god rank on their own. Although they were still demigods, this was already quite remarkable. They haven't entered the space for long, only about a year or so. Having this result in that short time was already great. The sea dragons were also very earnest. Those who hadn't reached god rank were working hard to break through. Those who have risen to god rank were also working hard. It seems like the sight of the divine race had lit a fire inside them. This was good for Zhao Hai. After looking at the other places for a while, Zhao Hai had discovered that he had nothing to do. They were currently fighting the divine race, but they were also waiting for the news coming from Fer and the others. They needed to know about the situation before they could proceed to the next step. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that he would need to expend his strength in order to defeat the divine race, but now that he has the Hell King's ship, he was fully confident that he can win against the divine race with his own power. In this plane, the Hell King's ship was definitely a cheat-like existence. Currently, the most powerful weapon in the space were the domain weapons, but now, those domain weapons no longer held importance to Zhao Hai. Currently, The only thing Zhao Hai was curious with were the mechas of the Atlanta Plain. Were they better than domain weapons? Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't worry about attacking. He just had his undead go to the hell background to train themselves. While Zhao Hai was being carefree, Thur and the others were actually worried. After seeing the strength of the Hell King's ship, they knew that maintaining an equal standing with Zhao Hai was impossible. Even if they can defeat the divine race, the three races still couldn't beat Zhao Hai's ship. Naturally, Thur and the others knew that the most fearful thing wasn't the ship, but Zhao Hai himself. They had seen the ship before, and had felt how strong it was. But in the hands of Zhao Hai, the ship actually improved by a lot. This was a huge blow to Thur and the others. Zhao Hai defeating the divine race's deity was already beyond Thur's imagination. Then they were even more startled by the fact that Zhao Hai was able to upgrade the ship. Upon seeing the Hell King's ship dealing with the divine race, Thur and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts surrender. In the past, Thur wanted to get in touch with their people in order to express Zhao Hai's abilities. They wanted Zhao Hai to have a good image in their people's mind. But now, Thur and the others chose to withhold Zhao Hai's information. This was because they were afraid of the divine race knowing about the Hell King's ship. The ship was their ultimate weapon. The later it gets revealed, the better. The reason they thought about this was because the divine race still didn't know about the ship. They were successful in conquering Holy Light City, not allowing anyone to escape. At this point, the divines had no idea about what happened inside the city. Shan and Yu held the same sentiment as Thur. The barbarians and Wing Pegasus had some hatred towards Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had apologized to them many times, there was still a small lump in their hearts. But after they saw the ship, this lump immediately vanished. They didn't want to offend Zhao Hai, or else they would just be courting death. Zhao Hai didn't know about what Thur and the others were thinking about. He was now being relaxed and carefree. All of these was because of the Hell King's ship. The ship was too formidable. Although Fu Hua had vanished due to the fusion between the pagoda and the ship, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't lose anything. The Hell King's ship seemed to be internally connected with him. As long as he gave an intention, the ship would do his bidding. This was enough for Zhao Hai. 3 days after Holy Light City fell, Thur's messengers had come back. Moreover, they had brought good news. It seems like the Taurus divines were short on military strength. Although they weren't like Zhao Hai who managed to take Holy Light City, they were still able to hold a standoff against the divine race. The Taurus divines seemed to lack troops to deal with them. Upon hearing this information, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relief. It looks like there's no plot from the Taurus divines. Instead, they were really short on soldiers. This allowed Zhao Hai to boldly deal with the divine race. After reporting the state of their people to Zhao Hai, Thur and the others immediately sent another letter. This letter informed them about the Hell King's ship. They expressed their request to fully cooperate with Zhao Hai. Just when Zhao Hai was preparing to attack the Ark continent, the arrival of some guests stopped him from going forward. These people weren't divines. They were from the foreign races. After hearing the reports from Thur and the others, Zhao Hai prepared to attack the Taurus continent the next day. Before Zhao Hai went to sleep at night, it was already his habit to look at the monitor. But this night, he suddenly spotted a small team appearing on the monitor. This wasn't a squad of the three races. Instead it was a team of the foreign races. The foreign races of the Ark continent had already entered the space. Without Zhao Hai, it would be impossible for them to leave the space. Moreover, the ones on the monitor had different mounts and were evidently stronger than the ones in the Ark continent. There were about 1,000 people in this team. Beastman race's Wolf Cavalry numbered 500, Elven race's Unicorn Cavalry numbered 200, and Dwarf race's Iron Armor Beast Cavalry numbered 300. Although they weren't many, one could see that they were elite, their strengths reaching God rank. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. One must know that Holy Light City was not on the edge of the Taurus continent. So how did this cavalry team sneak in? Did the Taurus divine army let them go? Are they that incapable of blocking troops in their border? Zhao Hai's guess was both right and wrong. The Taurus divines were indeed lacking in troops, therefore they could only guard important places in the continent. This was because they were afraid of the attacks coming from the foreign races. At the same time, these foreign races had the ability to sneak into the Taurus continent. This was because of the lack of manpower from the Taurus divines, and the other reason was the foreign races' meticulous preparation. Even during the Taurus divines' heyday, they were still able to sneak in, much less now. Chapter 855, Arrogant Foreign Race. However, before he decided to meet these foreign god ranks, Zhao Hai decided to bring the Beast King, Elf Queen, and Dwarf Patriarch along. They were the leaders of the foreign races in the Ark continent. Now that the foreign races of the Divine Realm had appeared, Zhao Hai decided to have them meet. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had them bring their divine artifacts. After the three leaders heard Zhao Hai, they immediately went along and appeared in Holy Light City. The three were now 9th ranks. With their divine artifacts in hand, their expressions were somewhat excited. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, "Don't be too anxious. We'll see your people soon." Your people in the Divine Realm. The Beast King, who held his beast god spear, smiled faintly and said, "I'm somewhat excited. I don't know what kind of life they lived in here, but they shouldn't be very different compared to us." The Elf Queen smiled as well as she said, "I didn't think we would meet in this manner. Meeting our clansmen from the Divine Realm, hee hee." Billy was also excited, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he summoned a bone dragon, then the group stood on the dragon's head before they flew outside the city. Zhao Hai already knew where these foreign god ranks were, therefore, he didn't pretend to be clueless and just went directly straight towards them. Before long, Zhao Hai can see a team in front of him. This team was no other than the group of foreign race god ranks that he saw on the monitor. The other party was also alerted. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, they immediately got into formation. Zhao Hai slowed the bone dragon's speed. He didn't want them to misunderstand his approach. At this time, conflict was the last thing that he wanted. After all, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Zhao Hai can clearly understand this line. The opposite party, seeing that Zhao Hai didn't have any hostility, relaxed their formation. However, they didn't lower their guard. When Zhao Hai was about a kilometer away from them, he smiled faintly and said, "Hello, are you the foreign god ranks of the Divine Realm? My name is Zhao Hai, and I'm from the Ark continent." These three are the Beast King, the Elf Queen, and the Dwarf Patriarch. The three leaders immediately gave these god ranks a salute. On the other hand, the foreign god ranks were looking at them with a blank stare. They didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "There's no need to be startled. We made a counterattack on the Taurus continent and had seized Holy Light City. Might I know why you're here today?" The foreign god ranks looked at each other. They were still silent. In the end, they can affirm that these people were indeed from the Ark continent. These rulers were all 9th rank, and being leaders despite being 9th rank was rare in the Divine Realm. At this time, a Beastman god rank said, "You're deceiving us." The Beastman race's royal tribe are the Diamond Apes. When did the leadership change to the Tiger tribe? Zhao Hai looked at the Beastman god rank and smiled. "This needs explanation. You haven't contacted with the Ark continent for a long time, so you might not know about the continent's situation." The Diamond Apes are certainly the Beastman race's royal clan, however, they managed to lose the Beast God Spear on the northern ice field. Because of this, they were sent to exile by the Beastman race. Currently, the Lion and Tiger tribes take turns in leading the Beastman race. The Beastman god rank looked at Zhao Hai and said, "And who are you?" "I'm speaking to my lesser clansmen." "What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Hai gawked. He looked at the Beastman god rank's eyes and could see disdain. It seems like he was looking at him as though he was an enemy. Zhao Hai wrinkled his brows, but his voice remained gentle. Let me ask, what do you mean by lesser clansman? The beastman Godrank revealed his disdain as he said, human, you're not qualified to speak to me. You, little tiger, you are just a lower grade clansman. How dare you look at me with those eyes? This shocked not only Zhao Hai. The Beast King and the others were stunned as well. This was because they discovered how their Divine Realm clansmen look at them. Their gaze was no different than the look the Divine Race had. The three were staring blankly. They expected to be received warmly by their people in the Divine Realm, but instead they were met with this look. It was very difficult to accept. Zhao Hai saw the three's change in expression, so he stopped being polite as he looked at the Beastman Godrank and said, I think you have misunderstood. We're not any lesser than you. All these years, you've been suppressed by the divines and can only huddle up in your three continent. On the other hand, the Ark continent not only defended ourselves, we also mounted a counter-attack on the Taurus continent. We did all of these without your help. You have no qualifications to talk like that to us. If we didn't defeat the Taurus army, you wouldn't have sneaked in this easily. Zhao Hai's impolite speech stunned these foreign god ranks. Meanwhile, it made the Beast King and the others vent some of their anger. Zhao Hai was not wrong. When the Divine Race invaded the Ark continent, Zhao Hai alone led the continent to defend. At that time, what help did these races give? And now they had the gall to be arrogant? They're too shameless. These foreign god ranks had ugly expressions as they looked at Zhao Hai. Then an elf came forward and said, sure enough, humans are indeed arrogant and conceited. My lesser clansman, what do you want to do now? Will you stay with this human, or will you join us and return to the Virgo continent, the true home of our elven race? The elf queen looked at the godrank elf and then gave a smile as she calmly replied, I'd rather stay with Mr. Zhao Hai. The Virgo continent is not the home of the elves. As far as I know, anywhere in the 13 continents can be our home. The Beast King and Billy smiled since the elf queen wasn't wrong. As long as Zhao Hai was present, then anywhere in the 13 continents would be their home. To be honest, they really didn't care about the Divine Realm. The foreign god ranks were stunned. They didn't expect the elf queen to refute the elf. The god rank elf's face turned blue as she berated, do you know what you're talking about? The might of the divine race is beyond your imagination. Do you want to be enslaved by the divines? Are you crazy? The elf queen couldn't help but smile. She looked at the god rank elf and said, I'm not crazy. The divines are indeed very powerful, but the current Taurus divines aren't. After a few days, the Taurus continent will fall into our hands. Moreover, we have no interest in the other continents. When Zhao Hai heard the elf queen, he looked at the foreign god ranks and said, I don't know what you're doing in the Taurus continent, but this information might help you. The Taurus divines doesn't have the means to deal with your team. Rest assured, the divine realm will soon hear the news that the Taurus continent have been conquered by the alliance of the Ark continent, the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. When these god ranks heard this, their complexion couldn't help but change. They knew about the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. They were enslaved by the divine race, so they had a few tussles with the foreign races. Although these people weren't born in the divine realm, one couldn't deny that their might was quite strong. Now, Zhao Hai actually said that the three races were their allies. This divided the foreign god ranks between those who believed Zhao Hai and those who didn't. Zhao Hai looked at their eyes and said, you don't have to be as careful as you are now in the Taurus continent. Besides some big cities, I believe there won't be divines in other places. Well then, we will be returning to Holy Light City. By the way, Holy Light City is now under our control. If you need any help, you can find us there. After that, Zhao Hai steered the Bone Dragon to head back towards Holy Light City, not paying any more attention to the foreign race god ranks. The Beast King, Billy, and the Elf Queen all had disdainful expressions as they looked back at their kin in the divine realm. Once they arrived back at Holy Light City, Zhao Hai released his Hell King's ship and welcomed the group inside to sit. After being offered some tea, Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "It looks like we don't have to count on the foreign god ranks, but it's somewhat strange for them to be in the Taurus continent." The Beast King and the others didn't think that their clansmen would treat them that way. At this time, the one who calmed down first was the Elf Queen. She knit her brows and said, "Mister, it might be because of the Thunder Clan and the others." Zhao Hai stared. He understood what the Elf Queen meant. They said before that they would coordinate with the foreign god ranks once their operation began. In the end, this prior cooperation wasn't needed because of Zhao Hai. This means that Fer and the others already had contact with the foreign races before and they had reached an agreement. But after not being in contact with Fer and the others, these foreign races decided to send a team to the Taurus continent to see the situation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That is possible. I'll deal with this matter. You can go back to the space. There's no need for you to take refuge with your kin." The three didn't decline. To be honest, they had been used to living inside the space. They now preferred it compared to outside. After Zhao Hai sent them off, he immediately called the Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King, as well as Fer's group. Upon embarking on the ship and seeing Zhao Hai sat there with tea and some snacks, they didn't become polite and immediately took their seats. At this point, they were used to Zhao Hai's behavior. Chapter 856, A Place to Train In. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "I just saw a group of foreign race god ranks earlier in the Taurus continent. They appeared not far from Holy Light City. I took the leaders of the Arc continent's foreign races met them. However, those people didn't look good to us, so I didn't invite them back here." "Fer, did you have a prior agreement with the foreign races?" Fer remembered the attitude of those foreign god ranks. His face turned ugly as he nodded and said, "We did have an agreement with them. We planned to cooperate and split what we gained. I think they came here since we haven't sent some people since we came out of the Arc continent. To be honest, I really don't like those guys. They're too arrogant." If I could say, the Divines didn't like them because they were also too proud. As soon as the Great Demon King and the others heard Fer, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai laughed as well. Fer liked to joke, especially now when they didn't have too much to worry about. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Those people are truly arrogant. I think they will stay in the vicinity in the next few days. We need to proceed with our plan and clean the entire Taurus continent." Fer and the others nodded. They were now quite eager to try conquering the Taurus continent. They understood that with the Hell King's ship, cities would be easily taken care of. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. "Good, then go and prepare your army. We'll move tomorrow." "Right. After you head back, have your people clean the entire city. We'll take them with us inside the Hell King's ship." The group nodded before they turned around to leave. The Great Demon King, along with the Demon Dragon King, remained. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "How's life in the space doing? Are you satisfied?" The Great Demon King laughed and said, "Satisfied? Beyond satisfied. To be honest, this is the dream of the entire demon race. Our people are now properly settled down. We've even started to learn how to farm. Mr. Can rest assured that we won't disrupt the space's environment." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's great. Let me tell you something. I've also given the same environment to the Divines we captured. I want to leave them there and see where they'll develop." But who would have thought that they would proceed to frantically destroy everything inside, including the bread trees I've prepared for them to eat. Without those fruits, I don't believe they would last for long. It's a pity. I've given them a chance, but they decided to throw it away. The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King stared blankly, disbelief written on their faces. Then the Great Demon King said, "Did the Divines really do that?" "Why?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They must have thought that I would enslave them. In any case, their space is completely different to what it used to be. They're different from the demons who lived in the demon realm. The Divines in the divine realm hardly encountered anything bad. They're used to being proud, looking down at those different than them. They had completely lost their judgment, and they call themselves divine race. Ha 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 ha. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King proceeded to laugh as well. However, the two demons can understand Zhao Hai's underlying emotion. Zhao Hai was angry. The divines were unappreciative to what Zhao Hai gave them. The opportunity that was offered to them was completely trashed. The two were stuck not knowing what to say. They couldn't help but think about the demon race. If the demons were defeated by Zhao Hai, what would they do after being sent to the space? Would they do the same as the captured divines? The two thought that the outcome would just be the same as right now. Demons were simple beings, and living in the space had given them great comfort. They would still take care of the grass and the trees there. This was because the environment was much better compared to the demon realm. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled. Right, later on, I want the Devil Legion to go to a space to train. That way, maybe they can break through to God rank. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll take you to another space, but you might not like it very much. Then he waved his hand as they disappeared from the ship. The next moment, the three of them appeared inside the hell background. The two demons couldn't help but stare blankly at the surroundings. It was quite similar to the demon realm. No, it was much worse than the demon realm. The Great Demon King looked around him before turning his head to Zhao Hai and asking, Mister, this place is? Zhao Hai smiled and said, This is my hell space. It isn't very different compared to the demon realm. Here, I can promote the level of my undead and can plant some special plants. These special plants will be used to make my god rank potions, allowing 9th ranks to become god ranks. But it's a pity that I can't make much of the potion at this time. Otherwise I would have given them to the Devil Legion. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at each other and saw the amazement on their eyes. Breaking through from 9th rank to God rank was very difficult. There were countless 9th ranks in the demon realm, but there were only few God ranks due to the suffering and hardship that came with it. It can be said that in 10,000 9th ranks, it would be lucky if one of them were able to break through. Who would have thought that Zhao Hai would be able to make a potion to make 9th ranks to god ranks? This was too astonishing. It seems like they were still underestimating Zhao Hai's capabilities. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, This is one of the most recent backgrounds I've gained. Although its environment isn't good, demons can certainly cultivate here. In fact, I will send some people from the Ark continent here to train. I want the Devil Legion to train here as well. What do you think? The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King looked at each other before nodding. Although this background was quite treacherous, the Devil Legion still needed that final push before breaking through. Once they upgrade their strength, their accomplishments would surely be limitless. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King and said, I opened this space before. It was during the demon realm's beast tide. At that time, I had them sent here. With fierce magic beasts inhabiting this place, I believe that it would be the best training ground there is. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King stared, but they also nodded in the end. The magic beasts of the Ark continent and the divine realm were totally different compared to those in the demon realm. Magic beasts of the demon realm had the savagery found nowhere else. In terms of training, the magic beasts of the demon realm were indeed the best. Originally, the Great Demon King was worried that the demons would lose their tenacity after living in a good environment. But now that this place existed, the worry vanished into thin air. The Great Demon King nodded and said, All right, I agree to Mister's plan. When I head back, I'll let the Devil Legion train here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, There's no need to be anxious. It's fine if we don't send them all at once. Let's do it in batches. What do you think? The Demon Dragon King gave a nod. All right, if we send them in all at once, then we might experience a shortage of people. We'll just move slowly and have them slowly accumulate experience here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Then it's settled. Let's have the first batch be 100,000 people. They can come in at any time. The Great Demon King nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as they returned to the Hell King's ship in the Divine Realm. At this time, Thur and the others were preparing for tomorrow's attack. Zhao Hai looked at the two demons and said, "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, you go and prepare as well. When the time comes, I'll call you over." "Right. Inform the Devil Legion about the foreign god ranks. Have them be vigilant. If those guys decide to attack the Devil Legion, then don't hesitate to fight back." The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King gave out a short laugh before they turned around and left. At this time, Laura and the others walked out of the cabin. Meg cleaned the table and placed some snacks. Meanwhile, Laura said, "I didn't think the foreign races in the divine realm would be that disappointing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's possible that they had gone dull after living in the divine realm for some time. They had become arrogant. Hee. Let's stop caring about them. If they aren't doing well, they will surely beg us for help." Laura shook her head and said, "I hope they won't ask us for help, or else Brother Hai would surely give a hand." Zhao Hai smiled, then he drank some of his tea as he looked at the horizon. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "To be honest, the divine realm looks very good. I'm not cruel enough to come and just destroy it." Laura and the others also looked at the scenery, then Lizzie sighed and said, "It would be nice if we weren't enemies. Unfortunately, the divines are too ambitious for their own good." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, there's no need to worry over it. Remember the divines in the space? They've brought this onto themselves." Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. To be honest, he was indeed thinking too much about this matter. He didn't understand why the divine race were too arrogant. Was it because they thought that they were invincible? They didn't expect to be defeated by someone other than their own kin? Perhaps this was why they couldn't accept their current defeat. Chapter 857, Shock. Early next morning, Thur and the others took all of the things inside Holy Light City and sorted them out before taking them into the Hell King's ship. Everyone who went on board the ship were curious about everything inside. However, they were left disappointed upon seeing that the cabins were just empty rooms. However, the Hell King's ship was still able to surprise them. They didn't think the ship would have enough of a capacity to take in everything inside Holy Light City. To be honest, they don't need much when they advance. Bringing daily necessities was useless since everything was supplied by Zhao Hai. However, both the demons and the goblins needed these things. All of those involved were strong, so it didn't take too long for them to take everything inside Holy Light City. After that, Zhao Hai urged the ship forward as the rest followed behind. Zhao Hai also noted the foreign god ranks not far from the ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them too much. Them following along was doing him a favor. The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King weren't inside the ship. Instead, they were on each of their domain weapons, flying on both sides of the ship. As for the two recently acquired domain weapons, Zhao Hai didn't give them to anybody else. He just had their undead owners keep them for now. The large army advanced towards the Taurus continent. Their speed wasn't fast since Zhao Hai was looking after Fur and the others. He was afraid that flying too fast would diminish their fighting strength. Their current enemy was the divine race and Zhao Hai didn't want to eliminate them by himself. The merit of this action was too big. In this operation, Thur and the others also need to feel like they were significant. This would be good for the Alliance's future development. The foreign god ranks weren't too far from the army. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai plans to deal with the divine race. At this point, they still didn't believe that Zhao Hai was able to mount a counterattack against the divine realm. Just like Zhao Hai thought, they didn't meet any other divines. It seems like the divines did indeed evacuate to the big cities and were preparing to fight against the Alliance army. Although Zhao Hai can affirm that nobody was able to escape from Holy Light City, the other cities should still be able to sense something wrong, judging by the fact that Holy Light City had been silent for quite some time. Therefore, those cities would surely make corresponding arrangements. Not seeing any other divine on the way was a normal scenario. Ryder's complexion was heavy as he looked at Zhao Hai's army. Ryder was a dwarf. To be honest, he was quite happy when he saw Billy. However, Billy not giving him a salute the moment they met angered him. Therefore, he can only give a negative look towards Billy and the others. As Zhao Hai said, they had been in the divine realm for too long that they had developed some arrogance deep within. They started to think that they were superior, especially compared to those back in the Ark continent. They thought that those from the Ark continent don't deserve to have equal footing with them. Actually, they didn't intend to offend Billy and the others. Although Ryder was somewhat arrogant, he wasn't heartless. He had the same temperament as the dwarves back in the Ark continent. For him, good was good and bad was bad. In his mind, there was no such thing as a gray area. And even if he didn't like Billy's conduct, and sees the Ark continent as inferior, he still wanted to look after the dwarves. The same was true for the other two races. At the same time, they followed also because they wanted to see whether Zhao Hai did indeed have the ability to fight against the divine race. Just like what was suspected, Ryder and the others came to the Taurus continent in order to contact the Thunder Clan, the Barbarians, and the Wing Pegasus with regards to their prior agreement. The Thunder Clan and the others didn't reach out, therefore the foreign races decided to send this team to take a look. They wanted to see if a problem had cropped up, but they didn't expect that upon arriving at the Taurus continent, they would actually meet Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, Zhao Hai even said that they would deal with the divine race themselves. This evoked the curiosity of Ryder and the others. Because of this, they decided to follow behind Zhao Hai's army. The situation on the road made Ryder and the others understand that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. It seems like they did have a way to deal with the divine race. Otherwise, the Taurus divines wouldn't have acted like this. They had been flying for so long and they had yet to meet a single divine. All of the citizens from the villages and towns had been evacuated. They certainly didn't believe that the divine race had gone on a mass vacation. The reason of the move was certainly Zhao Hai and the others. In other words, the divine race knew that Zhao Hai was coming, and they were currently increasing their defenses by clearing the fields. This tactic of increasing defenses by evacuating everyone had also been used by the foreign races. Moreover, they haven't only used it once. When the divines proceeded to attack their three continents, they had to use this method to deal with the invasion. In the end, they were able to endure long enough to reclaim the three continents. Even during their strongest period, when the foreign races attacked the Taurus continent, they still weren't compelled to use this tactic. However, Zhao Hai managed to force the divines to do so. This explained Zhao Hai's strength. It was because of this that Ryder and the others had unlikable expressions right now. They understood that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. They were indeed capable of attacking the divine realm. This meant that their kin in the Ark continent were now in equal standing compared to them, and this thought left a bitter taste in their mouth. At this time, they turned their heads back to Holy Light City. They had noted that the city's walls had all vanished. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived nearby a medium-sized city. There were divines defending the city, majority of them being civilians. Zhao Hai inspected the city. It was a city that contained roughly more than 1 million people. It couldn't be considered as a big city even in the Ark continent. It can only be regarded as average. The city didn't have any domain weapon experts guarding it. Its defending troops weren't much either. The only troublesome thing in the city was the defensive formation. But this wouldn't be a problem for Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai decided to have Fer and the others deal with the divines in this city. As long as he breaks the city's shield, then everything will be left for them. When the divines in the city saw Zhao Hai and the others, they immediately manned the magic cannons and ballistas. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he just made the Hell King's ship crash into the city's barrier, immediately breaking its protective shield. Zhao Hai didn't use the ship's cannons this time. The magic cannons were too powerful. Using this on this small city would be overkill. After Zhao Hai destroyed the shield, Fer and the others immediately made their attack. Fer and the other had long waited for this day. To be honest, they felt great fighting with Zhao Hai since every troublesome thing was already taken care of. But at the same time, This was also a problem. This meant that they had no chance to show their strength. This made them look like toadies following Zhao Hai just for the sake of it. This made them feel quite terrible. Now that they had the opportunity to perform, the three armies immediately overran the city. The divines in the city were also going all out in defending themselves. Zhao Hai stood on his ship as he gazed calmly at the ongoing fight. He reeled his sympathy right now. The divines didn't deserve it. Even if you feel bad for them, they certainly don't feel too bad for their previous victims. Ryder and the others who followed behind were all shocked at what happened. A city with 1 million divines and was defensively prepared wasn't a good place to attack. Taking such a city would take more than 18 million troops, and might even need a domain weapon expert. The most troublesome thing in attacking a divine race city was its defensive shields. Powering these shields were crystals. Crystals were naturally growing ores, and some even form inside the bodies of magic beasts. Magic crystals also exist this way in the Ark continent, but the energy they contain was completely inferior compared to those in the divine realm. A magic formation in a city of 1 million needed about 10,000 crystals to activate. Moreover, a domain weapon expert would have to make 10 full attacks to dispel the shield. Also, magic crystals can be added as the damage was dealt. This meant that with enough crystals, a city would be close to impossible to break through. However, this powerful shield was actually turned to trash in front of Zhao Hai. He only used his ship to crash the shield into nothingness. This was the first time they had seen something like this. To be honest, this scenario only happened in their dreams. The battle inside the city was very intense. The divines were very tenacious in their defense. However, their morale was constantly declining. This was caused by none other than Zhao Hai, the Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King, and the two undead domain weapon experts were making moves as well. They would use their domain weapons to destroy any strong resistance in the city. It didn't take too long before the divines were pushed into a defensive stance. Zhao Hai's was still the same. He didn't want Fear to lose too many people lest the three races would blame him. They knew that Zhao Hai was strong, so if he didn't offer any help, then these people would surely blame him afterwards. Zhao Hai had a fair understanding regarding a person's nature. These people would rush to battle in the name of military merit, but once their losses mount up, they would immediately forget why they rushed in. In the end, they could only blame Zhao Hai for not helping them by eliminating the enemies. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to use the Hell King's ship. This ship shouldn't exist in this plane. Compared to the divine race, it was too strong. The divines simply had no way of countering it. But Zhao Hai still released his undead to help Fear and the others. There was an important reason for this move. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he used the ship too many times, then it might provoke a response from the laws of the heavens and the earth, kicking him out of the plane. This was not a good outcome, and Zhao Hai still had a lot of things he needed to do. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose not to use the ship's might as much as possible. After the undead joined the fight, the battle soon came to an end. All those rebelling were killed while those who surrendered were thrown inside the space. Whether they would survive or not wasn't something that Zhao Hai cared about. After taking care of that, Zhao Hai immediately had the battlefield cleaned. Then with the city at the center, the army proceeded to take a rest. At this time, Zhao Hai paid attention to the team of foreign race god ranks. These foreign god ranks were closely behind them, but they were also at a fairly safe distance away. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about them as he shifted his attention to Fear and the others' victory as well as their casualty count. The battle was intense. The Thunder Clan lost about 3,000 people while both the Barbarians and Wing Pegasus lost about 2,000 people each. The losses were still in their acceptable range. Standing on the ship was Fear as he gave Zhao Hai today's report. Zhao Hai's mood was quite heavy. To be honest, he didn't want the fight to continue like this. However, he didn't have a way to stop it. They were too far in to halt their advance. If he decided to stop, then the Ark Continent and the demons might not have problem. However, Fear and the others surely will. Fear and the others already went all in this operation. Besides Fear and the others, The foreign god ranks were also aware of the situation here. Once they get involved, the divines from the other continents would surely make a move. This would certainly ignite a fire in the entire divine realm. Most importantly, the Atlanta Plain and the underworld were yet to be dealt with. Zhao Hai believed that the underworld wouldn't be too simple. It's possible that their population was much more than the divine realm. In this case, didn't this mean that they would also have more god ranks? It was because of this that Zhao Hai couldn't just withdraw. If he retreats, then nobody would be able to deal with the divines. Also, there were also the other planes. No matter where he went, the fate of battle will always meet him. After Fer and the others gave their report, they remained standing there looking at Zhao Hai. They saw that Zhao Hai was thinking about something. After some time, Zhao Hai was still silent. Finally, the great demon king opened his mouth and asked, "Mister, is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at the group and discovered that they had worried looks. He couldn't help but smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I only thought that the casualties from this fight is not small. From what I can see, how about we have the undead lead the charge from now on? Let's reduce our casualties as much as possible." Fer and the others remained silent. To be honest, they really wanted to elevate their standing in front of Zhao Hai. However, they were still sane enough to not gamble with the lives of their people. At this time, a ThunderClan member flew towards the ship. Then he gave his report to Zhao Hai. "Mister, I have a report to make. Several foreign race members are outside. They said they wanted to see you." Chapter 858, Ultimate Weapon. Zhao Hai stared. One of the reasons he had Fer and the others attacked today was to show these foreign god ranks that they were indeed in an alliance. Showing one's strength was one of the effective ways of gaining allies. These foreign races in the divine realm were potential allies for Zhao Hai, so he needed to show them what he got. Although Zhao Hai had this intention, he didn't expect the foreign god ranks to be this quick to react. Zhao Hai looked at the ThunderClan member and said, "Lead them here." The ThunderClan member turned around to get the foreign god ranks. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "It seems like those arrogant guys had seen our strength. Ha ha ha. How about we act arrogant as well?" When they heard Zhao Hai, the group stared for a moment before they laughed. At this time, the ThunderClan member had led the foreign god ranks to the side of the ship. Zhao Hai bowed to the three leaders and smiled. "Please come up and have a seat. How about we drink a few cups?" The three leaders gawked. Then they looked at each other before flying over to the ship. Zhao Hai waved his hand as additional tables and chairs appeared. Zhao Hai gestured to the chairs and said, "Everyone, please." The three paused for a moment. They didn't know what to say. They looked around them and saw Fer's group along with the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King. However, they didn't see the people they wanted to see, which was the Beast King and the others. Upon seeing the look on the three's faces, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Are you looking for the Beast King and the others? They're not here. In fact, they wouldn't participate in our counterattack against the divine race." Although they had already consumed a potion to reach 9th rank, their strength still couldn't contend with the divines. Therefore, I didn't allow them to participate. Ryder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you mean they aren't in the divine realm?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, they're not here. Last time, I just took them in order to meet you. In any case, you are of the same race. Also, you've sent them their divine artifacts, so they wanted to show them to you." Hee hee, what a pity, you didn't give them the opportunity. When they heard this, Ryder and the other couldn't help but feel awkward. Zhao Hai looked at the three people and laughed. "Anyway, come sit down. May I know the reason for your visit today?" The three immediately took their seat at the table upon hearing Zhao Hai. Fer and the others also sat back down. Zhao Hai looked at the three and then smiled. "Right, I forgot. This is Fer, a member of the ThunderClan. This is Barbarian Shan, while this is you from the Wing Pegasus race. These two are the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King." Ryder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Dwarf race, Ryder." The beastman then said, "Benya, Wolf tribe." Then the elven person said, Elven race, yeah. Zhao Hai nodded and asked, "What matter did you come here for?" The three looked at each other before Binya said, "We followed Mr. today to see your fight against the divine race. To be honest, your battle was far from what we expected. We didn't think Mr. was this strong." Binya's conduct made Zhao Hai stare. Before, Binya and the others were so arrogant, looking like they won't accept defeat. He didn't think that Binya would become this Poiolite. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I was just lucky. You have lived here in the divine realm for a long time and had many contacts with the divine race, so you must know about their deity. This ship wasn't mine initially. The divine summoned their deity in order to deal with me. In the end, I defeated him and took this ship for myself." When Binya and the others heard this, their complexion changed. They had been fighting with the divine race for a long time, so naturally they were aware of their deity. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have the ability to defeat the deity's projection. After seeing the expression on Binya and the others' faces, the great demon king smiled and said, "And it's not only a single time. Mr. has defeated the deity twice. The first time happened back in the Ark continent. At that time, the divine summoned the deity to kill Mr., but in the end, he ended up gifting his pagoda artifact to Mr. The second time, he gave Mr. a ship. Moreover, the current ship looked way better than it used to be." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This ship is the combination of the pagoda and the ship from before, an improved version." Binya and the other two looked at each other, shock evidently plastered on their faces. They didn't think that it would be like this. Zhao Hai's abilities startled them. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. "Let me just ask, do you want to form an alliance with us and deal with the divine race together?" Binya and the others nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's great. Being in an alliance just makes things easier. But I think it would be best if you send this information to your territories and discuss it with your people. If you agree, you can just tell me. I'll use this period of time to deal with the Taurus divines." As soon as Binya and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was correct. An important matter such as forming an alliance wasn't something they themselves can decide. Moreover, it seems like the demons were with Zhao Hai while Fer and the others were already taken in by him. Adding Zhao Hai's incalculable strength, the team leaders definitely needed to report this matter to their people. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. "Everyone, not involving you in our attack of the Taurus continent was my idea. The hatred between your three races and the divine race is too deep. You should already know this. If you participated in our attack, then the entirety of the divine race would counter. At this time, we have yet to capture the Taurus continent. If that happens, then it would be disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I plan to deal with the Taurus divines first before informing you. An enemy of an enemy if a friend. As long as we eliminate the divines, only then could we relax. Because of this, I'm willing to form an alliance with you." Binya and the others kept silent, but their faces couldn't hide their awkwardness. Their conduct last time was indeed too poor. They had treated Zhao Hai and the others as lesser people. Now that they were facing the strong Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel disgusted by themselves. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would still propose an alliance. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. "I won't hold you here for too long. I hope that you can contact your people and give me a reply as soon as possible. If you agree to the alliance, then preparations would be needed." Binya and looked at the others and then the three simultaneously stood up. They gave Zhao Hai a salute before they turned around to leave. After seeing that Binya and the others had left, Fer chuckled and said, "To be honest, I'm getting tired of seeing arrogant people. Mr. I think after seeing the battle today, they will definitely start to behave." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I truly hope that they will agree to the alliance, but to be honest, I also wouldn't be bothered if they decline." Fer laughed. When they contacted the three foreign races before, it seemed like they were at a disadvantage. This made him feel terrible. Now that Zhao Hai said this, he realized that what they felt might be the same as what those three team leaders must have felt right now. They felt that if they don't ally with the foreign races, then they would have no way to contend with the divine race. In the end, they would have to be compelled to enter the alliance. Zhao Hai was different, whether the foreign races wanted to become allies or not. His strength can still take him to his destination. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai could have the initiative to propose the alliance. He would hold an equal position to the. Thur looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, since our attacks had been smooth, I have something to tell you. I heard that the divines of the 13 continents had their ultimate weapons. Once their continent met a critical situation, they would use it. I heard that the might of this weapon is enormous, but as to what degree, I don't know." Zhao Hai said, "Ultimate weapon? Perhaps this is the reason why the three races are yet to eliminate the divines on their own continents. He. It doesn't matter. Now I want to see how strong these ultimate weapons are." After seeing Zhao Hai so relaxed, Thur couldn't help but caution him, "Mister, being careful of this point is important. I heard that this weapon can even move mountains. It's extremely strong." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, I will pay attention. No matter what, we need to take the Taurus continent for ourselves, so sooner or later, we would have to meet this weapon. We'll strengthen our offensive from now on. We'd rather have the divines use this weapon on us compared to your people." Chapter 859, Nibbling at the Taurus continent. As soon as they listened to Zhao Hai, Thur and the others couldn't help but stare blankly. Then they soon understood his point. If the divines decided to use their ultimate weapon on their people, then they would no doubt be defeated. Zhao Hai looked at Thur and the others and comforted them. "It's going to be fine. Don't worry, we'll quicken our advance tomorrow. I also want to see what this ultimate weapon looks like." Thur and the others stayed silent. Then Zhao Hai said, "Thur, after you go back, send a letter to your people. Tell them to refrain from pushing too hard against the divines. Let us take care of it." The three nodded. Then they stood up and said their goodbyes before leaving. After seeing their reactions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. The great demon king smiled as well. "Mister, you really scared them." "To be honest, if I was the ruler of the Taurus continent, I would definitely use that ultimate weapon to eradicate their three clans first. Only then would they have no extra worries when fighting a decisive battle against us." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's true. That's the reason I decided to remind them. But it's quite strange that Thur only told me about this ultimate weapon now. Did he forget about it?" The great demon king and the demon dragon king looked at each other. They felt strange as well. It seemed like Thur forgot, but he didn't express his lapse in memory. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled. "It's fine. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if they forgot or they withheld it from us. The result is still the same." The great demon king smiled and said, "Perhaps they didn't want Mister to gain another weapon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai laughed. Zhao Hai being relaxed wasn't because he was looking down on the divine race's ultimate weapon. It was because he was confident with the Hell King's ship. If the ship couldn't defeat this ultimate weapon, then Lu Wei had no qualifications to become the divine race's deity. If Lu Wei wants to become the deity of the divine race, then he would need to establish his dominance. Both the pagoda and the ship were very powerful artifacts. Although they hadn't undergone Zhao Hai's upgrades, they still allowed Lu Wei to subdue the divine race. In other words, these two treasures should be more formidable compared to this ultimate weapon. Otherwise, the divines wouldn't have submitted to him. If Lu Wei's two weapons were more powerful than the ultimate weapon of the divine race, then how strong would Zhao Hai's fused treasure be? This was the reason behind Zhao Hai's confidence. But although he was confident, he still didn't want to take his enemy lightly. Even lions go all out in wrestling rabbits. Zhao Hai was also the same. After Thur and the others returned to their own camps, they immediately sent letters to their people. They were afraid that Zhao Hai's words would come true. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others carried on with their attack. Zhao Hai had changed their way of fighting against the divine race. He asked for about their location, and it seems like they were now in the southeast part of the Taurus continent. Their direction yesterday was headed towards the continent's northwest. This meant that if they continue, then they would slash through the continent in a diagonal line. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Therefore, he changed their heading. To minimize being attacked in the rear, he decided to clear the southeast of the continent first before heading forward. The current military strength of the Taurus divines wasn't a lot, but their southeast didn't cut back on their defense. Almost all armies were centralized on large and small cities. This had given Zhao Hai the opportunity to pick them out one by one, just like how one removes one nail at a time. At the same time, the space's map of the Taurus continent would expand as well. After only 3 days, Zhao Hai cleared dozens of cities in the southeastern side of the Taurus continent. Every divine that was alive were thrown into the space. Zhao Hai didn't really want to starve these captive divines. Although they had destroyed a very large area in the background that they were in, that space was still very big. As long as they come down, they should be able to understand that they shouldn't destroy their environment. But as for how long they come to terms with their situation, Zhao Hai didn't know. At the same time, Zhao Hai wasn't counting on them to provide him with faith power. He only threw them to the space so that he wouldn't have to deal with the nuisance of killing them. After clearing the whole southeast of the Taurus continent, Zhao Hai's group started to advance further. However, Zhao Hai didn't blindly go forward. Instead, he directly headed towards the largest city in the Taurus continent as well as their capital, Divine Will City. Their advancement went quick, going forward almost at a straight line. Every city they encountered was captured. Zhao Hai's army was just like an unstoppable force. Zhao Hai's speed of attack made the Taurus divines panic. There were even some people in the continent who started to prepare their ships, intending to seek refuge on the other continents. At this time, Thur and the others got some news from their people. It seems like they had stopped the Taurus attack. Moreover, they were sending over some people to meet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious to fight with the divine race. He just chose this method so that the Taurus continent would focus on him. Zhao Hai knew that he can't push the Taurus divines too much. It would be troublesome if they were to ask for help from the other continents. Because of this, after Zhao Hai received information from Thur about the state of their people, he slowed his advance. He slowed down, but that didn't mean that he did nothing. Instead, he dealt with the areas he went through. If his previous advance was a straight line, his advance now was like a flat uniform plane. Although he has slowed down, the area he conquered had gotten bigger and bigger. Zhao Hai did this to first, get a bigger territory, second, to give the Thunder Clan and the others a place for themselves, and third, to wait for the response from the foreign races. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the response of the other continents. He already had Thur send a letter to their people. After they stopped the attack from the divines, Zhao Hai asked them to have some of their elite troops monitor the state of the other continents. They need to make sure that the Taurus continent doesn't ask for reinforcements. This request was unexpectedly accepted by the Thunder Clan and the others. Originally, they were feeling quite terrible for not being able to help deal with the divines. The third day after Zhao Hai had occupied the southeastern part of the Taurus continent, the representatives of the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus finally arrived. This time, their lineup could be said to be extravagant. The Thunder Clan sent 200,000 elites, the Barbarians sent 500,000, and the Winged Pegasus sent 1,000,000 elites, all of which were god ranks. Their leaders were quite remarkable as well. The Thunder Clan and the Barbarians sent their Great Elders, a position only surpassed by the Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Winged Pegasus sent their council speaker. In the Winged Pegasus race, besides the Patriarch, there was also a council participating in ruling the people. The power that a council speaker held was about the same as the Great Elders of the Barbarians and the Thunder Clan. It can be said that the three races had sent their second highest ranked official. Their status, compared to Thur and the others, was certainly much higher. Their collective army arrived where Zhao Hai was. At this time, the Hell King's ship was parked inside a medium-grade city. After Fer and the others overran the city, they immediately set some huge camps. After the army arrived, they immediately settled inside their respective areas. Zhao Hai didn't care too much. In any case, they were just allies and he wasn't their king. The newly arrived army weren't required to see him after they arrived. They would visit their people first to get briefed about the situation before they go and see Zhao Hai. However, the three races didn't make Zhao Hai wait for long. Immediately after settling down, the leaders came together to see him. Zhao Hai stood on top of the Hell King's ship as he looked at the three leaders arriving. These people were fairly old. They were also wearing traditional clothing from their clans. The barbarian Great Elder was wearing a fur robe. His build was quite stout and on his hand was a staff. Although his robe made him look like a formidable warrior, he actually let out a scholarly vibe. The Thunder Clan's Great Elder was quite tall and big. He was also wearing a long robe and had a stick on his hand. This stick was like the totems the other Thunder Clan members had, but it was smaller, about the size of a cane. The winged Pegasus council speaker had magnificent clothes. He had a pure white staff and had a bearing of a great noble from the Ark continent. Zhao Hai went to greet the three leaders as he gave a bow and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the leaders. For you to see me this early makes me feel honored. Please come on board and have a seat." The three immediately returned the bow as the winged Pegasus council speaker smiled and said, "Wing Pegasus Fang has seen Mr. is too polite. It's given that we would need to pay a visit." The barbarian Great Elder also gave a salute as he said, "Barbarian Zhang greets Mr. Thank you for helping our fellow barbarians." The Thunder Clan Elder gave a salute and also introduced himself. "Thunder Clan Wuxiang has seen Mr. There had told us about Mr.'s abilities. I couldn't help but admire Mr.'s strength." Chapter 860. I'm quite disappointed. Zhao Hai smiled at the three and said, "There's no need to be polite. Come and have a seat. I've prepared quite a lot of food." It wasn't only Wuxiang and the others who were present. Fer and the others also came. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were already with Zhao Hai. After the group sat down, Laura and the others immediately delivered the prepared food. Zhao Hai served Chinese dishes, something that cannot be found in the Ark continent, or anywhere else. The Great Demon King and the other guests gawked at the table. Although they were people with high status, they hadn't seen a magnificent feast before. Everyone was speechless. Zhao Hai raised his wine glass towards his guests and smiled, "Everyone, these are unique dishes of the Buddha clan. There aren't a lot of people who have eaten it. I'm glad that everyone came here today. Please, join me in this toast." The others immediately raised their glasses to return the courtesy before downing it in one go. Then Zhao Hai refilled his glass, but this time he didn't make a toast. Instead, he looked at the group and said, "Please have a taste of our dishes. There's no need to be polite." Defeated by their curiosity, the guests decided to have a taste of the food. Let alone its tasty appearance, its aroma was quite outstanding as well. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and express their praise by raising their glass. After drinking a few more liquors, Zhao Hai looked at the three newly arrived leaders and said, "You came to see me this time. Do you have something to ask?" Barbarian Zhang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "We've been ordered by our patriarchs to express our gratitude to Mr. Zhao Hai. Not only did you forgive us for attacking the Ark continent, you even allied with our group. We're also grateful that you consider our people whenever you fight against the divine race." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. We're allies. That's what an ally is for. Moreover, the divines are our common enemy. It's only appropriate to deal with them together." Zhang smiled as well and stayed silent. At this time, Thunder Clan Wuxiang opened his mouth and said, "Besides expressing our gratitude to Mr., we also brought an army to support the war. Naturally, we know that Mr. didn't lack in military strength, but since we're allies, we still need to contribute in one way or another." Wing Pegasus Fang nodded and said, "Right, Although Mr. is taking good care of us, we still need to help in the fight against the divine race. Otherwise, we will feel restless." Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "You're all being very polite. It's really fine. Having your people charge instead of my undead isn't something that I would do. We're allies. It's not like I want to control your people by exhausting your strengths." Wing Pegasus Fang didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this frank. Wing Pegasus Yu smiled upon hearing Zhao Hai as he said, "Speaker, Mr. is always this frank. He talks like this to all his friends. Only when speaking to his enemies would Mr. change his tone." Fang nodded. He gave an appreciative look at Zhao Hai as he raised his glass and said, "Let me offer this cup to Mr. You're a genuine friend. Also, this wine is really good." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "If you like it that much, then I'll give you some when you head back. I also have some beastman milk wine as well as fruit wines." At this point, the Ark continent already has many types of liquor. All of them taste very good. What Zhao Hai and the others were drinking was rice wine. It's not very strong, so even those who hadn't drunk any liquor could still bear a few glasses. After the group drank another glass, Zhao Hai said, "I've already talked to the foreign races in the divine realm. I've proposed an alliance and hoped that they won't begin attacking the divines. Does anyone have any opinion on this?" Fer and the others had already written about this matter. Therefore, when the three elders heard this, they shook their heads. Then Wing Pegasus Washwan said, "Mister, we've also considered this before. However, we were afraid that our allies wouldn't be strong enough. Therefore, we needed to ask for their help in dealing with the divine race. But now that Mr. is here, we can change our plan. Otherwise, things would be disadvantageous for us. Also, I need to thank Mr. for reminding us about the threat of the ultimate weapon. Ever since we have been enslaved by the divines, we had never seen that weapon before. Therefore, we aren't even sure if it existed or not. Mr. We apologize for not telling you about it before." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You're not even sure of it, so I can't blame you. Don't worry about it." "Right. I'll give you messenger fishes later. This way, it would be more convenient for us to communicate. You should also give some to the people monitoring the seas so that they can notify us as soon as possible." ThunderClan Washwang nodded and said, "Fer also wrote about those messenger fishes to the clan. To be honest, those things are convenient to use." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This fish is actually found in the Ark continent. The fishman race has been using this fish to communicate with each other. But since the Radiant Church started to suppress the different races of the Ark continent, the continent never knew about the existence of this fish." Washwang and the others nodded. They have some understanding regarding what happened in the Ark continent. The means used by the divine race were more sinister than what was done on the three races. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, the Ark continent might have been enslaved a long time ago. Then Zhao Hai said, "But these fishes also has a weak point. A fish can only talk with one other fish. This isn't very good. I'm still finding ways to improve on it. I hope that it would be more useful in the future." Upon hearing this, Wing Pegasus Fang asked, "So Mr. is saying that, later on, the fish can communicate with multiple people? If that's the case, then that would be very good." "Right. Let's go back to the current situation. I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before the Taurus divines use their ultimate weapon. Does Mr. have any plans?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there is no need to be afraid of that ultimate weapon. It's quite obvious that the divines couldn't use it easily. They surely will pay a huge price whenever it goes out. Instead, I'm quite curious about this weapon. Not only for the Taurus divines, I'm interested in the ultimate weapons of the other continents as well." Fang and the others smiled. They were appreciative of Zhao Hai's self-confidence. The group continued to chat for some time. After everyone was full and had drunk to their heart's content, Fang and the others proceeded to leave. After the guests had left, Laura and the others went out and looked at their departing backs. Then Laura asked, "Brother Hai, what did those guys come here for?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, They wanted to see what kind of person I am. Then they asked me about how I plan to deal with the divine race. Not too complicated, just normal stuff. Laura nodded. It looks like they're quite satisfied. So Brother Hai, what do we do? Zhao Hai replied, earlier I expressed my interest on these ultimate weapons. I can't wait to meet them in the battlefield. I wanted to see if they can add more functions to the ship. As soon as they heard this, Laura and the others chuckled. The next day, Zhao Hai still kept advancing into the Taurus continent. Although their speed wasn't as fast as before, their stable advance caused the divines to get a headache. On the other hand, Feng and the others felt their horizons expand. The Hell King's ship was more powerful than they imagined. Although they already received reports from Fer and the others, witnessing the ship themselves was a completely different thing. 5 days after Feng and the others met Zhao Hai, information arrived from the foreign god ranks. The ones delivering the message were still Ryder and the others. They told Zhao Hai that they agreed to the alliance. They also agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal of not attacking the Taurus continent in order to prevent the other continents from joining the war. But if the other continents sent their troops, then the foreign god ranks would send troops to their continent, supporting Zhao Hai in the background. After Ryder and the others reported the details, Zhao Hai began to attack the Taurus continent according to his original plan. This time, he didn't advance slowly. He sped his movements to force the divines to use their ultimate weapon. Zhao Hai's plan was successful. On the 10th day after he formed his alliance with the foreign god ranks, the divine race dispatched their ultimate weapon. At this time, Zhao Hai was attacking a divine race city. The shield of the city was broken in an instant as the undead started to pour in. Zhao Hai stood at his ship while looking at the battle. The foreign god ranks were at his side. After giving their report to Zhao Hai, Ryder and the others didn't leave. Instead, they followed Zhao Hai at the side. They saw Zhao Hai breaking defensive shields one after another. The divines who weren't taken away were turned into undead. In the beginning, they were shocked upon seeing this. But after a few more cities, they began to become numb to the scene. Only one thing remained in their hearts. It was to never have Zhao Hai as an enemy. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from the distance. Aside from Lu Wei, Zhao Hai hadn't felt a stronger presence like this one before. A light flashed inside Zhao Hai's eyes. Then he turned his head to Ryder and the others and said, "Everyone, it seems like the Taurus divines had sent their ultimate weapon. Please disembark from the ship. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you once the fighting starts. Moreover, it's likely that you would get injured if you stay here." The status of Ryder and the others wasn't low, so they were privy to the information about the divine race's ultimate weapons. Therefore, once they heard Zhao Hai, their expression changed. Then after giving him a salute, they proceeded to leave the ship. After that, Zhao Hai urged his ship to go forward and meet the powerful aura. Zhao Hai thought that the ultimate weapon of the divine race must be very large and powerful, but when he saw it, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The ultimate weapon was too small. There was a normal cow-sized metallic bull, its 4 hooves solidly stepping on the air. On the back of this bull was a person. The person's clothes, hair, and beard were all white. He was quite big and tall. Although he looked like an old person, one could still feel a ferocious aura coming out of him. Zhao Hai stopped the Hell King's ship and looked at the approaching bull-riding person. At this point he was doubting whether this was the ultimate weapon or not. The old person stopped about 100 meters away from the ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and calmly asked, "Are you Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai looked at the old person and smiled. "Correct, I am Zhao Hai." "And who are you?" The old person replied, "Kid, you actually dared to cause trouble in my Taurus continent. Now that I'm here, it's time to make you understand that someone from a lower realm had no right to do whatever you want in this place." Zhao Hai looked at the old person and smiled. "Cause trouble? From what I know, it's the divines causing troubles in places where they shouldn't be. And you want to teach me a lesson? And how would you do that? Using your ultimate weapon?" "To be honest, I have been waiting for this day, but I didn't expect you to come this late." I'm very disappointed." The old person's expression didn't change, but Zhao Hai can see a slight disturbance in his beard. It seems like his ego was pricked. Zhao Hai can guess why this was the case. It must be because of the ultimate weapon. There weren't many people in the divine realm who were aware of these artifacts. Moreover, those who knew would keep it as a secret. And now, Zhao Hai even dared to insult it. It's no wonder the old man was affected. Zhao Hai did it intentionally because he was still unsure if the old man with the metal bowl was the ultimate weapon. Because of this, he probed to see if his speculation was true, and it seems like he hit the mark. Zhao Hai can confirm that the metallic bowl was indeed their ultimate weapon. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said with an ice-cold voice, "I didn't expect to see the day where a person from the lower realm would insult me like this. Since there's no use in talking further, it's time for you to die." Then the old person waved his hand. Zhao Hai saw a very small formation plate appear. At the same time, Zhao Hai was suddenly found himself surrounded with nearly 20 domain weapon experts. The domain weapons were 10 spears, 5 swords, and 5 shields. Although their size was nothing compared to the Hell King's ship, they were still domain weapons. Their strength couldn't be weak. Chapter 861 Golden Saint CE. What in the world? Zhao Hai didn't look at who were the divines using the domain weapons. Instead, he looked at the small formation plate in the hands of the old man. The plate looked extraordinarily pure. It had a yellow metallic sheen on its body, looking very beautiful. In just a glance, Zhao Hai knew that this plate wasn't simple. Otherwise, these domain weapon experts wouldn't have appeared. It was certain that they were escorting this old man. The formation plate actually had a function to hide these people. When the old man looked at Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but shrink. Then the old man's left hand gently patted the bull's head. A round hole appeared on the head as the old man placed the formation plate in it. Then the round hole disappeared. The action was very subtle, but even though the old man was quite far from Zhao Hai can still see the moves made by the old man. He also saw how the metallic bowl absorbed the formation plate into itself. After the old man settled the formation plate, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're the first person who managed to cause this much damage in the Taurus continent. That's quite the achievement. However, you cannot just trample on the pride of the Taurus divines. You need to die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and he smiled faintly. "You want to take my life? Do you really think that your ultimate weapon and domain weapons are enough to threaten me? Stop dreaming. I'll make you understand what true might is." After Zhao Hai said this, the cannons of the Hell King's ship started to aim at the divines. The old man calmly looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't believe that a few cannons would be able to make any damage. One couldn't blame the old man for not being well informed. Aside from Holy Light City, Zhao Hai didn't use the cannons at any other place. At the same time, no divine was able to escape their attacks. Therefore, the divine race weren't aware of how powerful these cannons really were. In the eyes of the old man, these cannons wouldn't be able to break the domain's experts. The same was true for the domain weapon experts. They were peak existences in the continent. Normal divines were already arrogant. They were even more so. Because of this carefree approach, they had given Zhao Hai an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Although they saw the ship's cannons being aimed at them, nobody moved. They wanted to show Zhao Hai how dominant they were. At this time, the ship's cannons began to let out red lights. The next thing that happened can be described as a sword puncturing paper. The domains of the experts were broken though immediately and each of them were vaporized. With no owner present, the domain weapons began to fall. But before they reached the ground, they vanished, taken into the space by Zhao Hai. After destroying each domain weapon expert, Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "You plan on relying on those people to take my life?" Continue dreaming. If this was before, the old man might not care. He would just think that Zhao Hai was being arrogant. But this time, The old man couldn't help but be terrified. The old man can see a monster in the shape of Zhao Hai. He didn't think that 20 domain weapon experts would get vaporized just like that. Even if the old man used his own weapon, he wouldn't be able to do the same. This was the first time that the old man had felt his heart shake. Zhao Hai looked at the old man as his voice started to turn cold. You're telling me that we're causing trouble in the Taurus continent? Do you think that you have the right to say this? Who began this war? Who opened a spatial rift and changed the Arc continent's laws? Who sacrificed millions of my people? It's you. You people are killers. Sooner or later, all debts shall be paid in full. Since you forced my hand, then you can only accept your fate. I actually want to thank you for giving me this many domain weapons and the ultimate weapon as well. When the old man heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Although he still had a pale face, he snorted at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't think that you will be able to deal with me after killing those domain weapon experts. I'll make you understand the power of our ultimate weapon." The old person loudly shouted, "Transform!" And with his words, the metallic bull suddenly turned into a yellow light, wrapping the old man's body. After the light vanished, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly at the scene. In front of Zhao Hai was still the old man, but this time, he wasn't riding a metallic bull. Instead, his body had a beautiful golden armor complete with a helm. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but recall something from his memory. A golden saint from Saint Seiya. 1. The armor worn by the old man was very similar to those worn by gold saints, but the armor still looked more gorgeous than the ones he saw back on Earth. The originally tall old man looked even more imposing with the armor on. The old man slowly opened his eyes as he coldly gazed at Zhao Hai. He had no expression in his eyes. He seemed just like a statue. Upon being swept by the old man's stare, Zhao Hai recovered. Before he felt danger, Zhao Hai tapped his head and muttered, "What world is this? Why do things back in my old world keep appearing? Who can tell me what's going on?" The old man didn't care about Zhao Hai's mutterings. He coldly stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Anyone who dares to insult the Taurus divine shall be punished by God. You will die." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and then shook his head. "It's useless. Although you are indeed more dangerous now, I can also feel that the toll on your body is quite high. You simply don't have the requirements to fully utilize this armor. Now that you've forced yourself, let's see how long you can stay in this form." The old man nodded at what Zhao Hai said. "That's true. I can't hold this form for a long time, however, it's already enough to deal with you." Then the old man rushed forward as he yelled, "Battle march!" A weak light came out from under the old man's feet as he soared towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face changed. He can feel that this charge was quite formidable. Therefore, he didn't dare to ignore it as he whispered, "Waves." After that, water started to spray from the ship before it turned into rough waves. They crashed together to block the incoming figure. Boom! The rough waves collided with the incoming charge. The rough waves dispersed the speed of the old man. Before long, the flashing image showed itself. It was a translucent bull charging straight towards the ship. The bull was more than 10 meters high. It had a huge pair of horns that certainly had powerful impact force. However, the property of Zhao Hai's waves was sinister. Waves unceasingly crashed on the bull, reducing its charge by a degree each collision. The bull became slower and slower while also getting smaller as it hit each wave. Finally, it vanished into thin air. When the bull vanished, the waves returned to the Hell King's ship. Although the collision looked simple, its effects had manifested in the surroundings. Everyone was shocked upon seeing the degree of the fight. There were some undead and some divines who were reeled in by the collision, turning all of them into piles of dust and mists of blood. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really do have your means, but your luck has run out." Taurus charge. The old man wound his right arm around before punching forward. Another manifestation of a bull came out and charged towards the Hell King's ship. Although it wasn't as big as the translucent bull, One could see that it was more solid and much quicker. Zhao Hai saw this move and immediately shrank the ship until it was only at the size of rice. At this point, Zhao Hai was standing in midair as he said, "Cleave." The ship immediately rushed forward, reaching its maximum speed in an instant as it met with the approaching bull. The next scene can be described as a bull being stabbed by a sword. The bull immediately vanished, but the ship still kept going forward towards the old man. The old man's face changed, then he quickly shouted, "Turning bull." Then he turned his body. At this time, an image of a lazy bull turning over can be seen. Although it looked very clumsy, it was actually able to affect the impact of the ship. Once the impact had passed, the old man immediately readied his fist as he shouted, "Eat this, rampaging bulls." Then the old man continually threw one punch after another. He was using this opportunity to make a move since the ship still haven't returned to Zhao Hai. The old man threw more than 100 fists in an instant, each fist forming a bull as it charged forwards. Zhao Hai seemed to not care about this as he silently said, "100 cannon salvo." As Zhao Hai said this, the Hell King's ship suddenly appeared beside him. The ship didn't increase its size, but there were small cannons which projected red lights. The old man was quick to discover that although these lights were small, they still held their might regardless. Red and yellow lights continued to clash in the air, causing quite a spectacle to those who were around. Chapter 862, Starting to Rebel. At this moment, the old man made another move. However, this one wasn't based on punches. This time, he had his index finger out on both hands as he shouted, "Double horn strike." Then he pushed his fingers directly in front of him. Along with his movement appeared a pair of bull horns projecting towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Hell King's ship. The ship was like a sword, going straight forward to crash into the old man. It was at this time that Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Collision formation." The old man had just extended his fingers, so he didn't have enough time to change his action as the ship proceeded to ram him. The old man's face changed. At this time, he thought that moving away was impossible. He crossed his two arms in front of him and waited for impact. Unfortunately for him, when Zhao Hai hit his elbow, the old man heard a crack. His elbow along with his armor was cracked. The old man looked like he was hit by a truck as his body went rolling back. Blood also started to spurt out from the old man's mouth. The Hell King's ship was also slowed down by this collision. The old man flew about a kilometer away just by the force of the collision. Then the man didn't come back to clash with Zhao Hai. Instead, his figure moved as he quickly disappeared from the area. This move was completely out of Zhao Hai's expectation. After seeing the figure vanish, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that he didn't have the time to pursue the old man. Also, it was certain that the old man wasn't going at a straight line. Who knows which direction he was currently heading now? Zhao Hai shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. He just waved his hand as he took something from the ground. It was the elbow part of the old man's armor which was just broken off in the earlier collision. Zhao Hai inspected the object. He discovered that the elbow thorn was silver white. It was very beautiful and at the same time, sharp. Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw this elbow thorn into the space. Then he turned his head from the old man to the city. He wanted to see how the attack had gone. The people in the city were also paying attention to the battle. Now that Zhao Hai had defeated the old man, the divines in the city were immediately sent into panic. There were those who tried to resist while some tried to escape. At the same time, Thur and the others had become more confident in their attack. Before long, the city was pacified. According to their previous arrangement, those who were captured were immediately thrown to the space. After Zhao Hai completed all of these, Thunder Clan Washwang's group as well as the Beastman race's Binya's group arrived on the Hell King's ship. They had just witnessed the fight and they knew that the old person just used the Taurus continent's ultimate weapon. Upon seeing Zhao Hai defeat the old man, they couldn't help but get startled. Because of this, when the group arrived on the ship, Their gazes towards Zhao Hai had become different. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled. What's wrong? Everyone shouldn't be surprised. If we really think about it, it would be difficult for me to deal with that weapon. But since the old man didn't have the proper requirements to use the armor, he could only get injured and retreat. Wush Wang and the others weren't fools. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was just being modest. However, none of them said anything. They just went on and reported the casualties of the fight. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Currently speaking, we are making good progress, but since that old man managed to flee, I think troubles will start to come." That armor was the Taurus continent's ultimate weapon. Now that they were aware that the ultimate weapon can't deal with me, they will certainly ask for reinforcements. Elder Wush Wang, Elder Zhang, Speaker Feng, I hope that you can send a message to your clans requesting to allocate more power to keeping watch over the seas. I'm almost certain that the Taurus continent would ask for help from the other divines. The three nodded. They had also thought about this point. The Taurus continent's ultimate weapon was the Taurus divine's last refuge. Now that the weapon had lost, they can only wait for death unless they ask for help. The Taurus divines aren't brain dead. They will certainly do something. Zhao Hai turned to look at Wolf Tribe Binya's group and said, "Please tell your patriarchs to prepare. Your time to move might arrive." Binya and the others stood up and gave a respectful salute. At this point they were afraid of Zhao Hai. They were still clueless about Zhao Hai's other abilities. After following Zhao Hai for several days, they had came to understand the various cards in Zhao Hai's hands. There were the magic cannons, the crystals, the undead, the ship. All of them made Zhao Hai a capable person. But today, Zhao Hai made them understood how terrifying he really was. They also had their own ultimate weapons in their respective clans. They took advantage of these weapons to defend their own continents. However, Zhao Hai seemed to be able to take care of 2 or 3 ultimate weapons at once, judging by how he dealt with the old man. At this point, they wouldn't dare act arrogant in front of Zhao Hai. After seeing that the group had agreed to his arrangements, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then everyone needs to prepare. In the next few days, we will hasten our advance. We need to get enough territory before the reinforcements arrive." The group gave a small bow before they turned around to leave. Whether it be Wush Wang or Binya's group, all of them had already regarded Zhao Hai as the alliance leader. Therefore, they would certainly listen to his words. After arranging these matters, Zhao Hai returned to the space. After seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Laura and the others immediately came to greet him. Then Laura said, "Brother Hai, how is it? Are you alright?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm fine, but the ultimate weapon is actually quite powerful. Although I didn't use the full strength of the ship, being able to block its attack is already very good." Laura nodded and said, "Right. I didn't think that the ultimate weapon would be a full body armor. But Brother Hai, if the other continents collectively use their ultimate weapons against you, how will you deal with it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. There won't be any problems. I can easily deal with all of them. However, at best, I don't want to use the ship's full strength. I had just discovered that the laws of this plane had started to reject me." Laura and the others stared. They looked puzzled at what Zhao Hai said as they asked, "Really? How does it feel?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and answered, "It's like going to a place where everyone is hostile to you and wants you gone. Moreover, everyone is very strong. You won't be able to resist if they throw you out. Because of this, I don't dare use the ship's complete strength." Laura and the others nodded, but they didn't know what to say next. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "It's fine, don't worry about it too much. I won't be leaving this plane soon." Although the plane had started to repel me, it hasn't reached to a point where I get thrown out. To be honest, if not because of Fer and the others as well as the Atlanta continent, I would have opted to leave this plane. With my current strength, nothing in the divine realm is of use to me anymore. I'm also quite curious about why Lu Wei decided to suppress the goblins while the Atlanta plane went completely fine. After all, The next place where we'll be heading towards is the Immortal Cultivator realm. There, we would face Lu Wei with his real strength. Because of this, I want to gain as much advantage as possible, so even if we do ascend we still have some life-saving measures in place." Laura and the others nodded. They didn't know about Lu Wei's true strength, but they knew that he was certainly more powerful than his incarnations. Moreover, Lu Wei was an elder in his sect. It's possible that the sect had plenty of elders like him, and it was also certain that people more powerful than him existed. If this was the case, then they would face an overpowering enemy once they arrive at the Immortal Cultivation realm. Upon facing such an enemy, one should get all the advantages he can to maintain his life. Everything that can save them was good. Because of this, Laura and the others agreed to Zhao Hai's plan. To be honest, Laura and the others didn't care too much for the Thunder Clan, barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus. For them, as long as the Ark continent was safe and the demons who submitted to Zhao Hai was safe, then that's enough. Those three races mentioned before were just Zhao Hai's allies. There was definitely no need to care about them for now. However, Laura and the others were also the same as Zhao Hai. They were quite curious about the Atlanta Plains magic armors as well. Items allowing someone to have god-rank strength was always good. If they can improve these magic armors and find a way to mass-produce them, then their fighting strength would certainly soar. Most importantly, Laura and the other would like to obtain the various ultimate weapons in the divine realm. Compared to the magic armors, these ultimate weapons were more formidable. If they can obtain these weapons, then their strength would naturally increase. When the time comes, they would no longer worry about the problems they were facing. Chapter 863, The Final Battle. The war kept going on, and just like Zhao Hai said, they sped up their attack on the Taurus Divines. At this point, Zhao Hai has no shortage of troops. He had already sent the first batch of Devil Legion soldiers to the Hell background to train. The undead in Zhao Hai's hands had already exceeded 100 million. Zhao Hai's undead numbers has also been increasing every day, and all of these undead were god ranks. Once could say that Zhao Hai's current military strength can hold up against another continent in the divine realm. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had more than 20 domain weapons. Having such a quantity made one formidable in the divine realm. At this time, besides asking for help, the Taurus Divines couldn't do anything else to deal with Zhao Hai. The Taurus Divines truly had their backs against the wall. With the increase of Zhao Hai's undead, his speed in attacking the cities of the continent shot up. Zhao Hai selected his strongest undead and gave them domain weapons, sending each of them to attack the other cities in the vicinity. 5 days after Zhao Hai's fight against the old man, news came from the barbarians. They discovered a team of Taurus Divines heading towards the Capricorn continent. It seems like they were going to ask for reinforcements. This team wasn't big, about 10,000 Divines or so. However, among them was an old man riding a metallic bull as well as 2 domain weapon experts. The rest were elite Taurus Divine cavalry. After seeing this composition, the barbarians didn't dare to block them. When Zhang and the others heard this part, they were relieved. If they decided to block this team, then they would definitely be slaughtered. Once Zhao Hai heard that the old man went out of the continent, he immediately had the barbarians and the other 2 mount a full attack on the Taurus continent. In order to deal with their fear of being defeated by a domain weapon expert, Zhao Hai gave each clan 3 undead domain weapon experts. But what Barbarian Zhang and others didn't know was that these undead had a piece of token on their bodies. These tokens were fragments of the Blood Ghost Staff and can be used to monitor things around them. With the 3 clans joining in addition to the large number of domain weapons, Zhao Hai and the others had gained the winning side in the war. At this time, the Taurus Divines had given up on defending small cities. Instead, their armies were centralized on its big cities. Only commoners were left behind. However, before Zhao Hai and the others came at ease, the Taurus Divines suddenly gave the commoners a decree. As long as a commoner was able to kill Zhao Hai or his undead and escape, then they will be rewarded by the royal family and even have them become a member of the noble class. For ordinary divines, this was an extremely attractive offer. In the divine realm, every commoner's dream was to become a noble. This was because if one was a noble, then it was possible that they would lord over a plane in the near future. But in the past, bestowment of noble titles had been severely restricted. This ended with the nobles in the Taurus continent to be small in size. But now that they suffered losses against Zhao Hai and was inching towards destruction, the Taurus continent issued this decree. This caused the commoners to leave the cities and begin doing guerrilla warfare. This tactic had impacts on Zhao Hai's group, especially to the three clans. They were always worried that they would be attacked by the divine race. Although Zhao Hai was affected as well, its impact wasn't too big. After all, he has the space. Those people who would ambush them would be spotted by the space first. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. However, this matter still angered Zhao Hai. The three clans began to have casualties. This made them hesitate in moving forward, affecting Zhao Hai's plan in a major way. Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Taurus divines before the reinforcements arrive. With this, they would have more of a strategic edge in defending. But the decree made their advance slow down. When the time comes, he would become more passive when the support arrives. Moreover, the situation had aggravated. In the past, as long as Zhao Hai dealt with the garrison troops and the rebelling commoners, the other divines would stop their struggle. It was at this time that they encountered something new. Since there were no defenders in the city, the divines seemed to behave. But when Zhao Hai sent the undead to throw them into the space, he discovered that some undead went missing. Upon counting, Zhao Hai discovered that he had lost more here than in the siege. This made Zhao Hai furious. Once Zhao Hai became angry, the consequences became serious. Zhao Hai, who couldn't bear to kill, suddenly gave an order. If more than 100 undead became missing in the city, then he would completely wipe the city's population. This order was spread out. Before they start their attack, he would tell the divines to refrain from resisting, or else everyone will be killed. In the beginning, the divines didn't believe this order. However, when more than 1,000 undead disappeared from a medium-grade city of over 1 million people, Zhao Hai ordered the extermination of every divine inside. More than 1 million people were killed. No living witness remained. Besides killing everyone, Zhao Hai also used the Hell King's ship to erase the city from the map. And just like that, a medium-grade city that can house more than 1 million people had disappeared. The Taurus continent was very big, and although people were doing guerrilla tactics against Zhao Hai, they would still need supplies to survive. Because of this, they became aware of Zhao Hai's attacks on their cities. When the news of Zhao Hai's elimination of an entire city had spread out, every divine became angry. But at the same time, they were terrified. They knew they had no way to resist. Zhao Hai was too strong. There were some benefits in Zhao Hai's actions. There were small cities in the continent who didn't resist and just had the undead take them to the space. For those who didn't resist, Zhao Hai gave them some rewards. He returned some of their living materials so that they could live a better life inside the space. Although more and more Taurus divines had entered the space, their rebellious attitude had gotten milder and milder. The divines who came in earlier had destroyed a large chunk of land, but they quickly came to know that those things were useful to them. If they don't want to starve, then they would have to behave. Zhao Hai didn't force them to do anything either. As long as they don't cause any trouble, then Zhao Hai wouldn't care much about them. The divines also discovered that although the space couldn't compare to their life in the divine realm, there were still some positives. Back in the Taurus continent, whatever they do would get taxed. Whether they farmed, bred, or hunted, the nobles would still get a share. But inside the space, they didn't need to pay any taxes. In order to further pacify the divines, Zhao Hai treated them like what he did with the goblins. He also erected churches, allowing the divines to trade for goods while inside the space. Zhao Hai's thunderous method pacified the small cities. At the same time, the guerrilla armies had started to discover that no city was able to supply them anymore. Every supply available was gone. If they continued to do their guerrilla warfare, then they would need to forage for food themselves. The Taurus continent was huge and there weren't any shortages on magic beasts. This might be good for the guerrilla armies, but soon they had found out that they lack salt. Salt cannot be produced anywhere in the continent. Guerrilla armies would need the cities to provide them with salt. Now that Zhao Hai took all the small cities into the space, not only salt, but grain and other commodities had vanished from the continent. Lack of salt sodium in their bodies would make people ill. In this case, the guerrilla armies had no other choice but concentrate on the cities that Zhao Hai had yet to take. This caused the supply problem to increase in each city. Soon, the divines would need to fight a decisive battle against Zhao Hai. It was at this time that Zhao Hai discovered that these divines have become weak after being starved of salt. There was no need to fight them. They couldn't even resist being captured. The decree given by the Taurus royal family did create some troubles for Zhao Hai. However, the divines were soon to discover that they had no way to cause any major problem for Zhao Hai. Instead, they only gave Zhao Hai more people to take away. Their plan had completely failed. The Taurus divines had truly reached a dead end. They found that Zhao Hai's speed had gotten much faster. The Taurus divines expected Zhao Hai to take about several months to a year to deal with every city. As long as the Taurus divines hold on for 4 to 5 months, the support from other continents would surely arrive. However, they discovered their mistake. According to Zhao Hai's present speed, it would only take less than 1 month before he arrives at Divine Will City. When that time comes, everything would be over. After looking at Zhao Hai's daily progress, the Taurus royal family decided to make a move. They secretly had some of their juniors pack up and seek asylum from the other continents. Those who remained would hold Zhao Hai back. Zhao Hai was aware about those who escaped, but he didn't stop them. He still kept his speed as he advanced. As the resistance got weaker and weaker, his advance also got faster and faster. A month after Zhao Hai knew that the old man had left the Taurus continent, they had already killed their way towards the Taurus continent's Divine Will City. This was the biggest city in the Taurus continent with a capacity that surpassed 60 million. But at this time, all 60 million people present in the city were all divine race soldiers. All the commoners have been moved to smaller cities. Naturally, those commoners were already inside Zhao Hai's space. At this time, the only remaining city under the control of the Taurus divines was Divine Will City. The city was reinforced. Its magic shield had already been erected. Magic cannons filled the walls, and the soldiers had expressions saying that they were ready to die. Zhao Hai stood on top of the Hell King's ship as he looked at Divine Will City. Standing on his side were the Great Demon King, the Demon Dragon King, the Barbarian Race's Patriarch and Great Elder, the Pegasus Race's Patriarch and Speaker, the Thunder Clan's Patriarch and Great Elder, Wolf Tribe's Binya, Dwarf Race's Rider, and Elven Race's Yetta. 10 days ago, Zhao Hai had already convened with the Barbarians, Thunder Clan, and the Winged Pegasus. They used these 10 days to completely conquer the Taurus continent. The only place left to conquer was Divine Will City. The patriarchs of the 3 clans provided great support to the war. With Zhao Hai's strength, they had already found themselves blindly following his instructions. While looking at Divine Will City, the eyes of these people couldn't help but shine. They had been conquered by the divines, so they didn't expect that they would be able to see this day. Who would have thought that they would surround the Taurus continent's largest city? The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King were also moved. After fighting the divines, they became aware of how strong the divine race really was. If not for Zhao Hai, then the divine race would surely take the demon realm. After conquering the Arc continent. They would reach a situation that was the same as right now. Their capital would get surrounded by soldiers as they made their last stand, but the ones who were moved the most were Binya and the others. The foreign races had battled with the divine race for tens of thousands of years, and all those years they had been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the divine race not being united, and the fact that they managed to get their hands on ultimate weapons, then they would have been reduced to the same state as the goblins. For many years, the divine race had always attacked the continents held by the foreign races. The foreign races were always on the side of defense. They had no ability to retaliate. In the current time, dealing with an entire continent was more difficult than it seemed. Seeing Zhao Hai able to do it this easily really made them feel flustered. They didn't know what to say. Chapter 864, A Bloody Battle. Zhao Hai looked at the battle-ready Divine Will City. To be honest, he had came to admire the Divines. Not giving up until this point wasn't easy, but although Zhao Hai held admiration towards them, they were still his enemy. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Zhao Hai urged the Hell King's ship to slowly head near Divine Will City. After he reached some distance away, he stopped then said, "Divine Will City, I want to talk with your leader." The Taurus divines in the city were preparing for an intense battle. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would actually have words to say. Nobody responded for a while, but after some time, an old-sounding voice was heard. "Taurus Divine Patriarch, Morris, has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Along with his words was a domain weapon slowly rising from the city. It was a sword-shaped domain weapon. Standing on top of it was a magnificently armored man. His hair and beard were both white and his bearing was astonishing. Although his domain weapon couldn't compare to the Hell King's ship, his imposing presence was no less than Zhao Hai. It was quite like Zhao Hai. If there was no war, then this person might not have been quite notable. Zhao Hai looked at Morris before he gave a slight bow and said, "Patriarch Morris, hello. I want to talk about the current situation. With how things are right now, the Taurus divines can do nothing. There's no use for defending your city. I want to ask Patriarch Morris to think about surrendering. I can personally guarantee your safety and I will not treat you as slaves." Morris was looking at Zhao Hai with eyes full of hatred. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, don't think that you've won. The Taurus divines will not fall. One day, you will all die." Zhao Hai looked at the maddened Morris and frowned. It seems like his appeal was a failure. The hatred on Morris's eyes could be clearly seen at this point. It was impossible for there to be a peaceful ending to the Taurus continent's war. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, "Patriarch Morris really made this Zhao Hai speechless. The result of the war has been decided by you. I hope you're ready to shoulder the consequences. Please head back. We will be attacking soon." Morris looked at Zhao Hai for a moment before he snorted and returned to the city. At this time, the Thunder Clan Patriarch standing behind Zhao Hai said, "Mister, you're wasting your time on Morris. That person is a complete lunatic. He will never recognize defeat. His arrogance is basically bordering craziness." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "The war has taken too many lives. I don't want to add more. It's a pity that peaceful means are impossible. We can only fight. Let's go according to our previous tactic. I will break their shield and use the undead as the vanguard." Then the group nodded. Zhao Hai didn't delay. After negotiations have failed, there was nothing else to do but fight. Zhao Hai commanded the ship to rush forward. The divines in the city were prepared for this, but they still underestimated the speed of the ship. It was too fast that it almost instantly appeared outside the city when it was just quite a distance away a moment ago. Before the divines could react, the ship had already rammed itself into Divine Will City's shield. Because of the ship's speed, there was no time to reinforce the shields. After getting rammed, the shield immediately broke. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The cannons of the ship immediately attacked as a large quantities of undead appeared in the city. Although the divines had met this attack many times, they still couldn't grasp a counter to Zhao Hai's attack. However, Divine Will City wasn't this easy to deal with, although its shield has been broken, had received the Hell King's ship's cannon attack, and was overrun by undead. The sheer number of soldiers inside the city was a problem. Tens of millions of soldiers crowded the city for the decisive battle. This allowed them to block Zhao Hai's surprise attack, while the divines were battling it out with the undead. The divines on the walls proceeded to fire their cannons towards the various armies outside the city. Zhao Hai was aware of this situation, but he wasn't worried. The number of undead in his hands right now was more than the soldiers inside Divine Will City. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid. He didn't stop releasing undead as he gained more and more ground inside the city. The battle immediately became heated at the very beginning. Those left in Divine Will City were people very loyal to the Taurus royal family, and with the Patriarch personally taking command, these people were already resolved to die in battle. This caused the casualties from the attacking allied army to also mount up. The first minute of battle already caused deaths on both sides. The divines used their entire flesh and blood in resisting the attackers. Zhao Hai couldn't deny the fact that these divines were truly brave and fearless. However, these people were his enemies. They didn't merit Zhao Hai's mercy. The fight went on. This was the most bloody battle that Zhao Hai had experienced. Everyone involved seemed to go mad. Their eyes were blood red as their bodies were covered with blood. The weapons in their hands swung endlessly. One would either kill the enemy or be hacked to death. There were only a few participants in this battle who managed to keep a calm mind. The undead were already emotionless. The only thing they existed for at this time was to kill. The situation had devolved into a complete brawl. Even Zhao Hai knew that using magic cannons at this time was impossible unless he would risk killing people on his own side. But Zhao Hai didn't worry. Although there were more than 20 domain weapons on the enemy side, he also had the same number in his hands. Domain weapon experts on both sides were evenly matched. Zhao Hai didn't participate in the battle. At the same time, no divine went for him. They knew that it would be impossible to kill Zhao Hai. The divines were also aware that they would lose. They were just making their final struggle. Time passed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 day, 2 days. The war was still going on. 3 days had passed and the battle still going. At Gap this time, the entire Divine Will City was turned into a pool of black, brown, and red liquid. The fighting strength of those present were already affected after 3 days of zero nourishment. However, nobody stopped from waving their swords at their enemies. Finally, when the curtains of the night descended, the last enemy was killed, formally ending the resistance of the Taurus divines. At this time, the combatants immediately fell to the ground. Only the undead were left standing. Zhao Hai was still looking at Divine Will City on top of the Hell King's ship. No divine surrendered in this fight. Nobody escaped. They fought until the last soldier. However, this didn't have an impact on Zhao Hai. War is war. No matter how tragic it was, war would need to go on. Zhao Hai waved his hand to take all the divine corpses inside the city. Then he waved once more as a huge ball of water appeared on top of the city. This ball drizzled water on the city, washing away all the filth. Divine Will City had been completely destroyed. Hardly any building was left untouched. There were weapons strewn everywhere along with some cut limbs. Soldiers lying down felt the rain falling. The rain was warm, reminding them of a hot bath. The rain was very comfortable. As they were lying there, they felt their strength slowly returning. Their sore limbs started to recover as well. They couldn't help but open their eyes and look at the huge ball of water up in the sky. The ball was not far from the Hell King's ship. At this moment, the sun was proceeding to go down in the west, dyeing the ball in golden yellow hue. The originally golden Hell King's ship had its color further enhanced, looking incomparably holy in their eyes. The scene made the exhausted soldiers lie down for much longer. They don't want to move as they just looked at the Hell King's ship. A bit of reverence appeared in their eyes. Zhao Hai looked into the state of Divine Will City. The ball of water was taken out of the hot spring. The water was initially hot, but as it drizzled into the city it began to cool down. After the droplets reached the ground, it had already reached a temperature that was comfortable for those lying down. The bloodstains of the city began to be washed away. Although the city was critically destroyed, its sewage system was kept intact. Because of this, the water began to flow out of the city, cleaning it bit by bit. The water not only bathed the soldiers, it healed their wounds as well. There were various soldiers in Divine Will City who noticed their wounds closing up. After seeing that there were no bloodstains left in the city, Zhao Hai stopped the rain. At this time, several shadows began to fly towards the Hell King's ship. There was no need for Zhao Hai to look to see that it was the Great Demon King and the others. The fight involved more than 200 million people. The Taurus Divines had more than 60 million troops while the Alliance Army had more than 140 million troops altogether. The Taurus Divines were completely wiped out. Nobody surrendered. On Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai lost more than 20 million undead. The Thunder Clan lost 5 million, the Pegasus Clan lost 7 million and the Barbarians lost about 14 million. Since only the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King participated, the demons lost nobody. As for the team of foreign god ranks, the originally 1,000 people were reduced to less than 100. It said Patriarch, not King, but let's just assume that. Chapter 865, Not Short on Money. This was a big victory. They had finally destroyed the Taurus Divines. The three clans had already gained their freedom. From this point on, nobody would ride on their heads and command them. However, this was also a hard victory. The losses on the three clans wasn't small. Because of this, even if they had won, the faces of the Thunder Clan and the others weren't smiling. At the same time, they also knew that a more brutal fight was waiting for them later on. The group stood quietly as Zhao Hai gazed at the setting sun on the horizon. He was appreciating the sunset. Nobody talked for some time. Moments later, Zhao Hai said, "I didn't think the fight would be this bloody. The losses on your clans have been quite serious. You need to take a rest and regain your strength. However, I don't expect the Divines to give us some time. I believe that soon the armies from the other continents would arrive." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present became heavier. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. It had already been a month after the Taurus Divines had sent for reinforcement. Although they were yet to arrive, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time. The Taurus Divines just underestimated Zhao Hai's speed, thus explaining why they had yet to return. However, once they do come back, there would be an army behind them. At that time, the situation would be more severe. The Thunder Clan Patriarch sighed and said, "I still underestimated the strength of the Divines. I thought that their blunder in the Ark continent would affect their strength. The war was too bloody. Our victory is too tragic." The others nodded. Although the Thunder Clan had the least losses in the battle, their population wasn't a lot to begin with. Once one looked at the impact of the casualties, the Thunder Clan had suffered the most. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Does anybody have a plan? The Taurus Divines are now gone, but the other Divines will surely come. I can handle ultimate weapons, but I'm not sure about the rest of you. Our future casualties might be bigger than it is now." The patriarchs held heavy expressions. They did defeat the Taurus Divines, but this only gave them even more powerful enemies. If they don't handle this well, then they would be in danger of being destroyed. It was at this time that Wolf Tribe Binya suddenly said, "Mister, I have an idea, but I don't know if it would work." Zhao Hai turned to Binya and said, "Oh, then please tell us." Binya looked at the group. Everyone's focus was already on him. Then he said, "Mister, there are other clans who had been enslaved by the divine race. We have connections to those people and we're quite certain that they're also not satisfied with being ruled by the divine race. We can spread our victory in the Taurus continent and maybe it would incite other people to rebel. This way, the pressure that we will face would be smaller." Zhao Hai stared for a moment before thinking into it. Then he said, "That is a very good idea. But how about the other clans conquered by the foreign races? If we use our victory as a tool, then they might also rebel. Binya forced a smile and said, Mr. doesn't know this, but the foreign races don't conquer planes. First, one would need a method to break the plane's barrier. However, this method was bestowed by the divine race's deity. It is a closely kept secret by the divine race. Because of this, there is no way for the foreign races to conquer another race. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Binya and said, That's good. Then please report our current situation to your family and see if they can contact those races. Things have already happened, so there's no need for us to hide. Talk to those races and see if they would want to rise up against the divines. Then we'll cooperate. Binya nodded. It's good as long as Zhao Hai agrees. In fact, the foreign races had been thinking of ways to deal with the divines. The divine race's conquests on every smaller plane can indeed increase their strength. However, this also came with hidden dangers. After the divines conquer a race, then they would force those people to change their faith. This might not be a big deal back on Earth, but for the people here, their faith was more important than their lives. The divines changing their faith would naturally plant a seed of hatred deep inside those people's hearts. The foreign god ranks had no such fears since they haven't conquered other races. However, this caused them to be at a disadvantage because the divines could force those who they conquered to fight for them, while the foreign god ranks can only fend for themselves. In order to change this situation, the foreign god ranks had found a solution. They secretly sent letters to those who were enslaved by the divine race to see how satisfied they were with the divine race. If these people hated the divines, then the foreign god ranks wouldn't attack them once the war starts. Naturally, those races chose to agree. The foreign god ranks have been in contact with those races for some time. This explained why Binya suggested this action. After seeing Zhao Hai's combat prowess and knowing that he was an enemy to the divines, then there was no reason for him to hide this matter. Zhao Hai looked at the Thunder Clan Patriarch and the others and said, The Taurus divines has been destroyed. Now, the entire Taurus continent belongs to us. The other Taurus divines have also been taken away by me. However, I don't want too many troops stationed in the continent. I'll be using the tactic I've used in the Buddha Empire to deal with the incoming divines. Fir and the others had experienced this firsthand, so they knew what Zhao Hai meant. To be honest, they were still left with no solution with this tactic, causing them to suffer some losses. The Thunder Clan Patriarch and the others also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Fir and the others had already reported what happened back in the Ark continent. However, since they hadn't seen it in action, they still held some doubts. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, You guys need a proper rest. How about this? You should withdraw your army and return to your own planes. Leave the divines to me. Mr. Binya, when you send word to your people, tell them that there are still reinforcements coming to attack us. However, tell them to refrain from acting early. The other divines are still cautious of us. We'll weaken them first before you make your move. It won't be too late at that time. Binya couldn't help but stare. He didn't know where Zhao Hai's self-confidence came from. However, he believed that Zhao Hai must have some basis for this. Therefore, he didn't argue and just nodded and said, All right, this won't be a problem. But sir, do we continue with our plan to contact the other races conquered by the divine race? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Naturally. Moreover, we need to do it as soon as possible. Tell them that if the divines tell them to send some troops, then those troops shouldn't try too hard in battles. If they do, then this Zhao Hai would have to be impolite. Binya nodded. If this was before, then he might not have believed Zhao Hai's words. But after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, Binya knew that Zhao Hai wasn't joking. Then Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I can definitely provide you with what you need. The reason Zhao Hai had such huge confidence was because he wasn't lacking in money at this time. The gold in the demon realm were very easy to mine. Currently, the amount of gold in Zhao Hai's hands had exceeded his previous amount. Additionally, the 20 ordinary and 10 magic backgrounds have already been bought. With the addition of the other backgrounds, There was no shortage in supplies. No matter what the Thunder Clan and the others needed, the processing machine can just make them. This caused Zhao Hai to dare say such things. The Thunder Clan patriarch and the others expressed their gratitude to Zhao Hai before taking their leave. The war left their clans with too many things to process. It was impossible for them to be with Zhao Hai for long. On the other hand, Binya and the others stayed. Naturally, Binya would have other subordinates process their action while he and the others stay and observe Zhao Hai. This was also for their people. They need to know how strong Zhao Hai was. Therefore, they would have to stay. After seeing the group leave, Zhao Hai turned to the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty, Demon Dragon, you've been outside for some time. Your people need to see you. I won't be keeping you here for long." The Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King observed Zhao Hai's expression and knew that Zhao Hai had something to tell them and he didn't want Binya and the others to know. Because of this, the two didn't say anything and just nodded, allowing Zhao Hai to send them back to the space. This wasn't the first time that Binya and the others had seen the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King entering the space. However, they didn't know that instead of the demon realm, the two were sent to the demon space. They were thinking that since Zhao Hai had a powerful space divergent ability, he could send the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King back to the demon realm at any time. To be honest, Zhao Hai was thinking of seizing this opportunity to make an offer to the Thunder Clan and the others. He would tell them about the space and offer them their own background. But after Binya told them about the other races, Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible. Everyone hated leaving their homeland, and now that there was hope of surviving, it was impossible for the Thunder Clan and the others to enter the space. Therefore, Zhao Hai stopped himself from making a move. Chapter 866, Devil Legion's Mount. After the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King had left, Zhao Hai turned to Binya and the others and said, "Everyone, I'll be taking my rest as well. I hope you can fulfill the thing I've asked you." Binya and the others bowed and said, "Mr. Can rest assured, we won't disappoint you." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and entered the cabin. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Binya and the others also entered their cabins. Their rooms weren't as good as Zhao Hai's, but it was still very nice. Binya entered his room. However, he didn't immediately close it. Instead, he invited Ryder and Yita over for some talks. The demons were very satisfied with their current state. The royal palace had been completed as their first building. At this time, Devil Legion soldiers were standing outside the castle. However, there were large quantities of demons coming and looking at them. The Devil Legion soldiers still had their indifferent posture. However, the death chi that was emitting out from them had vanished. Although people could still feel it, they weren't as scared as before. This made the demons puzzled. The Devil Legion used to be the most powerful unit of the demon race. They were essentially symbols of invincibility. What happened? Had the Devil Legion been weakened? This confused a lot of demons. The Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were also quite surprised after seeing these 100,000 Devil Legion soldiers. They might look like ordinary demons now, but the two of them understood that these Devil Legion soldiers had become more formidable than before. In the past, having the Devil Legion felt like holding a double-edged sword. Anyone who saw them would immediately know that they were dangerous. Now, although they weren't as terrifying as before, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King knew that these Devil Legion soldiers were at their most fearsome state. They had become sheathed blades. Everyone knew that a concealed weapon was more dangerous than an unsheathed sword. Hidden dangers were more scary in the battlefield. At this moment, Zhao Hai entered the space. After seeing Zhao Hai arrive, the Great Demon King and Demon Dragon King immediately went to meet him. After the three exchanged greetings, Zhao Hai looked at the Devil Legion soldiers and nodded. Good, good. They look much better now, right? It seems like it's time to give them a mount. The Devil Legion was still primarily an infantry unit. In the past, because of necessity, they were given mounts by Zhao Hai. However, those mounts weren't a match for them. But this time was different. Now, Zhao Hai managed to deal with the Taurus continent while the space had been upgraded by a few levels. At the same time, God-ranked magic beasts were beginning to be produced. A lot of these magic beasts can be used as mounts. The ones Zhao Hai prepared for the Devil Legion was actually being bred in the hell background. Magic beasts that grew on other places might be strong, however, they were extremely wild and was hard to control. Giving such magic beasts to the Devil Legion would surely hinder their performance. Therefore, Zhao Hai specifically bred a lot of magic beasts in the hell background for the Devil Legion to use. These magic beasts lived inside the hell background while the Devil Legion trained there. The purpose of this wasn't only to train the Devil Legion, it was also to train the magic beasts. Once Zhao Hai equipped the Devil Legion with those magic beasts, their overall might would become stronger. As for their wild nature, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid at all. The magic beasts weren't as intelligent as the Devil Legion. Zhao Hai can even order the magic beasts to kill themselves, much less having them be mounts for the demons. The Great Demon King wasn't aware of any of these. He looked at Zhao Hai blankly before he said, "Can Mr. find a suitable magic beast for them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem." Then he released 100,000 magic beasts. These magic beasts were black and were in the shape of horses. These horses had horns on their heads, but they had no hair. Instead, they had thick leather armors. Their 4 hooves were on fire. The same was true for their tails. The tails looked like flaming whips as the horses moved. These magic beasts were something that was produced by the space. They're called nightmares. One shouldn't underestimate them for being horses. They're very ferocious beasts. Moreover, they eat meat and were essentially fire-type demons. With their god-rank strength, they were very frightening to behold. Nightmares were also present in the demon realm. However, they weren't so strong. At most they would reach 9th rank. These nightmares had hairs on their bodies and didn't look like fire element beasts. At most, they had red hair, red tails and red hooves. Nightmares like what Zhao Hai released were unseen before. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the Devil Legion and said, "Take them, they'll be your mounts." The Devil Legion soldiers nodded before they went and took a nightmare for themselves. However, matching weapons for the Devil Legion had yet to be found. At this time, they were currently equipped with full body armor, a spear, a sword, and some javelins. These things were still quite good for the Devil Legion. However, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied. It's a pity that he can't make other weapons right now. They would need to wait for an opportunity later on. After the Devil Legion took their nightmares, Zhao Hai turned to the Great Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, you can arrange another batch of people to enter the hell space. As for the defenses in the spatial rift, let my undead take care of it. Have the rest of the Devil Legion take a rest inside the space." The Great Demon King nodded as he left to take care of it. Demon Dragon remained by Zhao Hai as he said, "Mister, did the matter with Binya and the others go bad, or should we just leave them alone?" Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled, "Don't worry much about it. Besides, we still have another battle to fight." In the past month, the underworld's dark mist had already drifted towards the Wuxia Empire. Moreover, in 1 month, the people from the Atlanta Plain will bring their magic armors to the Ark continent. I want to see their expressions once they see the state of the Ark continent. When he heard this, the Demon Dragon King couldn't help but smile. The people from the Atlanta Plain wanted to attack the Ark continent for resources and manpower. However, the Ark continent has been completely turned to ruins. The various minerals of the continent had already been taken by Zhao Hai. Resources that remained were practically useless. At the same time, the population of the Ark continent was gone. The people from the Atlanta Plain would surely lose greatly in this expedition. Zhao Hai turned his head to Demon Dragon and said, "I don't want to use the Devil Legion at the moment. Once we go to the Immortal Cultivation Realm, that is where they will show their talent. My undead are simply more troublesome to upgrade. But first, we need to have the Devil Legion ascend to God rank. This way, we would have some sort of foundation when we ascend." The Demon Dragon King nodded. Mr. can rest assured, the demons will not forget the humiliation brought to us by Lu Wei, nor will we forget Mr's great gift to us. I will also let Mr. know that there are a lot of demons who have your statue inside their homes." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think something like this would happen. He looked puzzled at Demon Dragon as he asked, "When did this happen? Why haven't I heard of this? Did you force them?" Demon Dragon smiled faintly and said, "We didn't force them, they did it themselves to think, Mister. There's no need for you to worry about it, and we also can't force them to change their faith." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "It's good as long they aren't forced. If they treat me as a god, then that's fine. Let's just have this matter develop on its own." Faith power would be useful for Zhao Hai, but he didn't know how much, nor was he able to feel it. Because of this, he wasn't worried about it at this time. He didn't have any intentions to force those who came to his space. They were free to worship who they want. Demon Dragon looked at Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but admire the young man. The demons were aware of faith power. They were even planning to use it as a bargaining chip to allow them into the space. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai wouldn't open this topic. He just did what he said and invited all of them into the space. He didn't intervene with the demons either. This made the Demon Dragon King admire him. Chapter 867, Biggest Worry. After he came back out, Zhao Hai looked at the situation around the Thunder Clan and the others. Fortunately, nothing worth noting happened. Everything was normal. The fight this time was very hard. Although they managed to conquer Divine Will City, their ratio of casualties had reached about 1-to-1. It can be said that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's undead, the losses would have been much greater. Although the three clans were prepared to have losses, the scale of their casualties was not what they expected. This wasn't to say that Zhao Hai didn't give an effort. In fact, if Zhao Hai wasn't there, the battle would have dragged on for longer, causing more losses. It was because they had underestimated the might of the divines who were fighting to the death. Now, the three clans had their vitality injured. It would take some time before they recuperate their losses. It's not just weeks or months. It might take years of perhaps decades. What they lost this time was their elites. Elites of any race weren't easily trained. Every soldier would need a long time and arduous training before becoming an elite. At the same time, the resources needed to nurture an elite was a lot. Armors, mounts, food, uniforms, everything required a lot of resources. Behind every proud achievement of an elite unit was a mountain of resources invested. The three clans have been suppressed by the divines for many years. Every year, they would pay the divines a ton of tax. This caused their reserves to be small. Although the divines were defeated, it was almost impossible for the three clans to train an elite unit in a short time. Their foundation had been stretched thin. Zhao Hai observed the three clans. They had returned to their own plains to relay the news to their people. Then they proceeded to construct defensive lines on their spatial cracks. This would allow them to defend their plain against attacks while only using a small amount of manpower. Zhao Hai didn't care about the three clans' actions. Instead, he was actually happy. In the past, when the three clans were moving together with him, he felt like his feet were being dragged. His special tactics simply couldn't be used. Now that they left, Zhao Hai was able to breathe. He was like someone who had let go of a heavy load. Although Zhao Hai still had Binya and the others inside the ship, their small number would have no influence on Zhao Hai's actions. The Taurus continent was much bigger than the Arc continent. In the past, Zhao Hai only had the Buddha Empire to deal with the demons and the divine race. And now that he had the large Taurus continent for himself, what else could he be afraid of? He can use the full might of the space to make the divine race suffer here. If Zhao Hai was confident in himself, then he was more confident in the space. The incoming reinforcements might come from one continent, or several, but one thing was for sure. There will certainly be ultimate weapons coming over. Although ultimate weapons were strong, the divines couldn't use it lightly. It was just the same as the old man. He can use it but not for very long, otherwise his body will start breaking down. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't weak. Currently, he has 40 domain weapons. the space's transportation ability, and various other weapons. As long as he utilized them properly, the divines would surely suffer. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about the divine realm. However, it's a pity that the space's map only showed the Taurus continent. At this point, he had no way of monitoring the divine race. Besides this, Zhao Hai was also thinking about the underworld and the Atlanta plain. The underworld's advancement was still going on while the Atlanta plain was about to finish its preparations. As long as the people from the Atlanta plain comes to the Ark continent, another factor would be added to the current situation. He wasn't worried about any of these since he had the ample strength. Even if he dealt with multiple battles, he could still manage. The matter that Zhao Hai was most worried about was the laws rejecting him. Zhao Hai can clearly feel that the repelling force on him was getting stronger. His time left was not much. He had never felt such a strong repelling force before. Even before the divines had changed the laws of the Ark continent, he hadn't felt such a repelling force even if he was god rank. However, he felt it here. Although this made Zhao Hai puzzled, he can confirm that he may ascend soon. If he can't solve everything when the time comes, then the Thunder Clan and the others would surely suffer under the divine race. But as for the matter of how to solve everything, Zhao Hai was still clueless. Both Atlanta Plain and the underworld couldn't be easily dealt with. Even the divines were hard to take care of. If the other divines acted like the Taurus divines, then the war would take a very long time. At that point, Zhao Hai was not sure if he would still be in this plane. Zhao Hai also tried to see if the repulsion would disappear once the Hell King's ship was stored in the space, but the result left Zhao Hai disappointed. The repelling force was still there. Zhao Hai understood that this was because his strength had reached the threshold for ascension and not because of the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai had found a temporary solution. When he hid inside the space, the repelling force would get reduced. This was good news since it would extend his time. But in this case, his cultivation speed would be increased because of the benefits of the space. Inside the space, the Tao Lotus would have more energy to absorb. Zhao Hai was sure that if he stays in the space for too long, then he would definitely ascend once he went out. The space can't do everything. Therefore Zhao Hai cannot stay here forever. It can be said that Zhao Hai was currently in a dilemma. In order to reduce his cultivation speed, Zhao Hai had to reduce his time inside the space. Since this was the case, Zhao Hai decided to deal with the minerals present in the divine realm. In the meantime, he immediately sent large numbers of undead and iron armor beasts to mine the minerals in the Taurus continent and had them sent to the space. Binya and the others were confused regarding Zhao Hai's actions. However, they didn't ask about it. In the eyes of Binya and the others, Zhao Hai had already seized the Taurus continent, so why would he frantically mine all the minerals here? As long as he manages to repel the divine race, he can mine it whenever he wants. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't care to explain it to them. Every day, the undead scoured the continent for resources to mine. As long as something was present there, the undead proceeded to collect it. There were plenty of high-level Taurus divine undead inside the space, and these people were quite familiar with the continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about finding places to mine. While he was mining, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation in the divine realm. Time passed quickly and before long a month had passed. Now, the three clans had completed their defensive lines, and soon, the people of the Atlanta Plain would invade the Ark continent. Information had also been sent by the foreign races. The allied armies of the Capricorn continent, Scorpio continent, Cancer continent, Gemini continent, and Leo continent had left their continents and had proceeded to head towards the Taurus continent. When he heard this information, Zhao Hai didn't worry. He was actually waiting for these people to arrive. To be honest, their departure was slower than Zhao Hai wanted it to be. Zhao Hai was now facing a two-way war. Once the Atlanta Plain invades the Ark continent, it would be impossible for them to miss the spatial crack. After all, it was quite obvious. As long as the Atlanta Plains people noticed the spatial crack, They will certainly send people to investigate. When the times comes, Zhao Hai might face a battle on two sides. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to see this situation, he had no choice but to accept it. With the arrival of both the divines and the Atlanta Plain, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to only fight one battle. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had expected this kind of situation, so he wasn't worried about it. The arrival of both parties wasn't a bad thing for him. At most, it would just be mildly troublesome. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to divert the Atlanta Plains people to battle with the underworld, but with speed of the underworld's advance, it would take quite a long time before they become a problem for the Atlanta Plain. The Atlanta Plain would enter the southern part of the continent. It is for certain that they would meet Zhao Hai and the others first. Zhao Hai thought and decided to leave the spatial crack's defensive line open, allowing the people of the Atlanta Plain entry to the Divine Realm. He wanted to see how the Atlanta Plain and the Divine Race interact. He wanted to see which of them are more formidable. Chapter 868, Gold Ben's Plot. Gold Ben was sat on his bull. His face looked calm, but his feelings deep inside was different. He had lost contact with his people 1 month ago. One can imagine that the situation back home wasn't doing very well. Upon thinking about this, his chest couldn't help but tighten up as he lowered his head and coughed a couple of times. In the previous battle against Zhao Hai, Gold Ben had been injured, forcing him to run away. This caused his body to not be as strong as before, and as he went about to convince the other continents to send reinforcements, his condition worsened. At this time, his vitality was damaged. His face wasn't as rosy as before. According to the estimate made by the Taurus Patriarch, with Zhao Hai's strength, it would take about 3 to 6 months before the Taurus continent gets captured. However, Gold Ben didn't expect to lose contact with the Taurus continent not long after he left. This made him restless. Although he managed to invite 5 continents, the ultimate weapons only numbered 2. With him, there were 3 ultimate weapons. To be honest, even he wasn't convinced that these 3 ultimate weapons could defeat Zhao Hai. The reason why he decided to head back even if he was uncertain was because, 1. He was worried about the state of the Taurus continent. 2. He knew that it was close to impossible for the others to send him their ultimate weapons. The 2 ultimate weapons already costed him a lot. Third reason was because he chose to invite these people even if there was no sure way to defeat Zhao Hai. Even if they were defeated by Zhao Hai, this meant that Zhao Hai had just sown a seed of discord between him and the other continents. This would cause the other continents to formally declare war on Zhao Hai. With these reasons, Gold Ben decided to specifically invite Capricorn, Scorpio, and Cancer continents. Among other divines, these people were the most probable to bear a grudge. As long as they fight with Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to stop. Moreover, these people were quite infamous in the Divine Realm. They were extremely militant, which caused them to become hot-headed and ruthless. They bore grudges and would seek revenge over the slightest problem. Most importantly, these people were greedy, even for a divine. In fact, Gold Ben extremely disliked them, but because of their character, Gold Ben was able to ask them for help. Gold Ben was good in using their greed and arrogance to draw them into this war. After thinking about this, Gold Ben couldn't help but look behind and gaze at the reinforcing army. Altogether, the 5 continents sent 100 million elite troops. There were also another 100 million troops from other races that were recruited. This resulted in an army numbering about 200 million troops. Additionally, they also had about 200 domain weapons as well as 2 ultimate weapons. It can be said that the 5 continents attached great vigilance towards Zhao Hai. However, this didn't mean that Gold Ben had his confidence in this army. He had seen Zhao Hai's methods. He knew that if Zhao Hai wanted to attack a divine race city, then nobody would be able to stop him. The military strength of the Taurus continent wasn't something to scoff at. But when these troops met Zhao Hai, they were all defeated. Although the Taurus already lost some troops and had the 3 clans rebel, for Gold Ben, This wasn't the main reason. The main reason for this was because Zhao Hai was just too strong. Although he managed to invite a 200 million strong army, he actually didn't have the authority to command it. He had no way of directing their actions. These people still didn't trust each other, so how could they show their full might? This caused Gold Ben's confidence to go down. However, he didn't have any other choice but to believe in these people. He just hoped that the Taurus divines were still in control. Otherwise, things would be even more troublesome. The Taurus continent began to show in the horizon. Upon seeing this, Gold Ben couldn't help but get moved. But this agitation caused him to heavily cough once again. The divines on his side couldn't help but feel anxious. As they slowly got closer and closer to the Taurus continent, the more the divines got anxious. All of them were paying close attention to their surroundings, afraid that they might run into Zhao Hai's army. Gold Ben didn't hide any information about Zhao Hai to the 5 armies. He told them that Zhao Hai was very strong. After all, Zhao Hai was able to defeat him. Because of this, the 5 armies maintained their vigilance as they went on. Before long, they arrived at the Taurus continent's coastline. Contrary to their expectation, they actually didn't receive an attack. Their advance went smoothly. However, the divines were soon able to discover an issue. They were already in the continent, but they were yet to see any divine race person. This caused their mood to sink. Those who've been in the battlefield for a long time can understand what was going on. Before, they were looking down on the Taurus divines for offering a huge price so that they could help. They thought that the Taurus divines were too cowardly. But after seeing the state of the continent, they came to know that things weren't as simple as they thought it would be. The Taurus continent was populous, and the place where Gold Ben decided to arrive at was in the rear of the Taurus divines. If Zhao Hai hadn't captured the Taurus continent, then this place should be teeming with people. But now, they hadn't seen even a single divine. This caused their heartbeats to rise. Gold Ben's face was quite ugly. He also had an idea as to what this meant. Perhaps this meant that what he dreaded had already come true. However, he still wanted to try his luck, hoping that he was just mistaken. In order to find answers as soon as possible, Gold Ben quickened his advance. He knew that a Taurus divine city wasn't too far away. If there's no problem, then there should still be people in that city. Those behind also followed suit and sped up. The desolate landscape had given them tremendous pressure. They also wanted answers as soon as possible. Before long, the city in Gold Ben's memory appeared in sight. But even before they arrived, Gold Ben's expression got worse and worse. This was because he couldn't see the magical shield surrounding the city nor any smoke coming out of the chimneys. When Gold Ben and his entourage flew over the city, he couldn't bear but despair. No, this is impossible. Then blood spurted out from his mouth as he directly fainted midair. The other divines beside him immediately went and fetched his falling body. After that, they slowly descended into the city. Their eyes were full of tears, some were choked in sobs. The city looked normal, the destruction inside wasn't anything serious. However, it was completely deserted. The only thing they could see were bloodstains on the ground. These bloodstains had gone dark. It seems like it had been like this for some time. All of these implicated that there was a fight, and since there were no divine in sight, it meant that the Taurus divines had been defeated. These remaining Taurus divines knew that this was their rear. If Zhao Hai managed to attack this city, then the other places had certainly fallen. Perhaps the Taurus continent had already fallen into Zhao Hai's hand. The people from the other continents, after seeing the Taurus divines, immediately understood what happened. They quickly issued an order to stop their army's advance and then sent people to clean the houses. Upon clearing everything, they proceeded to occupy the deserted city. Naturally, Gold Ben and his people also lived inside the city. He was currently being treated by the others. After being nourished with healing magic for a long time, Gold Ben slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, Gold Ben saw the people around him. Gold Ben's heart couldn't help but pain. However, he steeled his heart as he slowly sat up. The divines close to him were still in tears. He looked at them and said, Don't cry. It has already happened. What is most important right now is to take revenge. Where are the others? A Taurus divine answered. Supreme Elder. They stopped their advance and had occupied the city lord's mansion. Goldben nodded as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes once more. A new fire was lit inside his pupils. Then his body moved as he proceeded to stand up. The divines around him were immediately startled. A person quickly said, "Elder, take a proper rest. We need your healthy body for our revenge. If you fall, then the Taurus divines will have surely ended." Goldben looked at the man and the others before saying, "We don't have time to rest. Besides, I won't die so soon. Stay here as I discuss matters with the others." After that, Goldben went out. Upon exiting the place, he found out that he was actually in a house right behind the mansion. He immediately found the direction and proceeded to head towards the Great Hall. The people from the other continents were currently discussing the situation. A lot of the benefits that Goldben had promised was made in the assumption that the Taurus divines were still standing. But now, it seems like the Taurus divines were exterminated. Naturally, the advantages the Goldben promised had become impossible to attain. In this case, they were contemplating if they would want to offend a formidable enemy. But after discussing for a long time, a decision had yet to be made. The hall had turned strangely quiet. Everyone was calculating the pros and cons. They wanted to weigh if fighting this powerful enemy would be good or bad for them. If it was good, then they would think about the benefits. As for the bad, they were thinking about the price that they would pay. After thinking for some time, a male Capricorn divine said, "I think we shouldn't participate in this war. The enemy that the Taurus divines offended is too powerful. It would not be a good idea to offend him. And even if we beat him, our losses would surely be big. Moreover, there isn't much benefit left for us." Chapter 869. Divine Race's Huge Problem. "You short-sighted fool." A roar came from the hall's door. The people in the room stared. The Capricorn divine that just spoke wasn't any ordinary person. He was the Capricorn continent's supreme elder, an ultimate weapon expert. It can be said that among those present, he held one of the highest status. Nobody dared to be impolite towards him. But after they saw who came through the door, they shut up. It was Goldben. Goldben was also an ultimate weapon expert, him being the supreme elder of the Taurus continent. He and the Capricorn supreme elder held equal status. Naturally, there was no problem if he said those words. However, the Capricorn supreme elder didn't take it lightly. He looked straight at Goldben and said, "Who do you think you are, you stray dog? Why did you come here?" Goldben looked at the Capricorn supreme elder and snorted, "Moroga, I'm scolding you for being a short-sighted idiot. You decide to retreat after seeing the Taurus divines being defeated? Where did your courage go? Are you still from the divine race? Have you ever thought about it? Since Zhao Hai managed to conquer the Taurus continent, what stops him from going over to your Capricorn continent? Do you believe that you can deal with him alone? Even if you can defeat him, how much losses will your continent suffer? Think about this first." Moroga wanted to argue, but when he listened to Goldben, he said nothing. What Goldben said was true. Since Zhao Hai can destroy the Taurus divines, why couldn't he destroy the Capricorn divines? If Zhao Hai decided to go to the Capricorn continent, then their days would surely be the worst. After seeing that Moroga kept silent, Goldben said, "Zhao Hai isn't someone that a single continent can handle. Moreover, he is a formidable dark mage, capable of turning everyone into undead. Most importantly, his undead will keep the strength that they had when they were alive. The more divines he kills, the more god-rank undead he would acquire. At this point, I'm afraid he already had about 100 million god-rank undead. Even if it hadn't reached 100 million, he should have at least 80 or 90 million. Think about it, 80 million god-rank undead killing their way to your continent. What kind of situation would you be in?" A man next to Moroga suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were very strange. It was entirely red. Although he only wore ordinary cotton garments, His aura was actually stronger than Gold Ben. This person was the Cancer Continent's Supreme Elder, Jiu. Jiu, with his red eyes, scanned the people in the room before saying, "We need to eliminate Zhao Hai." Just like Gold Ben said, if he gets more and more powerful, the divines will not have any good days ahead. Moreover, since he just had eliminated the Taurus divines, fighting here won't affect ordinary people. If we wait, then the battle would be on our own homes. Uninvolved people would die. Jiu's status in the hearts of the people was higher compared to Moroga and Gold Ben. This was because he had been a famous expert for many years. In the divine race, the amount of people he killed had made him well known. After listening to Jiu, the group couldn't help but face the matter at hand. Gold Ben also added, "Elder Jiu is correct. Now that the Taurus divines had been eliminated, we don't need to worry about commoners being hurt. If one day Zhao Hai comes to your doorstep, then even if you defeat him, the battle would definitely hurt your people." I believe nobody wants to see this situation. And don't say that there aren't benefits in defeating Zhao Hai. Don't forget, now that the Taurus divines have been ended, the Taurus continent is completely empty. Not only the Taurus continent, there is also the R3 vassal plains. Although they had rebelled, as long as we defeat Zhao Hai, subduing them would be an easy matter. Additionally, there is a spatial rift in the Taurus continent that is connected to the Arc continent, and inside the Arc continent is a spatial rift to the demon realm. As long as we defeat Zhao Hai, not only would you gain the Taurus continent, you also obtain the Thunder Plane, Barbarian Plane, Wing Pegasus Plane, and Demon Realm. Isn't his price enough? Think about what you will gain. Gold Ben thought that since the Taurus divines had been eliminated, he might as well use these things to bait these people. This way, they would be more convinced to dealing with Zhao Hai and avenging the Taurus divines. Sure enough, when they heard Gold Ben, the people inside the hall couldn't help but turn greedy. Moroga looked at Gold Ben and said, "Gold Ben, are you telling the truth? Is there really a spatial rift to the demon realm in the Arc continent? Don't you dare lie to us." Gold Ben coldly snorted and said, "Why would I use this to deceive you? It's known that Zhao Hai and the demons had allied to deal with us. You can even see demons in Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, the demons being the first to arrive in the Arc continent is something that every Taurus divine knows." Moroga didn't talk for a while. Then he said, "Is Zhao Hai really that strong?" Gold Ben snorted and said, "If he wasn't, then the Taurus divines shouldn't have lost." "The Taurus divines didn't even last for 2 months. When I went to deal with him, I took 20 domain weapon experts with me. But when I faced him, he completely destroyed everyone except me. Now you tell me if he is strong or not." Moroga's face turned ugly. At this time, it was Jiu who talked. "Why did you only tell us this right now?" Gold Ben sneered and said, "If I said it before, will you come?" "Let me tell you the truth. We had already summoned the deity twice. We asked him for help in destroying Zhao Hai. However, both attempts failed, which caused Zhao Hai to snatch 2 artifacts. The reason why Zhao Hai was so powerful was precisely because he has the deity's artifacts in his hands." After Gold Ben said this, a distinct sound of gasping can be heard in the room. To be honest, when they heard that Gold Ben had been defeated, they weren't too surprised. In the 13 clans of the divine race, Gold Ben wasn't the strongest. He only ranked at about 7th or 8th strongest. Both Moroga and Jiu can defeat him. Him being defeated by Zhao Hai only meant that Zhao Hai was stronger than him. And if Zhao Hai was against Jiu and Moroga, it was still hard to say. However, upon hearing that Zhao Hai had defeated the deity twice and even managing to rob his weapons, the divines present couldn't help but get startled. The deity was very strong. They had long known that the deity uses his incarnations to fight. Although the incarnation might not be stronger than the divines, his weapons were very strong. Once the deity's incarnation gets destroyed, it was certain that the second one would be stronger. In the divine race, nobody can oppose the deity. Even Jiu can't defeat him. But Zhao Hai actually managed to do it. acquiring 2 weapons in the process. This meant that Zhao Hai's strength was beyond their expectations. At this point, he might even be stronger. With him having the deity's weapons, Jiyu was also frowning. As for why Goldben only said this now, his intention was very clear. Goldben wanted to drag all of them into the water. However, Goldben's words gave them no choice. Zhao Hai was that big of a threat. He can threaten the entire divine race. They can't do anything else but deal with Zhao Hai. Nobody made any noise. Everybody was frowning. On the other hand, Goldben was calm. He scanned the people in the room before he turned to Jiyu. Elder Jiyu, we need to make proper arrangements. First, we should send messages to the other continents. We need at least 2 more ultimate weapons to be certain in dealing with Zhao Hai. Second, we need to be wary about the vassal races under your control. The Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Wing Pegasus showed no signs before, but now they had rebelled. This is a lesson we need to learn from. We need to guarantee that your vassal races have no hidden plans. And third, we need to guard against the foreign races. Zhao Hai came from the Ark continent where the foreign races also existed. Upon reaching the divine realm, it was almost certain that they contacted the foreign god ranks. Once they become aware of Zhao Hai's strength, they would surely enter into an alliance. Don't forget, we have been suppressing the foreign race all of these years. They certainly won't let this opportunity to retaliate go. If the other elders agree, then I want to propose an alliance of the 10 continents. We need to work together in dealing with Zhao Hai. Of course, since the Taurus continent has been destroyed, we just want our revenge. As long as someone kills Zhao Hai, I will give them my Taurus god armor. Upon hearing Goldben, Moroga and Jiyu stared, then they quickly understood what Goldben meant. Goldben had nothing left. His family was killed. His body was injured. The only thing he had right now was his Taurus god armor, nothing else. Therefore, he wants to use his Taurus god armor as a bargaining chip to help him take his revenge. One couldn't help but recognize how heavy this was. Almost all of them were tempted, and there was nothing wrong with the other things that Goldben said. The Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Wing Pegasus clan had long been vassals of the Taurus divines. These 3 clans even participated in the fight against the foreign races. Their betrayal meant that other vassal races could also rebel. Additionally, with Zhao Hai being from the Ark continent, a place that had a branch of the foreign races, he would definitely contact the foreign god ranks for cooperation upon arriving in the divine realm. The hatred between the foreign races and the divine race wasn't small. It simply cannot be resolved easily. If the foreign god ranks didn't use this opportunity, then they would be nothing more than fools. These 3 points were enough to unite the 10 continents against Zhao Hai, not to mention Goldben narrating it properly as to fit his narrative. After some hesitation, Jiyu nodded and said, "All right, we'll do it according to what Goldben said." Moroga, Goldben, us 3 will collectively write the letters to be sent to the other continents. We'll tell them about the situation here in the Taurus continent. We'll express your opinion as well. As for what we need to do at this time, I don't want to rush an attack. Let's build a base here and prepare to welcome the other armies. What do you think? Moroga nodded and said, "I agree with Elder Jiyu. But I think us 3 won't be enough. How about we let everyone present here sign the letter? This way, it will be more convincing." Jiyu nodded and said, "That would be best." While I write the letter, Goldben, are you familiar with the surrounding terrain? Go and draw a map, then select a place for us to build our base. Goldben nodded and said, "I'll take care of it, but I need to tell you that Zhao Hai has powerful magic cannons and javelins. Moreover, he obtained a ship from the deity. This ship can ram the city and easily destroy its protective shield. It's not affected by normal attacks either. I also heard about Zhao Hai's actions back in the Ark continent. He can use harassment tactics with his speedy cavalry to chip at our numbers while hindering us from going forward. I'm afraid Zhao Hai will use this method to deal with us. I want all of you to think about these matters as we establish our base." Jiyu nodded. Among all of us, only your people had fought with Zhao Hai. This matter shall be handed over to you. You need to build a proper base. If we can't quell Zhao Hai here, then he would definitely be a disaster to the divine race." Gold Ben nodded and said, "I'll begin immediately." Then he turned around and left. After Gold Ben left, Moroga turned to Jiyu and said, "Elder Jiyu, do you think Gold Ben would really let go of his Taurus god armor?" Jiyu replied, "He will. Gold Ben's injury isn't light. He can't hide it. He also spat blood outside the city. At this point, he is surely using a secret method to delay time. However, it's impossible for this method to last for a long time. Once his injury flares up, he will surely die. Therefore, he can dare to say that he'll give us his Taurus god armor." Moroga nodded, then he sighed and said, "This Zhao Hai is really fierce. I didn't expect him to really eliminate the Taurus divines. No wonder Gold Ben would want to take revenge. If Zhao Hai doesn't get eliminated, he would surely be a huge trouble for the divine race." Jiyu nodded, then he closed his eyes. Nobody knew what he was thinking. After seeing Jiyu like this, Moroga immediately prepared a pen and paper so that Jiyu can proceed to write. Chapter 870. Axe Island Shipyard. Axe was feeling great recently. His status in the family was now a step higher than before. Axe loved to adventure, which explained why he didn't have the highest position in the family, and with the addition of having minimal contact with the family, Axe's status of being the direct successor wasn't very stable. But this time, the information that Axe brought was too important of the O'Neill family. After Axe came back, the family immediately prepared for their invasion of the Ark continent. With this, Axe's status had become more and more stable. When the time comes, nobody could say anything if he were to succeed the family. Because of this, Axe took care of the Ark continent's invasion very meticulously. In his mind, conquering the Ark continent was a very good opportunity for him. As long as his family takes control of the Ark continent, the position of patriarch would certainly be his. Axe was too enthusiastic with the preparations. There were matters he wasn't involved with, but he still chose to express his thoughts. However, the O'Neill clan's patriarch was Axe's father. He became quite fond of his son, so when he saw Axe intervening on things, he not only let it go, he even supported his son. In the past, Axe didn't pay much attention to the matters of the family. This worried his father. One could transfer one's power to another person, but things were more complicated than that. If you can't consolidate your power, then you would end up like a puppet in the end. Axe was heading this direction, which worried his father. Therefore, after seeing Axe's enthusiastic performance, the patriarch encouraged him to intervene more. In the Atlanta Plain, especially in the Magic Armor continent, military operations were done large-scale, causing many things to be prepared. Like the divine race, if they wanted to make an attack, they needed to carry out some preparations. They would need to assemble an army, amass supplies, provide weapons, and a lot more. These needed to be properly taken care of before making a move. If the military wasn't prepared, then they would risk failure. The thing the Atlanta Plain needed to take of the most were their magic armors. Both the offensive and defensive capabilities of the magic armors are formidable. However, magic armors had a weak point. It was power. Magic armors weren't like people, especially god ranks. As long as people had enough food and rest, then they would be able to fight properly. On the other hand, magic armors needed energy coming from a compressed energy source. The energy inside these sources came from extracting energy somewhere and compressing it. This energy is the heart of each magic armor. Therefore, the Atlanta continent prepared a lot of these things. Otherwise, there would come a time where the magic armors would turn into useless pieces of junk. It was precisely because of this that the preparation time for the Atlanta continent was much longer compared to the divine race. The divines would be able to finish their preparations in just 1 month, while the Atlanta Plain would take at least 2 to 3 months. Besides compressed energy, The Atlanta Plain also needed means of transportation before they can proceed to attack. The magic armors of the Atlanta Plain were just like aircraft, but much more formidable. However, each magic armor can only carry so much energy source inside them. Once their source of power gets used up, then they could no longer fight. But since the magic armors needed to be used for combat, they couldn't just be allowed to fly by themselves. Because of this, if one wants to transport the magic armors, you would need a bigger vessel. There were many means of transport in the Atlanta Plain. Some of these transport vehicles work in the sea while some work on land. But regardless of where they operate, one thing was for sure: these transport vehicles were very large. Since these transportation vehicles were big and there weren't any who can carry a lot of magic armors in one go, they needed to be taken care of as well before the Atlanta Plain can invade the Ark Continent. In the Atlanta Continent, where the spatial rift to the Ark Continent was located, was an island. It was quite a large island with no people in it. This wasn't an issue since it could be regarded as a military base to be used as a jumping point for their invasion of the Ark Continent. However, the island also presented a problem by itself. If they wanted to leave the island and proceed to the Ark Continent, then they would need a lot of transportation vehicles. There were a lot of transportation vehicles available in the Atlanta Plain, but how to bring them to the Ark Continent was a nuisance that needed to be taken care of. Whether it be in the Ark Continent or the Atlanta Plain, or even on Earth, constructing marine-worthy vehicles was much harder compared to land vehicles. And this case was especially true for much larger vessels. Therefore, after hearing about the Ark Continent, the O'Neill family immediately constructed a shipyard on that island. Then they concentrated all of their shipbuilders there in order to make the ships. The O'Neill family had no other way. The spatial crack was in a small mountain. There was simply no way for the family to send a large amount of ships directly to the Ark Continent. However, for the Atlanta Plain, who were constructing magic armors, making said ships only took a short time. In this case, a Megaton-class ship can be made in just a month, and because the O'Neill family was looking at this invasion with importance and had invested almost all manpower and funds into this project, they were able to make 4 Megaton-class ships in 2 months. These 4 huge ships aren't just for transporting magic armors. They were also used to carry land transportation vehicles. These land-based vehicles were also a masterpiece of the Atlanta Plain. Each one can carry 20 magic armors. Moreover, it can go through all kinds of terrain. It also had a thick armor as well as weapons, making it capable for combat. The O'Neill family knew that to conquer the Ark Continent, they would need to rely on these land vehicles. Therefore, along with the ships, they also made a few of these vehicles. The O'Neill family went all out on this gamble. As long as they conquer the Ark Continent, every investment would be worth it. Axe was currently on the island with the spatial rift. This island was known to the family as Axe Island. After he came back home, it was named after him to commemorate his achievement. Axe took a liking to this island. He stayed on it as he supervised the shipbuilding efforts. Today, it wasn't only Axe who was present. His father, the O'Neill family patriarch, was also here along with other important figures of the family. The reason they came to Axe Island was because the 4th ship was finally able to be launched. In the O'Neill family, these 4 ships had been named Conquest, Victory, Glory, and Tyrant. One can see from the names of these ships the ambition and expectations of the O'Neill family in conquering the Ark Continent. The workers below were still busy. Axe was standing on the dock, a step behind his father. Axe's father looked at the 4 big ships and couldn't help but smile. He turned to Axe and said, "Axe, you did this quite magnificently. As long as the family occupies the Ark Continent, you will receive the highest honors." Although Axe was feeling proud in his heart, his outside expression maintained its calm. He bowed to his father and replied, "It is my pleasure to benefit the family." "Father, I want you to wait for a while. I'll head to the Ark Continent and contact Zhao Hai." "What do you think?" Axe's father smiled, but he shook his head and said, "Axe, There's no need to be anxious. Wait until everyone is ready. When the time comes, it won't be too late. Zhao Hai is very young and might be inexperienced, however, this doesn't mean the same for the other people in the Ark continent. If we aren't prepared and you just brashly go there, you might alert them. This matter is crucial for the family, so we don't want even a small mistake. X, don't forget, you're a young patriarch. What you need to do is to overlook the entire situation and not to charge head first. That kind of thing is not befitting someone of your status. Let others do it instead. Understood? Upon hearing his father, Axe didn't talk back. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, father, I understand." Axe's father nodded, then he patted Axe's shoulder and said, "Kid, I'll be handing the future of the O'Neill family in your hands. You need to understand that there are things that even the patriarch cannot help with. You can't do everything by yourself, otherwise, what point is there for your position?" Axe remembered his father's words. Although he didn't have a thorough understanding about it, he also knew that this wasn't the time to ask his father. He just nodded and stayed silent. At this time, someone arrived by Axe's father and kneeled down on one knee, reporting to the patriarch. "Everything has been prepared. We ask the patriarch to give the honors." Axe's father nodded. Then he went to the pier right by the tyrant. On the bow of the ship was a bottle of wine tied by the rope. Axe's father took the bottle and then swung it with all his strength towards the ship. Chapter 871, Techno-Magic Civilization. However, what Axe and the others didn't know was that everything that happened in Axe Island was completely known to Zhao Hai. These days, Zhao Hai had been constantly monitoring the state of the Atlanta continent and the underworld. When the reinforcements from the Divines arrived, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack them. He wanted to see what those people decided to do. Zhao Hai thought that the Taurus Divines would go to him in order to fight. But this time it seems like he had guessed wrong. The opposite party didn't come looking for him. Instead, they proceeded to build a base. Zhao Hai was quite surprised, but he soon calmed down when he understood that it was reasonable for the Divines to do so. Zhao Hai didn't know that the reason why this was the case was because the Divines weren't fully confident in dealing with him. Every time the Divines met, they would use their magic formation to enclose the surrounding space, making Zhao Hai unable to listen in on their conversation. However, Zhao Hai still understood why the Divines stayed put upon. Chapter 876. Turbid waters are good for catching fish by hand. Axe wasn't a fool. He understood what his father was thinking about. He was also confused about what was happening in the Ark continent. After seeing Axe's expression, Axe's father nodded secretly inside. He felt that Axe had matured in the recent days. This was what he wanted to see. At this time, a report suddenly came in from outside, reporting to the patriarch. "The scout has come back." Axe's father stared for a moment before a smile appeared on his face, then he immediately said, "Let him in." Then the guards complied and then opened the door to let the person in. The scout was a middle-aged person, likely over 30 years old. However, he looked spirited in his tight suit. This suit was also necessary for those who drove magic armors. The man arrived in front of Axe's father and then gave a salute. "I have seen the patriarch." Axe's father nodded and said, "Lev, tell me the situation." Naturally, it was impossible for Axe's father to know about every magic armor user in the family. However, Lev was an exception. He was a god-rank magic armor driver. Moreover, he ranked among the best god-rank magic armor drivers in the family. The magic armor he drove specialized in stealth. Since it's important that they know the situation regarding the Ark continent, Axe's father decided to send Lev out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him for common errands. Lev's deep voice answered, "It's highly probable that we've spotted the Ark continent. But the strange thing about it is there is nobody present in their cities by the shore. There's no sign of any battle either. It looks like people just moved by themselves. All the houses are empty, and from the way the dust had settled, the place had been empty for over 3 months." Axe's father stared. Meanwhile, Axe's expression changed as he looked at Lev and said, Over 3 months. Then does this mean that when I met Zhao Hai, the Ark continent was already like this? Lev, did you only look at the cities? How about the other parts of the continent? Lev replied, I looked through 2 cities and some villages. Same thing. Everybody had moved out. Everything that can be of use has also been taken away. Moreover, it seems like they weren't hurried upon leaving. The place was cleanly left behind. Axe's face turned difficult as he turned to his father. Axe's father looked at Axe and then smiled. After that, he comforted his son. Axe, it's fine. Don't think about it too much. It seems like Zhao Hai has deceived you. When you met him, they were already moving away. But no matter where they moved, the Ark continent is still here. They can't take the Ark continent with them. It's fine as long as we get the continent for ourselves. Lev, you go take a good rest. After giving a salute to the 2, Lev turned and left. After Lev went out, Axe's father frowned and said, things are more complicated than we thought. Why did the people from the Ark continent move out, and where did they move? The appearance of our spatial crack shouldn't be the reason why they moved away. It seems like we need to check much further into what happened. Axe calmed down as he sat on one side of the room. He's really angry at Zhao Hai's deception. He thought that he had cheated Zhao Hai. As it turns out, he was the one being cheated. After thinking about this, Axe couldn't help but clench his jaw. The feeling of being played wasn't very good. Axe's father looked at Axe and smiled. Axe, don't be mad. It's fine. You'll get to meet more of these kinds of things later on. Go return to your ship. Manage it well. Axe took a deep breath. He nodded before giving his father a salute and leaving. Looking at Axe's departing back, his father smiled. He didn't say anything else. In his mind, these were things that young men need to experience. What Axe's father didn't know was that Zhao Hai was observing them. After Axe went out of the room, Zhao Hai sighed and said, it's a pity. I thought we'd have much more things to get out of this. But I didn't expect Axe's father to be this insightful. The O'Neill family is really extraordinary. Laura gave a nod. Then she turned to Kair and said, Kair, did you manage to translate it properly? To be honest, I'm quite surprised that you've managed to learn the Atlanta Plains language in such a short time. Kair smiled and said, there's nothing surprising about it. I've been watching Axe Island for a while. Although the people were very busy, they always talked with each other. After watching them for a long time and doing some analyses and calculations, it's natural that I managed to learn their language. There shouldn't be anything wrong with the translation. Laura nodded. If that's true, then the O'Neill patriarch is really quite the character. The issues he just said are key reasons for our departure from the Ark continent. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, he's quite a character indeed. He's the patriarch, so how could he be simple? But it's not time to deal with them right now. We'll keep monitoring them and wait until they discover the spatial rift. I really didn't expect them to have gone straight to the Rosen Empire. It's interesting to think which one they will discover first, us or the underworld. This time, it was Lizzie who opened her mouth as she said, I didn't expect their route to deviate like that. Moreover, their ships are quite fast. They actually went straight towards the Rosen Empire. With how the underworld has progressed, I reckon they'd find the undead first. Zhao Hai nodded. That's highly probable. Right, there's no need to pay much attention to them right now. It's fine as long as we take a look at them from time to time. Kair, don't forget to collect more data about their equipment, the more the better. Kair gave him a nod. After that, Zhao Hai adjusted the monitor to show the divines in the Taurus continent. They've been quite patient. Completely out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai didn't think that those people would take this much time just to make a base. Moreover, their base looked more formidable than any city. Their entire base took up an entire mountain range, almost just like how Zhao Hai made his base on the Accra Mountains. They had hollowed out the inside of the mountain. Although the divines didn't have iron armor beasts to dig, one shouldn't forget that these people were powerful. And they also had magic to help them. Earth magic was easy for people to use. This allowed them to build their base. This way, They had less burden when building their base compared to Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of mages in the past, he had to rely on the dwarves to excavate the Agra Mountains. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the walls of the base. They were covered with magic formations. The construction of these walls took most of the time. It seems like the divines were eager to turn their base into a solid fortress. Zhao Hai can understand the approach made by the divines. It was their exact approach to conquering the Arc continent. They would build a base and then slowly advance towards the Taurus continent, pushing Zhao Hai back bit by bit. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect it to do so well because this was the divine realm. Back in the Radiant Empire, after the divines conquered it, the reason they had a continuous stream of supplies was because of the spatial rift. At that time, Zhao Hai was unable to enter the rift, therefore, he wasn't able to disrupt their supply chain. But this time, they were in the divine realm, and the base of the divines was constructed by the seaside. The seas weren't necessarily part of the divine race's domain. Their supply chain wouldn't be that well protected. As long as Zhao Hai's cuts their supplies off, then that base would just be as good as decoration. It would practically be useless. Besides the base, Zhao Hai also saw that the divines weren't too trusting towards the vassal races that they've brought. During the construction of the base, they left the vassal races out. Moreover, they forbade the vassal races from entering the fortress, completely excluding them from everything. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about attacking them right now. He wanted to wait until the divine realm became more chaotic. At that time, he would cut the divines off from the other continents and then deal with the fortress. These days, Binya provided Zhao Hai with more information. The divines were getting more and more ruthless regarding their suppression towards their vassal races. Their rules got more and more strict as well. A curfew was imposed, and besides the curfew, no more than 10 people from the vassal races could equip themselves with weapons. The vassal races were even forbidden from cultivation. One could say that the divines had completely lost their trust in the vassal races. In turn, this made the relationship between the two parties worse and worse. A massive battle was starting to come up. It was precisely because of this news that Zhao Hai wanted to wait until the vassal races finally rebel. If he made a move right now, then the divines might focus all of their power towards him. At that time, the pressure towards the other races would decrease, making them think twice whether they should rebel or not. Zhao Hai didn't want such a thing to happen. He wanted those vassal races to participate in the war. After all, in turbid waters, it was easier to catch fish by hand. Chapter 877. Huge rebellion by the vassal races. The vassal races didn't let Zhao Hai wait for a long time. The key to the matter was all the divines moving at once. The suppression got more and more unreasonable. There even came to a point where a divine captured and killed a vassal just for being unpleasant to the eyes. When this news came about, the vassal races finally exploded. They cannot wait. They couldn't any more than this, and their race would practically be exterminated. Therefore, rebellions began to crop up everywhere in the divine race. The scale of the operation was very huge. Zhao Hao got this information from Binya 10 days after the people from the Atlanta continent arrived. Majority of Zhao Hai's attention was now pointed at the people from the Atlanta continent. Although the O'Neill family knew that something strange was going on, they still didn't care much. They continued to lead their ship towards the continent. Before long, they had arrived by a port city, Rising Water City. This place was originally an important port city of the Rosen Empire, governed by a Rosen Empire's prince. Now, not a single person can be seen on its streets. However, this doesn't have any relationship with the O'Neill family. They weren't far from the city, so they decided to use it as a landing site. This was good for them since Rising Water City's harbor was a deep-water port. Otherwise, there would be no way for their 4 ships to dock. Since the O'Neill family didn't know anything, they sent their scouts to see if there were any danger, after which they landed on the city. Upon arriving at the shore, the O'Neill family didn't immediately rush to expand towards the Arc continent. Instead, They sent small troops as reconnaissance while those who were left behind began to renovate the city. Although Rising Water City was a famous port of the Rosen Empire, it was insufficient for the O'Neill family. The family mostly used their magic armors and war tanks, both of which were massive. This was especially true for the war tank. Each one of them were able to carry 20 magic armors, making it much larger than magic armors themselves. Even if Rising Water City wasn't a small city, its structures were made according to normal standards. Although their roads were quite wide, they still couldn't accommodate the war tanks. Additionally, when magic armors weren't in battle, they would need a place to be stored in for maintenance. Because of this, the O'Neill family needed a large warehouse. However, Rising Water City's warehouses were just too small. The O'Neill family would need to build the warehouses themselves. In order for them to survive for a long time, they would need to do this. They couldn't just deliver the magic armors back to the ships since the 4 ships wouldn't be staying here forever. The ships would need to return to Axe Island and bring commodities back. In the past few days, aside from sending scouts and renovating Rising Water City, the O'Neill family didn't really have too much trouble. Their scope of reconnaissance didn't exceed the Rosen Empire's territory. Therefore, Zhao Hai's desire of having them clash with the underworld fell through. At this time, Binya sent information to Zhao Hai about the revolt happening in the Divine Realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. As long as they started, Zhao Hai could also start to act. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai was a war freak. These days, Zhao Hai was forced to just look, unable to make a move. This state made him feel uncomfortable, but this time, he can now deal with the divines. However, Zhao Hai didn't say much in front of Binya. He just nodded and said, "All right, thanks." Then he nodded once more before returning to his room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Laura and the others and said, "Prepare to set off. We'll deal with the divines here first." Laura and the other nodded. To be honest, they were already bored of waiting around all day. However, they also knew that it wouldn't be good to prematurely dispatch troops. Because of this, they endured. Now that they can make their move, their moods naturally improved. After looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's set off. Break their supply line first, then we'll take care of their base." Laura and the others nodded. There's no need to say anything else right now. When they left, Zhao Hai sent word to the Thunder Clan and the others, informing them about the situation. Binya was still quite confused with Zhao Hai's reaction. He still didn't know what Zhao Hai plans to do. Upon hearing about the rebellion, Zhao Hai's reaction was quite light. However, Binya soon found himself wrong. Zhao Hai was already in action. The Hell King's ship suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards the outskirts of the Taurus continent. Binya stood on the deck of the ship, looking outwards as the ship unceasingly went through the clouds. His heart couldn't help but calm down. He knew that Zhao Hai had started to make his move. Binya didn't have any doubts regarding Zhao Hai's strength. He had seen how strong Zhao Hai was with his own 2 eyes. As long as Zhao Hai made a move, the divines would surely suffer greatly. Although the ship was quick, no wind can be felt by those standing inside it. With the ship's shields, all of the gale winds were kept out. Moreover, the ship flew steadily. If Binya wasn't standing on the deck, he wouldn't have known that the ship had moved. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared behind Binya as he said, "What's wrong? You've been staring for quite some time." Binya turned to look at Zhao Hai. He bowed and then said, "Mister, I've been thinking about my uncles, father, and brothers. All of them were killed by the divine race. The thing I wanted the most right now is to kill the divines and avenge my family." Zhao Hai looked at Binya and sighed. He patted the wolf beastman's shoulder and said, "Death is inevitable, especially during wars. Don't think about it too much. Go take a rest." Binya actually shook his head and said, "I'll be unfair to Mr., but I cannot fall asleep." "Mister, can you defeat the divines?" Zhao Hai looked at Binya's eyes and smiled. "Yes, I can." "You can rest assured." When he heard Zhao Hai, Binya's expression turned calm. He didn't know why, but he found himself believing Zhao Hai's words. At this time, Yetta and Ryder also arrived on the deck. They silently looked at the Hell King's ship's heading. They were aware about the rebellion. Zhao Hai's response was within their expectations. The Hell King's ship was very fast. After 2 hours, they had already arrived at sea. Zhao Hai didn't stop as he flew for another 2 hours before stopping. Then he had the ship fly parallel to the shore, mapping everything he came across. If the Divines had satellites, they would discover that the Hell King's ship's course went in a semicircle, going around the Divine Race fortress in the Taurus continent. When he felt like he had covered the supply line, Zhao Hai stopped. Binya and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Don't worry, we'll wait here for some time. When the Divines send supplies to the Taurus continent, we'll rob them. You go and take a rest." Binya and the others looked at each other, but nobody moved. They were already aware of Zhao Hai's mystical methods, but they still believed that if the ship remained here, the supplies would still be delivered. Zhao Hai didn't explain it to them as he turned and returned to his room. Since Binya and the other didn't have anything else to do, they chose to return to their cabins as well. Binya and the others also understood that if Zhao Hai wanted to block the supply line, then the Divines in the Taurus continent certainly wouldn't have a good time. There were about 100 million Divines in the Taurus continent right now. In addition to the Divine Race army, there were also 100 million vassal soldiers. These vassal soldiers were unaware that they had already launched a revolt, therefore they still listened to the orders of the Divines. Although these people were very strong, one shouldn't forget that they also needed to be fed. 100 million people meant 100 million mouths to feed, and if they add the vassal soldiers, then that would be 200 million mouths, and this didn't include the fodder for their mounts. All of these added up to an astronomical figure. The Divines needed new supplies every day. People would bring them special bags filled with food, otherwise they would starve. Not only was Zhao Hai planning to cut the supply line of the Divines, he also asked Binya and the others to think of a way to inform the vassal soldiers about what has been happening. They needed to be informed that the rebellion had already started. Zhao Hai didn't expect the 100 million vassals to pose any threat to the Divines. However, there was no downside to recruiting these 100 million soldiers. Even if they can't help, they could at least cause some headaches, or even waste the Divine Race's energy. Time passed by as evening was slowly creeping in. Binya couldn't stay inside his room for so long, so he decided to go into the deck and look to see if some Divines could be spotted. Upon arriving outside, Binya couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw the ship moving. Binya stared for a moment before he looked down from the ship and then he smiled. This was because a Divine Race fleet was on the sea not far away. At this time, Zhao Hai also walked out. He looked at Binya and smiled. "Are you worried that I won't be able to stop the fleet?" Binya scratched his head and bowed. "Mister's methods are extraordinary. This Binya is just blindly worrying." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, if I said that I'll deal with the Divines, then I will certainly be able to take care of them. I've placed undead on the places we passed through the earlier. As long as the Divines come, they would immediately be spotted by my undead." Chapter 878, Fighting Another Ultimate Weapon. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't speaking the truth. If he didn't make it up, then he wouldn't have any other way of explaining why he knew about the Divine Race fleet here. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai said this, an understanding expression appeared on the faces of Binya and the others. They really thought that Zhao Hai arranged his undead on the sea. Binya and the others had already seen how strong Zhao Hai's undead were. Therefore, they didn't suspect Zhao Hai's words at all. Zhao Hai didn't think of hiding himself, therefore, the Divines were quick to discover his ship. The fleet slowed down before Divine Race soldiers began to fly out. Among these Divines were more than 20 domain weapon experts. However, Zhao Hai didn't rush to attack, he only commanded the Hell King's ship to slow down and stop in front of the soldiers. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "There's no point in hiding." Since a Supreme Elder had come, then let this Zhao Hai introduce himself. Nobody made any noise, the divines were honestly standing there. They didn't respond to Zhao Hai. Binya and the others were confused at Zhao Hai. They thought that Zhao Hai was playing with the other party. At this moment, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Since the elder wants to hide, then I would have to be impolite." After that, the Hell King's ship's flagpole suddenly swung towards Zhao Hai. Binya and the others were startled. They were unable to react as the pole pierced forwards above Zhao Hai. Originally, that place was empty, but a clashing sound can suddenly be heard. Along with this sound appeared a humanoid shape. The figure was flying about 30 meters away from Zhao Hai. The figure showed a man riding a huge scorpion. The Hell King's ship's pole was currently blocked by the scorpion's tail. Upon seeing this, Binya and the others knew that a person using an ultimate weapon was planning a sneak attack on Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai discovered it and managed to block it with the ship's flagpole. Zhao Hai looked at the man and coldly said, "And who are you? Care to introduce yourself?" The man looked at Zhao Hai and replied, "There's no need to know since you'll die anyway." After that, two big pincers went out from the scorpion and went towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the tail went forward and suppressed the flagpole. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then with an intention, the ship's ram suddenly flew out, heading towards the figure, ignoring the two pincers. The person was startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually go for mutual attacks. He refused to get hurt and immediately directed the scorpion to go down. Naturally, the two pincers returned. As the scorpion went down, the ship's cannons suddenly adjusted themselves and fired towards the man. The man had the two pincers block the attack while the tail went to strike the ship's hull. Just as the tail was about to hit the hull, the waves beneath the ship suddenly rolled. The waves turned into a vortex, blocking the tail of the giant scorpion. Zhao Hai suddenly waved his hand, taking his magic staff out. Then he waved his staff and transformed it into a huge hammer which proceeded to smash towards the person. The man didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this move. He had to retrieve his tail and go back. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a breeze by his side. The Hell King's ship's ram just flew beside him. It caused him to have a cold sweat. The man dodged the ram's strike. But what he didn't expect was the flagpole softening itself and turning into a whip, targeting his head. He couldn't help but retrieve the scorpion tail. However, he wasn't able to use his full strength as he was dragged down by the pole. Zhao Hai didn't pursue. Instead, he retrieved the pole and the ram back into the ship. His magic staff also returned to its original appearance. Following the exchange was a flash of golden light. Then a person flew up from below. His giant scorpion had disappeared, but his body was now covered in a magnificent golden body armor. In place of knuckles, the armor had pincers instead. One could see the lethality of the pincers by the cold light that it gave out. At the same time, the armor had a swaying scorpion tail in place of a belt. The man's blood-red eyes looked at Zhao Hai before he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good. No wonder old Ox managed to suffer a loss against you. Unfortunately for you, you met me today. That old Ox is already aged. He's useless. Now that I'm here, you're dead." After that, he punched forward. His fist was quite interesting. He didn't hold a fist like a normal person would do. Instead, he had his index finger hooked. Along with his movement, a huge shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was a huge tail that was currently going towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at this and smiled as he waved his hand. Then the ship's battering ram separated from the hull and met with the approaching scorpion tail. A bang resounded in the surroundings. Upon clashing, the scorpion tail disappeared while the ram returned to the ship. Not waiting for the man to make another attack, Zhao Hai quickly extended his staff, making it longer as it attacked the other party. The man's response came quickly as well. He extended his left hand as a giant pincer appeared. The pincers went on to block the staff. However, the man didn't wait for Zhao Hai to retrieve his staff as his right hand extended and captured it. The man sneered before exerting force, pinching Zhao Hai's magic staff in half. The man laughed and said, "Kid, your weapon is a bit interesting, but it's too weak." Zhao Hai looked at the person and then smiled. "Really? Why didn't I know that?" Then the magic staff slowly returned to its original form. The section that was pinched shrunk as the entire staff went back to Zhao Hai. Then the staff merged back together. One couldn't see any signs of it being broken. Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered, "I just want to match your movements, but you took it too seriously. Ha ha ha, interesting. Interesting." The man rushed toward before he rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the man and sneered, "You should look at your current appearance. Since you want to kill me, then I would have to be impolite." After he said that, the Hell King's ship shrunk and then proceeded to smash towards the man. It only took a blink of an eye before the ship was about to collide with the man. Upon seeing this, the man couldn't help but get surprised. He crossed both of his arms in order to block Zhao Hai's blow. However, something suddenly pulled at his arms. He didn't even manage to make a cross in front of him before the ship's ram crashed straight into his body. The ram's attack hit no other place than the least defensible place in any armor, the throat. The man's head was immediately cut off. The man was dead, his expression filled with disbelief. What he just saw was his two hands being tied up by the waves beneath the Hell King's SHP. It was due to these waves that he had failed to block the approaching collision. When the man died, the armor immediately separated from his body and automatically returned to being a large scorpion before it fell into the ground. But how could Zhao Hai let it fall? He waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared. The giant scorpion disappeared in midair. Upon seeing the man die, the divines behind him immediately turned chaotic. Naturally, these divines were aware of the man's status. Now that the man had died, the divines had lost all means of defending. Their morale sharply fell. Zhao Hai didn't let go of this opportunity and directly bombarded the divines. The divines died one chunk at a time. It must be known that the might of the Hell King's ship's cannons was very huge. The divines were immediately flustered. They didn't even think about resisting as all of them scampered to escape. However, they were soon to discover that undead were blocking their exit. Not only from behind, above, below, on their left, their right, all avenues for escape were closed off. They were totally trapped inside a huge undead-made basket. What they failed to notice were more undead charging from underwater. Before long, these undead emerged and began to fight the divines on the ships. The divines were slowly killed until Zhao Hai had finally taken control of the fleet. Zhao Hai didn't care much about this as he commanded his undead to kill the trapped divines. The domain weapon experts tried to resist but their efforts were ultimately useless. Zhao Hai also released undead domain weapon experts. Since the undead experts outnumbered the divines, they too were soon killed off. The battle ended very quickly. For an army with no morale at all, it was practically a one-sided slaughter. In less than 2 hours, the whole fleet was under Zhao Hai's hand. Naturally, there were divines who weren't killed off. There were those who lost their morale and immediately surrendered. Ever since Zhao Hai fought against the divines, this was the first time that people actually surrendered. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to manage them right now. He immediately threw them to the space along with the ships they were using. There were a lot of provisions inside those ships, and among the divines who died, there were people who had space equipments with them. Inside were also supplies. The biggest space equipment that Zhao Hai gained belonged to the Supreme Elder. Inside weren't supplies. Instead, they were magic crystals. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these. What he wanted to do right now was to investigate the giant scorpion. This was the first ultimate weapon that he obtained. However, Zhao Hai didn't make the space analyze it right now. he just stored it inside the warehouse. Binya and the others were also able to see the fight. When Zhao Hai was battling the Supreme Elder, Binya and the others were nervous. Fortunately, Zhao Hai won in the end. However, this battle reminded them about Zhao Hai's terrifying strength. Within a short period of time, Zhao Hai actually managed to kill the Supreme Elder. Zhao Hai was too strong. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to the three and asked, "Do you know that person?" Binya and the others recovered, but they shook their head. Binya opened his mouth and said, "Mister, although I don't know who that was, but I heard about various ultimate weapons. From what I just saw, that man should have been the Scorpio Continent's Supreme Elder." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I guess the same." "Alright, I'll head to my room and take a rest. You take care of yourselves." After that, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Zhao Hai didn't rush to examine the giant scorpion inside the warehouse. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned an undead. This undead was the Supreme Elder that Zhao Hai just fought. The reason Zhao Hai asked Binya and the others about this person was to cover himself. That would make Binya and the others believe that he had no way of gaining news from the divines. After all, his relationship with the foreign races wasn't that good to begin with. Although the man was beheaded by Zhao Hai, his body didn't suffer any destructive injuries. Therefore, the man was able to be raised as an undead. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "What is your name? Why are you with the fleet?" The person immediately bowed and said, answering to the master, "I'm called Yan Jian, Scorpio Clan's Supreme Elder." In the past, the Taurus continent told us about Master's strength and the fact that Master might attack us. Therefore, he proposed for a Supreme Elder to accompany each shipment of supplies. This time, it was my turn. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Tell me about how long the fleet arrives." "Right, you used more than 1,000 ships to transport supplies. In addition to the ships, you also brought space equipments along. You transported quite a lot of grain." The man quickly replied, replying to Master, "The food generally arrives after 1 month. These supplies cannot feed 200 million people. Because of this, the vassal races could only receive limited amounts of food. This is to make sure that they don't get full. This would make it easier for the divines to suppress them once they decide to revolt." Chapter 879. Planting an ultimate weapon? Zhao Hai didn't sneer at the divine race's methods. He thought that it was appropriate for the divines to do this. The divines had decided to distance themselves from the vassal races. Naturally, because of this, they wouldn't treat those people right. If the divines provided them with proper nourishment, then the divines would be the ones to suffer in the end. He nodded and said, "How many continents decided to participate in this action?" Yan Jian nodded and said, replying to Master, "This time, all 10 continents decided to participate. We decided that this matter is enough to shake the entire divine realm. We need to quell this as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked once more, "In the Taurus continent, how many ultimate weapon experts are there?" Yan Jian immediately replied, "Currently, there are 4 Supreme Elders in the Taurus continent. Gold Ben from the Taurus clan, he's the one that Master defeated. There's the Capricorn clan's Maroga, Cancer clan's Jiu, and Sagittarius clan's Zitharkarna, including me. These are the only Supreme Elders that the divine race can spare. The others are needed to deal with the vassal races as well as the foreign races." Zhao Hai nodded. The divine race's arrangement was quite good. Without knowing Zhao Hai's true strength, 5 Supreme Elders should be a safe choice. Even if it was impossible to kill Zhao Hai, their number could still allow them to protect each other. At the same time, leaving 5 Supreme Elders behind was just the right number to contend with the foreign race's 3 ultimate weapons. This way, the foreign race would find it hard to attack. Zhao Hai looked at Yan Jian and said, "Will the other continents send more reinforcements to the Taurus continent? How would the divines deal with the rebellion?" Yan Jian said one word, "Kill." Although Yan Jian only said a simple word, Zhao Hai can feel the bloodlust behind it. The divines on each continent had vassal races with a large population. Because of this, the divines would only have one way of dealing with them, and that was to kill. It seems like the divines were getting serious this time. Zhao Hai nodded and then waved his hand. All right, you go back down. Yan Jian bowed to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai wanted him to return down to the layer where the undead were supposed to be. After Yan Jian left, Laura and the others came over. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the divines have become more ruthless. But this time, we managed to gain an ultimate weapon." "Right, take it out. Let us have a look. Then have the space analyze it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he nodded. With an intention, the ultimate weapon appeared inside the space. Just as the ultimate weapon appeared, a prompt was heard, "High-grade combat suit detected. Establishing seed database. Seed added, 12 constellation combat suit. Scorpio crystal seed. Seed can only be planted on fertile land. Seed can only be harvested once. Host can choose who to bestow the combat suit. If the person is disloyal to the host, then the host can choose to take the combat suit away or have the suit attack the person. Current combat suit can be transformed into a crystal ball and merged with the host's staff. Since the host has a better crystallization ability, it is advised that the host doesn't use this combat suit. Once merged with the staff, the combat suit cannot be damaged. Suit will gain little consciousness and will only awaken when called out. Combat suit can help the host in battle, asking the host to proceed with the fusion. With this much information, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to comprehend them all. But after asking care, Zhao Hai finally understood. The space had recognized the divine race's ultimate weapon as a type of combat suit. This combat suit would be important in aiding its owner in battle, and because of this combat suit, the space had made a special seed page in the store. There were several entries to this page, but the only one unlocked was the Scorpio seed. This seed would need a whole season to grow. After it matures, it would produce a crystal ball. Sealed within this ball was the same armor as the Scorpio clan's ultimate weapon. Zhao Hai can give these armor to his people, and if the person was unfaithful, Zhao Hai can use the suit to kill the person, or he could just confiscate the suit. On the other hand, the current Scorpio combat suit has been turned into a crystal ball. This crystal ball can combine with Zhao Hai's staff. At this time, the Scorpio combat suit looks like something made from a special type of metal. Once combined with Zhao Hai's staff, it would become one with it. However, since Zhao Hai's crystallization ability was more defensively powerful, there was no need for Zhao Hai to wear this suit at all. He can just use the suit as a weapon like Yan Jian's summon beast. This information was a very good thing for Zhao Hai. This combat suit was deemed as an ultimate weapon by the divine race. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Hell King's ship, it still couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai was now planning to plant a batch of them. Once a war starts, then Zhao Hai would have an army of people wearing such suits. At that time, how much would the troops be strengthened? Zhao Hai was just worrying about how to improve the combat power of the Devil Legion. What the Devil Legion lacked right now were good armors and weapons. If they wear these suits, then both matters would be solved. Although Laura and the others managed to hear the prompt, their understanding was much less compared to Zhao Hai. Upon hearing Kair's explanation, they finally understood. They couldn't help but cheer. This was an absolute surprise for them. A huge pleasant surprise. They can plant ultimate weapons. Other than the space, no other place in the world was able to do this. Zhao Hai was similarly happy. He quickly said, "Start immediately." Just as Zhao Hai said that, the combat armor in the space was suddenly covered in a white light. Before long, the light condensed into a blood-red crystal ball. This ball wasn't very big, probably about the size of a dragon's eye. Zhao Hai turned his hand as the crystal ball appeared. Zhao Hai inspected the ball and discovered the astrological symbol of Scorpio inside. Then Zhao Hai took his staff closer to the ball, dissolving the crystal ball in no time and merging to the staff. Before long, the Scorpio symbol appeared on the staff. Nothing else. Zhao Hai began to wield the staff and waved it gently. Then a huge scorpion tail made out of red crystal appeared inside the cabin. This scorpion tail looked like the one from the Scorpio suit, but it also wasn't quite like it. It looked more powerful and more robust than the one before. Zhao Hai looked at the scorpion tail and nodded. Then he said, "Tail needle." The scorpion tail obediently moved itself. Zhao Hai discovered that the tip of the scorpion tail looked different compared to normal scorpions. Generally, a scorpion tail would be oriented to attack the front. However, this tail was made into something that can attack in all directions, similar to a whip. Zhao Hai gave a satisfying nod before he gave another command, "Attack left." The scorpion tail obediently waved leftwards before separating itself and proceeded to attack. After that, Zhao Hai tried to attack the right side. Zhao Hai gave a nod and then said, "Transform." Zhao Hai wanted to see how the combat suit could protect him during a fight. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the Scorpio combat suit slowly transformed into a humanoid form. However, the suit didn't cover Zhao Hai's body. Instead, it just formed into a full-body armor. The whole body was made out of blood-red crystals. It was very beautiful. Even the joints were made from crystal. They looked soft, perfectly able to handle human movements. Zhao Hai can see that the helmet had the same form as the one worn by Yan Jian before. However, this suit right here didn't need someone to wear it. The suit can move on its own. Zhao Hai smiled and then said, "Receive." Then the armor turned back into a crystal ball and then fused with Zhao Hai's staff. Laura and the others saw everything from start to finish. Upon seeing how the scorpion tail performed, all of them couldn't help but smile. After taking the Scorpio armor in, Zhao Hai turned to Kair and said, "Kair, make some adjustments in the space. Make some space on fertile soils and plant some combat suits there." 1. Kair nodded. At this time, fertile black soil was used for herb production. These herbs were going to be used to make god rank potions. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was make way for some combat suits while minimizing the impact on the god rank potion production. For Kair, this was a very simple matter. Naturally, no matter what she decided to do, the herbs would certainly be affected. What Kair needed to do was make sure the effect was as low as possible. After talking to Kair, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "I didn't expect the ultimate weapons to have this much use. It seems like collecting all 13 would certainly be useful for us. What do you think?" Laura smiled and said, "It'll certainly be helpful." Brother Hai, will the divines know that we plundered their supplies? 1. Fertile meant that those special plots that can accelerate growth. Chapter 880. Don't worry. Zhao Hai coldly smiled and said, "They'll find out for sure, but they won't be able to immediately, maybe tomorrow or the day after that. After all, they don't have things like messenger fishes for communication. Let's return to the Ark continent for now. If the divines come looking for their fleet, then we can use that opportunity to deal with their base." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I know you'll say that, but I think we should tell Binya about our plan. The vassal soldiers in the Taurus continent have no idea that the rebellion has already started. If we deal with the base, then they might be used as cannon fodder by the divines." Lizzie gave a nod and said, "Brother Hai, we aren't friendly with the other vassal races. If we became enemies with them, then our future actions would be met with more troubles. It would be best if Binya were to contact these vassal races before we proceed to attack the base. In any case, we aren't in much of a hurry. Even if we rob the divines of their grain and ships, it'll be fine as long as we don't let them know. While the divines are looking for their ship, Binya and the others can contact those vassal soldiers. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment before he nodded. He understood that this wasn't a war that can be finished in a short time, and if he wanted to detain the ultimate weapons, he would need to work very hard. Today, he was only able to slay the Scorpio Supreme Elder because the Elder had been looking down on him. At the same time, it was also because of the recent upgrades made to the Hell King's ship. From this point on, Detaining the Supreme Elders wouldn't be easy. If the Supreme Elders wanted to flee with all their might, then there was only little that Zhao Hai could do. Now that the divines had eaten a defeat, they will definitely strengthen their defenses. The next batch of grain might be delivered by 2 elders. Although Zhao Hai was confident in dealing with 2 elders, it wasn't easy to catch them if they decided to escape. Zhao Hai cannot ignore the Supreme Elders. It would be impossible for this war to end if they were kept free. Most importantly, Zhao Hai thought of something. The Divine Realm had 13 continents, 12 of which were named after the 12 constellations. The last one was not. If the ultimate weapons went according to the 12 constellations, then what would the 13th ultimate weapon be? Zhao Hai frowned upon thinking about this, but in the end, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would find out later on. Lizzie saw Zhao Hai nod, then frown and then shake his head. She became confused, so she asked, "Brother Hai, what's the problem? Did I say something wrong?" Zhao Hai looked at Lizzie and smiled. "You didn't say anything wrong. I was just thinking of too many things. Let's go see Binya and tell them to contact the vassal races." Then he stood up and went outside. Binya and the others were currently outside. They were there since the fight. They still haven't returned to their room. The fight was just too big of a blow to their minds. A divine race supreme elder was just killed off by Zhao Hai. It was completely out of their expectation. Moreover, they didn't have the capacity to help in the battle. It made them feel uncomfortable. In their minds, they were just garbage in front of Zhao Hai's might. Knowing that you were useless would leave one with a bitter taste in their mouths. However, they had no choice but to recognize Zhao Hai's prowess. In the battle between Zhao Hai and the divines, they didn't even need to move. Although they were strong figures back in their clans, they were nothing compared to Zhao Hai. But even if they were given a duty, it wasn't in battle. This made them quite depressed. Ryder looked at Binya's face and said, "Old Binya, are you waiting for Mr. Zhao Hai's command? Aren't you just waiting for nothing?" Binya forced a smile and said, "At the very least we don't have much to do right now, and with our strength, do you think we could participate in Mr.'s battles? Aren't we just courting death?" Yetta smiled as well. She couldn't help but recall how she had been arrogant in front of Zhao Hai. This thought made her embarrassed. Perhaps at that time Zhao Hai was looking at them as though they were idiots. Ryder looked at their expressions and smiled. Binya and Yetta looked at him in confusion. They didn't know why he was smiling. Ryder smiled faintly and said, "I just want to say that following Mr. had really expanded our horizons. In the past, would we believe it if people told us that Supreme Elders could be killed?" When Binya and Yetta heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Right, before, if they were told that a Supreme Elder could be defeated or killed, then they would definitely regard it as a joke. But now, with how much they had seen, they would definitely believe it. As the group chatted, Zhao Hai suddenly opened the door and headed outside. After seeing him, the three immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and looked at the three people before saying, "What were you talking about?" Binya smiled and said, "Just chatting about normal matters." "Didn't Mr. need to take a rest?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It was useless." "Right, Binya. I just want to ask, when can you tell the vassal soldiers in the Taurus continent that their people had already started the rebellion?" Binya thought for a moment before he replied, "That wouldn't be easy." At this point, the divines had monitored the vassal races very closely. Contacting them wouldn't be very easy. "I guess it should take about half a month." Zhao Hai knit his brows. He didn't say anything for a while before he nodded and said, "Try to do it as soon as possible. Don't wait for the divines to be the ones to tell them. The sooner we contact them, the sooner we could conquer the base. In turn, the fewer losses there would be to the vassal races." Binya replied with a serious voice, "Mr. Rest assured, we will certainly make best use of the time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Talk to your people as well. Tell them to refrain from being too anxious to move. Take it slowly and wait for a while before attacking." Binya nodded and said, "All right. We will certainly relay Mr.'s words properly." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head towards the Taurus continent and said, "Since this battle started, I couldn't count how many lives had been lost. Perhaps this is a destiny of someone from a lower realm. For those in the upper realms, we're but ants that are struggling for survival. Only they don't know that we ants have feelings as well." Binya and the others didn't understand what Zhao Hai was talking about. As they were looking at Zhao Hai in confusion, Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled bitterly. "The actions made by the divines all this time has been orchestrated by a person. Add a little bit of ambition, and we have today's current state. If we defeat the divines, then that person would have to change the way he operates. In the end, nothing would matter." "Right. I should stop talking. No matter what this person is planning to do, I still need to defeat the divine race. This way, maybe I'll get to meet the person controlling all of these." Binya and the others stayed silent. They still couldn't understand Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and said, "After we arrive at the Taurus continent, you shall disembark and arrange ways to meet the vassal soldiers. I can give you some spatial equipment with food inside. We need them to be healthy in both body and mind so that they can help in dealing with the divines. Now that we have plundered the divine race's supplies, the divines would surely deduct more from their food. It wouldn't be good for us if they are starving." Binya and the others weren't fools, so they immediately understood what Zhao Hai was saying, so the three nodded. The divines certainly knew about the rebellion that was currently happening, but the vassal soldiers were still kept in the dark. Because of this, the divine race's method of starving them had gone successfully. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them before turning his hand over, taking out spatial equipments. These spatial equipment were the ones taken from the divine race fleet. Inside each of them were provisions for the army. Zhao Hai gave these items to Binya and the others and said, "In here are grains taken from the divine race fleet. Give these to the soldiers and make sure that the divines don't find out. If the divines knew about it, then we would have to prematurely begin our attack." The three nodded. At this time, the Hell King's ship had already arrived on the Taurus continent. Zhao Hai turned his head to the three and said, "You can go down. After the matter gets settled, look for me in a safe place. I'll be waiting for you there." Binya and the others nodded before they jumped down from the ship and dived towards the divine race fortress. After the three figures had vanished, Zhao Hai returned to his room. After going inside, Zhao Hai immediately called Kair. "Kair, what happened? Why did you call me?" Kair did indeed call Zhao Hai, however, Binya and the others couldn't hear it. Kair nodded and said, "Young master, the O'Neill family has started to investigate and they are heading towards the Wuxia Empire. It's possible that they would meet the undead soon." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately became curious. He turned his head to Kair and said, "Oh, good, let's take a look. I want to see the O'Neill family's response once they meet the undead." Then he sat on the sofa as Kair opened the monitor. Chapter 881, Demon Realm's Currency Issue. On the monitor was a small team of magic armors. This team composed of 3 armored tanks with a total of 50 magic armors inside. Overall, these armored tanks can carry 60 magic armors. However, they freed 10 spaces so that they could bring living materials and energy sources along. The 3 tanks had entered Wuxia Empire's Lifeline Canyon. Their speed wasn't any slower than any automobile back on Earth. However, this was Zhao Hai's first time seeing a vehicle as fast as this given its size. Zhao Hai calculated that the tanks had reached the speed of about 200 kilometers per hour. Upon reaching this calculation, Zhao Hai couldn't believe that it was true. There weren't a lot of cars back on Earth that can reach 200 kilometers per hour. One shouldn't forget that these tanks contain 20 magic armors, reaching a weight of over 100 tons, and with wind resistance. How could these things reach this speed? It was impossible. However, after recalculations from the space, Zhao Hai was finally convinced. Those bulky things actually had this kind of outrageous speed. Zhao Hai didn't understand how it could be possible. Why would these things be this fast? But when he thought about the ships, Zhao Hai thought that it might be possible. The big ships of the Atlanta plain weren't slow even though they displaced 1,000,000 tons. This was strange in and of itself, but since the ships were sailing on water, Zhao Hai had no point of reference to notice it. However, when he remembered the time the four ships had encountered a little bit of storm, Zhao Hai noticed that although the wind and rain looked normal, the waves caused by the collision to the ship's bow flew higher than one would expect. There was only one explanation for this. The ship was very quick. Upon making measurements, Zhao Hai discovered that these ships had infinitely more speed than the other ships back on Earth. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai understood that no matter the tanks or the ships, both of them were using magic formations. It's possible that the Atlanta plain were using their formations to reduce the weight of their tanks and ships. This would allow them to go quickly. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel excited about the magic formations and magic armors of the Atlanta plain. Their techno-magic civilization had reached a very high degree. Whether it be the Ark continent or the Divine Realm, both need to look up to the Atlanta plain when it comes to magic armors or magic formations. Zhao Hai also came to discover that the Atlanta plain's war tanks were divided into several types. One of them was a turtle-shaped tank. This turtle-shaped chariot was the slowest, but it can carry the most. Moreover, its defenses were the best. There was also a tiger-shaped war tank. This tank was the most commonly used war tank in the Atlanta plain. Its firepower and speed were much better than the turtle-shaped tanks. Its weapons made it the most commonly used tank in the Atlanta plain. The third type of war tank was the leopard-shaped tank. This was the fastest tank among the three. However, because of its speed, it can't carry a lot of cargo. Its firepower was also inferior compared to the tiger-shaped tanks. This type of tank was more specifically used to transmit information. However, the war tanks that Zhao Hai could see were actually modified tiger-shaped tanks. Not only can its speed compare to the leopard tanks, it can also leap forward just like the other tiger-shaped tanks. But making these tanks was also more troublesome compared to making any other tiger-shaped tank. Because of this, there are only a few of these tanks present in the Atlanta plain. After passing through Lifeline Canyon, the tanks were now inside the Wuxia Empire. Although the Wuxia Empire had experienced war in the past, its mountains weren't like the Accra Mountains where Zhao Hai killed every magic beast. Because of this, one could see several magic beasts here. There were plenty of magic beasts inside Wuxia Empire. Although Zhao Hai had moved the people of the Ark continent, he didn't have much time to take care of the magic beasts. Even if there were no such things as beast tines in the Wuxia Empire, there were still quite a lot of magic beasts. Now that the people from the Wuxia Empire have migrated, the place naturally became a paradise for magic beasts. All kinds of magic beasts ran into the Wuxia Empire and settled themselves. However, the three Atlanta plain tanks didn't care much about those beasts. They would only kill magic beasts that came to disturb them. Other times they would just plow forward. Zhao Hai didn't understand what these tanks were doing. If they wanted to scout, then they should have stopped and looked around them. Why would they plow on forward like this? It wasn't something that scouts would do. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the three tanks were indeed sent to scout. They were heading north of the Ark continent in order to look for people, or even find traces as to why they left. The O'Neill family actually sent people to the south as well. However, these people would only stroll around the Lion Empire. They couldn't reach the Buddha Empire since their provisions were limited. Because of this, Zhao Hai only came to notice the team heading north. After some calculations, the team heading north would meet the underworld's creatures soon. Although the speed of the tanks were quite high, the Ark continent was quite large. If they wanted to explore the entirety of it, then it wouldn't take 1 or 2 days. Because of this, the team camped on a medium Wuxia Empire city when darkness came. After seeing that the team had gone to take a rest, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "It seems like they would be in the Ark continent for a while. There's no need to worry. I just don't know if the people from the Atlanta plane would fight the underworld's creatures when the time comes." Laura smiled faintly and said, "That might not be the case. They could stop their advance to the north and focus on the southern part of the continent. It's possible that they would be interested with the spatial rift first." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's quite possible as well. In any case, we won't have to worry. We're not afraid of them. Conversely, I'm waiting for them to come. I just don't know if they can come in half a month. At that time, we would be starting our fight against the divine race." Laura forced a smile and said, "When that time comes, then we would be fighting on two sides." "Right, Brother Hai. Tell this matter to the Thunder Clan and the others as well. Have them prepare themselves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we'll tell them." "You go arrange this matter while I go and see Binya and the others." Laura nodded, then along with Lizzie and the others, they turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai changed the monitor's image to Binya's group. Binya and the others had already arrived at the vicinity of the Divine Race's fortress. They didn't advance rashly. Instead, they camped inside a forest and rested well. When Zhao Hai saw that nothing was about to happen, he closed the monitor and then took a bath. After relaxing himself, his body flashed as he went to visit the demons. The demons had already sent the third batch of Devil Legion soldiers into the hell background at this time. Meanwhile, the demons inside the demon space were also looked after by Zhao Hai. Their current state wasn't worse off compared to the Ark Continent. Although the Ark Continent had received more care from Zhao Hai, the demons were given ample attention as well. Most importantly, the demons liked their environment more. Besides feeling that the air was much better here, the Ark Continent's people didn't think too much about their new place. After all, the Ark Continent and the Ark space was quite similar. On the other hand, the state of the demons was different. Compared to the demon realm, the demon space was infinitely better. The demons treasured this gift. In their minds, it would be the best if they could thrive in such an environment. Because of this, every demon was giving 200% of their effort in order to develop their land. This caused their society to improve smoothly. When Zhao Hai came to the demon space before, he already told the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King about the current state of the war with the divine race. Currently, the days of the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were doing very well. The demons were busily developing their own lands, and since the space was quite big, and each race had their own domain, no conflict had occurred. The matters that the two needed to take care of was quite little. Back in the demon realm, each race and clan would fight for land because of food. Each conflict that happened would need the Great Demon King's attention. At the same time, cities in the demon realm were also susceptible to attacks made by magic beasts and natural disasters. All of these needed the Great Demon King's help. However, these things didn't occur in the space. The space was very big, so each race would have ample land of their own, erasing the conflicts caused by land. At the same time, magic beasts in the demon space were weak, and there were also a lot of breadfruits inside. With the addition of bamboo rice, other grains, and vegetables, the problem with food was also taken care of. In the space, there was also the church to exchange things from. As long as one placed something of equal value, then the space would make a trade. This reduced the conflicts for resources even more. Because of these things, the Great Demon King was very relaxed. The demons had almost reached a state of high standard for a society where law and order prevailed and crime was at an all-time low. Zhao Hai came to the demon space this time in order to discuss the matter of the demon race's currency. In the past, the demon realm didn't have any form of currency. Everyone traded for what they want. It was just like the beastmen, where they would use their argali to trade for living supplies. For the demons, supplies were more precious than gold. However, things were different in the space. The space wasn't lacking in supplies. The demon space was completely self-sufficient. In this case, a form of currency was much needed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to place values on traded commodities. This might even cause conflict among the people. In order for the demons to develop further, they would need a form of monetization. Zhao Hai had already thought about this a long time ago. Having currency would also be very beneficial during transactions with the other spaces. This meant that Zhao Hai was planning to have the various spaces trade with each other in the future. Zhao Hai already opened this matter with the Great Demon King. Being the wise leader that he was, the Great Demon King immediately agreed. However, the means of currency had become quite of a problem. Each of the spaces' backgrounds can produce gold ores. However, the demons have reached an extreme state of environmental protection. Even if they built their house, they would make sure that they would make the least amount of damage to the surroundings as possible. With this mentality, how could they stomach mining their mountains for gold ore? The demons would surely disagree. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh upon thinking about the demon race's conduct. He was left wondering what else to do. He can't mine for gold and he can't use paper currency as well because it would need cutting of trees to produce paper. Moreover, making forgery-proof paper wasn't possible. If counterfeit money appeared later on, then the demon space's currency would be in turmoil. The demon race might go into war because of this, and Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Zhao Hai went to the demon space because he wanted to discuss a solution, and since this wasn't his strength, he took Laura and Ruian along with him. When the three appeared in the demon space, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were having their meals. The things the two ate were simple. This was a habit they developed back in the demon realm. Zhao Hai's group of three appeared in front of the palace. The Devil Legion guards immediately discovered them upon arriving. The guards didn't block the three. Instead, they gave a salute and sent one person to inform the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King of their arrival. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai had come, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King immediately went out and welcomed them to the dining room. After that they had people arrange tablewares and food once more. After everything was taken care of, the Great Demon King turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you here to discuss the matter of our currency? Did you come up with some solutions?" The last couple of days, the Great Demon King had a headache while thinking on this matter. However, he was still left with no good solution. Chapter 882, Crystal Card and Selfishness. Zhao Hai had thought about various methods before, but these methods wouldn't work. This was until a while ago when he was scanning through the space. He remembered about these things from the Ark continent. Crystal cards. Zhao Hai had obtained a lot of crystal cards from the Ark continent before. However, crystal cards were useless for the space. But then, after further upgrades, the space can now turn crystal cards to gold coins and gold coins into crystal cards. Because of this, banks were already prevalent in the Ark space and crystal cards had become more necessary for the people from the Ark continent. Back on Earth, your bank card can be used to buy things. However, if you use it to spend abroad, then you would have certain problems. Moreover, if it was lost, stolen, or hacked, then you would have huge problems. However, these things wouldn't happen in the space. In the Ark space, crystal cards were divided into two types. The first type was the regular crystal card. This crystal card was just like any ordinary money to be used in spending. The other type was a personal crystal card. This card can only be used by its owner. The owner's appearance, fingerprint, blood type, energy attribute, and other qualities were used to personalize these cards. No other person can use it besides its owner. Such protective measure might be impossible back on Earth, but in the Ark continent, it can be achieved. Moreover, Zhao Hai tied each person's ID to their personal crystal cards. This way, the card would have its owner's information, making it convenient for the people to use. At this point, these crystal cards were widely used in the Ark space. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to implement this system into the demon society. Because of this, when the Great Demon King asked Zhao Hai for any ideas, he immediately told him about the crystal cards. Upon hearing the explanation, The Great Demon King nodded and said, "These crystal cards are very good, mister. Let me see this card that you described." Zhao Hai nodded and then took a card out. Since this card was the same one used by the people from the Ark continent, Zhao Hai also had one. This was also effective in promoting the use of the card. Upon receiving the card and inspecting it, the Great Demon King nodded and said, "Good, mister. This is quite useful. When could we start using this card?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then said, "I'll prepare some banks in your cities first, with the purpose of releasing personalized cards. At the same time, I'll be providing you with transfer devices. These transfer devices aren't that big, they're as big as a piece of jade. As long as two parties reached an agreement on the price, they can insert their cards on this transfer device and make the transaction. It's quite convenient to use." The Great Demon King smiled and said, "So Mr. has already thought this through." "Alright, I have no problems with it. We'll go according to Mr.'s plan." Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "Good, then it's settled. You need to discuss this matter with your people first. When you reach an agreement, then you can call me over and I'll immediately build the banks." The Great Demon King nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll have to ask Mr. to wait." "Right, mister. How's the outside situation doing? Do you need us to send troops?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "At this time, there's no need. We've just plundered a divine race supply fleet. This will delay their plans since they would need to find food for themselves. There's also the people from the Atlanta plain arriving at the Ark continent. Those guys wouldn't be a threat for some time. It'll be a while before a fight happens. You don't have to worry about going out for some time." The Great Demon King smiled and said, "I'm not really anxious about it. The more we drag time, the better it would be. I just want to send some Devil Legion soldiers out for a test." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Just take it slowly. There's no need to rush." "Right, in the future, I might be able to bestow special armors to the Devil Legion soldiers. When the time comes, I will inform you." The Great Demon King stared. "Did Mr. manage to find the appropriate equipment?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes. Didn't the divine race have some ultimate weapons? If we snatch those ultimate weapons and make combat armors, then wouldn't that be great?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Great Demon King couldn't help but get shocked. He never expected Zhao Hai would actually have this idea. Snatching ultimate weapons? Only Zhao Hai would think about it. The Great Demon King had seen how strong ultimate weapons were. To be honest, although he had a domain weapon, after seeing the divine race's ultimate weapon, he couldn't help but feel a blow to his mind. The divines were indeed worthy of their name. Although the ultimate weapons looked simple, the Great Demon King knew that they were extremely strong, much better compared to domain weapons. Before the demons met Zhao Hai, only one demon held a domain weapon. Because of this, the Great Demon King was aware of how hard it was to manufacture weapons of this caliber. This was especially true when it comes to ultimate weapons. Now, Zhao Hai actually wanted to make ultimate weapons. No wonder the Great Demon King was surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and smiled. "Don't worry about it. I've already gained one ultimate weapon. I'm just currently waiting to get the others. I believe that we would have another great harvest soon. However, since these things are special, there are certain difficulties when it comes to mass production. I could only supply the Devil Legion in batches." The Great Demon King stood up and then looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, if you really manage to make ultimate weapons, please give me one." Zhao Hai stared. He was confused at the Great Demon King as he asked, "Your Majesty, you're the king of the demon realm. Having your devil's war chariot is already good. Why would you want an ultimate weapon? Do you want to enter the battlefield in the future?" The Great Demon King stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Right. Even if I'm a king, I still think about these things every day." Zhao Hai looked at the Great Demon King and then smiled. "You're really a fighting maniac. Rest assured, ultimate weapons wouldn't be a problem. If conditions allow me to make Hell King's ships, Then I will give you one as well. Zhao Hai can now understand why the great demon king would want an ultimate weapon for himself. Ultimate weapons were extremely important for warriors. If Zhao Hai equips the entire Devil Legion with ultimate armors, then they might change their loyalty and devotion to Zhao Hai. Because of this, the great demon king couldn't help but worry. Although the Devil Legion had become strong, they still regarded the great demon king as their leader. If Zhao Hai bestows them with ultimate weapons, then their mentality might change. Even if the great demon king's thoughts about Zhao Hai had been influenced by the space, it still hadn't reached a state similar to Shu and the others. The great demon king still had his own thoughts, and this was understandable. After all, every leader would need a steel heart in order to prosper. It would be harder to change their minds compared to ordinary people. Zhao Hai realized this point, therefore he promised the great demon king that he would give him an ultimate weapon. At the same time, if permitted, they would also give the great demon king a Hell King's ship. When he heard Zhao Hai, the great demon king couldn't help but stare. His heart couldn't help but jump as he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Thanks." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't be too polite. You'll have to settle matters here as soon as possible so that the banks can be made." The great demon king nodded and said, "Mr. Can rest assured, I'll take care of it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded before leading Laura and Ruian to leave the demon space and return to the Hell King's ship. Upon returning, Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the great demon king seems to have some reservations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for an ultimate weapon." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's understandable. Don't worry about it. Let's just let matters go on its own. I'm not afraid of his reservations. As long as he doesn't want to rebel, then that's fine." In the end, the divines are still our enemies. Since the demons are already inside the space, then there's no need to be anxious about it. Laura nodded. At this time, Lizzie came over and said, "Brother Hai, how was it?" After that, Laura relayed everything that happened back in the demon space. After Lizzie finished listening, her eyes couldn't help but blaze up as she said, "Brother Hai, the great demon king seems to be unable to tell good from bad. How about we teach him a lesson?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. The great demon king's position in the demon race is quite high. If we deal with him, then there might be a negative influence on the demons. In any case, the great demon king only has this small reservation. There's nothing bad about this." Lizzie was still a bit indignant. She coldly snorted and said, "We've been good to the demons," yet he still had some doubts. Those kind of people needed to be taught a lesson. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're mistaken. Who told you that good deeds are always returned? Remember, being good to others doesn't necessarily mean that the others would be good to you. Minds of people are the most mysterious things in the world. Do you know why the space is formidable? It's because it can influence the minds of people, even for a little bit." Lizzie nodded. Although she was still quite mad, she knew that Zhao Hai was correct. In this world, there were a lot of people that would bite the hand that fed them. If you think that your good deeds would be reciprocated, then you're too naive. It won't be long until you would end up dead. Laura didn't want such a serious topic to continue, so she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you go and take a rest." A major battle wouldn't happen in the following days. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Kair and said, "Kair, pay attention to Binya and the others. If there's any problem, then go and help them. At this time, they're quite useful to us." Kair nodded. After that, Zhao Hai turned around to take his rest. Chapter 883, Two Geniuses. While sitting inside a tiger-shaped tank, Theo looked outside through the tempered glass. He can see that the land here was quite fertile, no worse than any land in the Atlanta plain. Although there weren't any crops on these fields, one could see how fertile they were judging by how healthy the weeds on these plots were. But this was where Theo was confused. Theo knew that no ordinary person would move out with such a land in their hands. However, the Ark Continent's people actually moved out. There could only be two explanations to this. Either they found a better place to move to, or they were forced to move out, and the latter reason was the one he wanted to prove. This wasn't only because of his curiosity, it was also tied to the O'Neill family's future. They have been on the road for 3 days and have encountered cities both big and small. From what they had seen so far, they can be certain that the Ark continent's population was very large. Who knows how much larger they were compared to the O'Neill family. However, the more their population estimate became, the more uneasy Theo was. It wasn't an easy task to relocate an entire continent. Even if they wanted to move, then where could they move to? Not to say about a continent this big. Even an entire city moving would have many things that needed to be done. The relocation of the Ark continent was just too sudden and strange. While Theo was thinking about these things, the person next to him suddenly said, "Theo, what are you thinking about?" Theo turned his head and looked at the war tank's driver, Lewis. Theo wasn't a war tank driver. Instead, he was a magic armor pilot, a position much higher compared to a war tank driver. However, Theo didn't underestimate Lewis. In the past, Lewis was an outstanding magic armor pilot. However, he was injured and lost his capabilities to pilot a magic armor. This caused him to drive war tanks instead. However, his status was much higher compared to any other war tank driver. Among the O'Neill family's war tank drivers, Lewis was the most famous one. Theo didn't ignore Lewis. Instead he replied, "Big brother Lewis, I'm getting more and more restless. You can see how fertile the Ark continent is. If there's nothing bad going on, then people wouldn't have moved out. From the cities and villages that we've passed through, we can be certain that the continent's population was not less than tens of millions. These many people would need an extremely important reason to move out. I'm quite certain that they've come across something unordinary. We need to be careful when going forward." Lewis turned his head and looked at Theo. He can see the evident restlessness on the young man's face. Theo looked at Lewis and said, "Big brother Lewis, what's wrong? Did I say anything bad?" Lewis shook his head and said, "No, there's nothing wrong about what you said. I just didn't think that you would think up to this point." "You're correct. The Ark continent's migration is too suspicious. This matter involves the future of the O'Neill family. We do need to be careful." Theo nodded. Then he turned to Lewis and said, "Big brother, I seem to remember something about your injuries. I heard that they came from someone in the warrior continent. Are those people really strong?" These years, the Atlanta plain was quite peaceful. Theo had yet to participate in a battle against either the mage continent or the warrior continent. Because of this, he had no idea about their strength. Since he has the opportunity, then he decided to ask. When Lewis heard Theo's question, his expression couldn't help but change. Then with a low-spirited nod, he said, "Yes, very strong. I was already a god rank magic armor at that time, when I was still in my 20s. I'm quite famous in the O'Neill family. Because of my fame, my arrogance had reached the skies. I wasn't afraid of anybody." Then, news suddenly arrived that there was a magic silver mine on a deserted island between the warrior continent and the magic armor continent. Although its reserves weren't a lot, it can still supply us for a period of time. When I heard this news, I immediately drove to the deserted island with my own magic armor. This was Theo's first time hearing about Lewis' matter. Because of this, he listened to it earnestly. To be honest, when Theo heard Lewis say that there was a magic silver mine on a deserted island between the warrior continent and the magic armor continent, even his heart was moved. Magic silver was an ore essential to the construction of a special alloy used for making magic armors. Anyone from the magic armor continent would not pass the opportunity of acquiring some. Although Lewis shifted his gaze forward, his mouth kept moving. He continued on with his tale. "I was young and frivolous, so I wanted to claim the magic silver mine on my own. However, I wasn't aware that this was a trap arranged by the warrior continent. It was only afterwards that I became aware of an unwritten custom of the Atlanta plain. No matter which continent, when a young talent becomes famous, the other two continents would surely make plots to extinguish that talent. Also, there would always be people following that young talent to protect them. But at that time, I didn't let my protectors follow me. In the end, I suffered a big loss and was seriously injured by someone from the warrior continent. If it wasn't for that expert from the family, I wouldn't have been able to come back. The people from the warrior continent were quite strong in martial arts. They specialized in physical cultivation and were capable of fighting in the air. Because of their practice, their lifespans are much longer than the people from the magic armor continent. An important thing to note about them is their ability to sustain a fight for a long time, unlike our magic armors. If we leave our magic armors, our strengths would be greatly reduced. It's impossible for us to contend with them with our physical bodies, especially against their god ranks. Even if their attacks couldn't compare to our magic armors and they weren't as fast, dealing with them isn't easy. The longer the fight takes, the more disadvantage we would be in. Theo blankly listened to Louis' words. Louis said a lot of things that he didn't know. If one were to think about it, Theo was also considered to be a genius in the O'Neill family, and even he didn't know about these things. Louis turned to look at Theo and whispered, "This matter isn't something that the three continents would tell people. They will only protect the geniuses secretly. Maybe there are even experts protecting you right now." Theo gawked. Then he forced a smile and said, "Big brother Louis, don't joke with me. I'm not that talented. The family wouldn't send people to guard me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent me on this duty." Louis smiled faintly and said, "You don't know that. You should know that those who came to be famous people didn't only go through a single battle. Without undergoing a life and death trial, it would be impossible for them to become an expert." Theo stared blankly. Then he nodded as he looked out the window and said, "I will definitely become an expert. I will." Louis looked at Theo and smiled. He couldn't help but think about the younger him. He had the same look as Theo. At that time he was so arrogant and was surrounded by praise. When he was injured and became unable to pilot a magic armor, people began to look at him in disappointment. Fortunately, Louis didn't ruin himself and turn into a good-for-nothing drunkard. After a period of depression, Louis stood up again and began to drive war tanks for the O'Neill family. In the end, he became the family's best war tank driver. Although he was an excellent tank driver, his status is still not higher compared to magic armor pilots. However, this didn't necessarily mean that he was lower than ordinary magic armor pilots. If one wanted to man a 100-ton vehicle, one would need nimble hands, and not everyone had this. Although this ability didn't look much, it actually allowed a war tank driver to perform specialized tasks. After some time of silence, Louis suddenly stopped. This caused Theo to awaken from his thoughts as he looked at Louis in confusion. From Louis' expression, it seems like he had seen a ghost. Theo followed Louis' gaze and became similarly shocked. On the horizon in front of them was a sky covered by a dark mist. It was still noon, about time for people to take their lunch, the middle of the day. However, in front of them was actually a dark sky. The heavens and the earth was covered by a dark mist. This caused everyone who saw this to stare blankly for a moment. Theo's face changed as he said, "Big brother Louis, what's that?" Louis recovered from his shock. His expression changed as he turned to Theo and said, "Tell everyone to prepare for a fight. I don't feel good about this dark fog. I have killed a dark mage from the mage continent before." Among his dark magics was the dark mist. However, it wasn't this large. Even god-rank dark mages would find it impossible to produce a dark mist this massive. Maybe this is the reason for the Ark continent's migration. Theo didn't dare to ignore Louis's words. He immediately turned and went into the interior part of the tank. There, the resting place for the staff was located. Theo went towards the magic armor pilots and then sounded an alarm. Red lights lit up from the walls as a blaring sound spread. It didn't take long before the alarm was heard all throughout Louis' war tank. The tank immediately burst into action. Like any other war tank similar to the one Louis drove, Each one of them had 40 people inside. 20 of them were magic armor pilots, 5 were war tank drivers, another 5 were war tank technicians. Then lastly there were 10 war tank weapon operators. Since war tanks weren't as big as the ships, their living quarters weren't as big. However, since war tanks were expected to travel over long distances, the living quarters were still made quite ample. Chapter 884, Yin Fire. Theo quickly put on his own magic armor. He was a god-ranked magic armor pilot, so his armor was bigger than the one Axe had. Not only can it transform, its speed, power, and defense was also much better. As the war tank's roof opened up, Theo immediately drove his magic armor to fly towards the dark mist. This was also how they usually fight in the Atlanta plain. After an abnormality was discovered, the war tank would stop and immediately release magic armors. After all, the war tanks were simply used as a transport. The magic armors were the real firepower. Theo carefully controlled his magic armor. He liked staying inside his mecha. He thought that the most comfortable place in the world was inside it. He liked the feeling of being a pilot. Because of this, he was focused on the task at hand. Theo carefully looked out front to where the dark mist was located. Upon seeing what was before him, Theo couldn't help but clench his fist. This also made his magic armor clench its fist. Magic armors were the greatest inventions of the Atlanta plain. It was because magic armors that the magic armor continent managed to grow to its own size. There was one type of magic formation known as spirit projection formation. The main function of this formation was to synchronize one's own mind to an external object. Moreover, this would allow the object to be controlled as if it was one's own limb. This formation made magic armors formidable. Every action made by a magic armor pilot would be mimicked by the magic armor itself. However, this magic formation also had its weak point. If one wanted to use this formation, then one would need a formidable spiritual force. Moreover, this spiritual force was different compared to the spiritual force that mages needed. Mages used their spiritual force to control the elements. They can use incantations, and with their own control of the elements they could produce their spells. On the other hand, the spiritual force that magic armor pilots used were the purest type of spiritual force. This kind of spiritual force cannot be used to kill an enemy. Instead, they were used to control things. It was important for magic armor pilots to study this kind of spiritual force. The stronger the pilot, the stronger their spiritual force was. It was because they spend most of their time studying this spiritual force that the magic armor pilots only have stronger bodies than average mages, but was way worse compared to warriors. Inside his magic armor, Theo looked at the dark mist. Because of the formation on the magic armor, Theo can see the situation very clearly. Under the strengthening effects on the magic armor, his eyesight had also improved. The dark mist was extremely black. He could barely see anything inside. Theo turned his head towards the others beside him and said, "What do you guys think?" His voice was also amplified by the magic armor. Another person gave a reply, "I think we should send people inside to scout. The others will wait outside to provide support." Theo nodded and said, "All right." Spirit Snake, Poison Serpent, Mad Dog, Lunatic, and Lone Wolf, you 5 go in and have a look. There's no need to be thorough. Go in, and when you spot something wrong, immediately retreat. The 5 magic armors complied and immediately flew towards the dark mist while Theo and the others remained outside. They were in high alert, ready to provide aid at any time. The 5 magic armors proceeded to enter the dark mist. Due to the dark mist's nature, the visibility inside was horrendous. However, the 5 didn't feel anything after flying inside. The place was spiritless. It made them very alert. The 5 people advanced in a 2-3 formation following a trapezoid shape. As they carefully advanced, someone's voice was suddenly heard. "Stop, I can hear something." The person who talked was the one named Mad Dog. After hearing him, the others stared as they immediately stopped. Mad Dog then said, "Let's go down. I can hear something below." Then just as he was done talking, A bone spear suddenly flew from below, stabbing towards him. Mad Dog stared. His consciousness immediately became alert. Because of this, upon seeing the approaching bone spear, his hand immediately moved and went on to capture the projectile. At this time, more bone spears came from below. However, due to their skill, the people from the Atlanta plain remained unscathed. After the group defended against the bone spears, groups of fireballs suddenly came flying. These fireballs had very peculiar characteristics. Most fireballs would have a shade of red, however, this one was actually gray. When Mad Dog saw these fireballs, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Retreat immediately. This place is too strange." The group complied as they immediately went towards the edge of the dark mist. However, before they retreated, they first released beams of energy from their hands, striking the incoming fireballs. They expected the fireballs to disappear upon being hit by the beams of energy, but contrary to what they thought, the fireballs became bigger instead. It seems like the beams of energy were consumed by the fireballs. Mad Dog and the others became surprised upon seeing this. They immediately hastened to exit the place. Fortunately, they haven't penetrated too deep into the dark mist. Before long, they exited the place. But then, another strange matter occurred. The fireballs that were coming towards them stopped once they reached the edge of the dark mist. They didn't go out even for one step. Theo's group were constantly paying attention to the dark mist, but they didn't think that the group that just went in would actually withdraw this quickly. Moreover, they looked very distressed. Theo's group immediately went forwards to meet the scouting team, preparing to give them aid. However, what surprised them was the absence of any pursuing parties. Theo turned his head and asked, "Mad Dog, what happened? How come you came out this quickly?" Mad Dog immediately replied, "Theo, what's inside is very strange. The visibility is very low, so we cannot see anything. In the beginning, we were attacked by bone spears. Then after that, by several groups of fireballs. Moreover, those fireballs were unaffected by our energy beams. Instead, once the energy beams collided with the fireballs began to grow bigger. Because of this, we decided to retreat." "Theo, ask Brother Lewis. He has experience, he might know about this matter." Theo gawked, then he nodded and said, "All right. Let's go. Someone stay here and guard the place. Send a report if something peculiar happens." After that, he led people to leave the place, keeping 10 people behind to stand guard. When Theo's group returned to the war tank, he immediately left his magic armor. Just as he jumped down, Lewis opened the door and walked out from the driver's chamber. Theo quickly went towards Lewis and said, "Brother Lewis, I just had Mad Dog and the others go into that dark mist. At first they were attacked by some bone spears, but after that, they were met with a group of fireballs. These fireballs seemed to be able to consume our energy beams. Instead of being extinguished, they became even stronger. Do you know something about this?" Lewis became stunned. "Yin attacks? Could this place be an innate yin domain?" Theo looked confused at Lewis as he asked, "Brother Lewis, what's an innate yin domain?" Lewis' tone became serious as he answered, "Innate yin domain is just one of its descriptions. Basically, it is a place full of yin qi. Such a place is able to produce undead and allow them to evolve. The fireballs that you've met are called innate yin fire. This fire extremely poisonous. Aside from sources of yang qi, no other thing can extinguish this fire. As long as a lick of this fire gets into your body, you will definitely be consumed. No other place can produce this yin fire aside from innate yin domains. Innate yin domains also have its own special conditions. Innate yin domains cannot have any light coming from the sun. The yang energy of the sun makes the existence of yin fires impossible. Because of this, the sun is the natural nemesis of anything inside an innate yin domain." After hearing Lewis say this, Theo couldn't help but look at the Sunday. It was now that he could understand why Lewis was surprised about why an innate yin domain would exist here. The sun was blatantly up in the sky, however, An innate yin domain actually existed right under it. This really can't be explained. Lewis turned his head to a man that looked around 30 years old and had a fierce aura about him. Mad Dog, did the fire stay inside the dark mist? Mad Dog nodded and said, it did. Not long after we went in, we were immediately met with that fire. Since we were unable to suppress it, we decided to retreat. In the end, the fire didn't follow us. Lewis nodded and said, nobody got caught by the fire? Mad Dog shook his head. Lewis then relaxed himself and said, that's good. Anything touched by that yin fire would get destroyed immediately. This includes magic armors. It's just strange. In a place where an innate yin domain couldn't possibly exist, yin fire can actually manifest. Theo didn't like where things was going. He regained his composure and looked at Lewis. Brother Lewis, what do we do now? Do we go in once more? Lewis shook his head and said, you can't. This yin fire can only be dealt with by a strong cannon, and presently we don't have one. Going in once more would just be courting death. Let's leave 2 war tanks here and monitor the dark mist as well as see how large it is. The last war tank will be sent back to send the report. I can now probably understand why the people from the Ark continent moved. If this place could really produce yin fire, then some changes should have happened in the Ark continent. And when the night comes, the undead creatures may come out from the dark mist. With the caliber of the undead, the Ark continent shouldn't be able to stop them. Go prepare a war tank immediately, equip it with 10 magic armors and have it go back to report. Theo didn't dare to be slow and immediately complied. On the other hand, Lewis didn't leave. He knew that he couldn't leave this place. Although he couldn't pilot magic armors anymore, he had gone to a lot of places before. Compared to Theo and the others, Lewis' experience was richer. He needed to remain here to guide the group. The war tank was quickly prepared. Theo didn't go with the war tank. Instead, he selected 10 magic armor pilots to go along with the returning war tank. After taking care of this, Theo went back to convene with Mad Dog and the others. After the war tank had gone back, Lewis looked around and said, let's go back to the city we stayed in last night. Don't get too close to the dark mist, otherwise we may be attacked at night. Theo nodded and sent people to contact those who were observing the dark mist. 1. However, what they didn't know was their every action and every word was being observed by someone. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, innate yin domain? Are there underworld areas in the Atlanta plain? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to know that. Also, is this yin fire strong? It seems like I need to take a look. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura smiled and said, I knew you would like to go and see. I'm also very curious about this yin fire. Brother Hai, the Hell King's ship also has the yin attribute. Can we go and see if it'll be good for it? After hearing this, Zhao Hai turned to look at the others. Seeing the anticipation in their eyes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, look at you. You look like children waiting to see new toys. Alright, let's go have a look. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship went through the space and then instantly appeared inside the dark mist. However, the ship's build this time had gotten smaller. Actually, whether the Hell King's ship was smaller or bigger, the space inside it remains the same. This was because the ship wasn't relying on its outward size to decide the amount that can be loaded inside it. It completely relied on its spatial abilities in this aspect. Even if Zhao Hai made the ship into a very huge vessel, he still couldn't place more things inside it. When the ship arrived, Zhao Hai and the others immediately walked out from their cabins. All of them curiously looked at the dark mist. In the past, Zhao Hai just went inside the dark mist in order to snatch some undead for himself. Now that he had returned inside the dark mist, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get curious. However, he soon felt that there was nothing else to see here. Everywhere was just dark mist, tumbling around and obscuring visibility. At this time, several bone spears began to fly towards the ship, aiming for Zhao Hai and the others. But Zhao Hai didn't even spare a look at these bone spears. He knew that this kind of attack was not a threat to him. Sure enough, Just as the bone spears flew towards the Hell King's ship's periphery, they were immediately wiped out using the spray coming out from the waters under the ship. The bone spears weren't even able to make a scratch on the ship's hull. Upon seeing that the bone spears were useless, the enemy immediately sent out groups of fireballs. Unexpectedly, they were using the same tactic that they used against Mad Dog and the others. When Zhao Hai saw these clumps of fireballs, his eyes turned bright. He knew that these were the things he was looking for. When the group of fireballs reached the Hell King's ship, instead of having the ship extinguish it, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift and took the fireballs in. 1. I'm quite baffled why they have all this tech and yet they still don't have long-range communication. Chapter 885, Illich's Anger. When the gray fireballs entered the space, Zhao Hai immediately heard a prompt. Toxic yin substance detected. Substance classified as yin flame. Extracting properties. Extraction is completed. Host can now use this flame for crafting, increasing the Hell Space's strength. Yin flame can be added to the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship's surface will have yin flames surrounding it. Yin flame may be used for both attack and defense. Yin flame can increase the ship's power system as well as improve the ship's cannons. Yin fire crystals can now be mined in the Hell Space. Asking host to approve all the improvements. Zhao Hai didn't expect the gray fireballs to have this much benefits. The flame can even be used for crafting. It's quite good. Zhao Hai couldn't stop himself from laughing. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Immediately start the upgrades. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a gray radiance suddenly covered the Hell King's ship. After the gray light vanished, gray flames started to go about and around the Hell King's ship. The flames seemed to go in and out of the ship, looking like it was burning the insides of the vessel. However, for those standing inside the ship like Zhao Hai and the others, they can't feel anything different at all. Upon seeing this, Laura and the others couldn't help but feel curious. They stretched their hands and reached out towards the flames. However, like phantoms, the flames just went through, seemingly unaffected by the hands that stretched out towards it. At this time, another batch of bone spears came out of the dark mist. Zhao Hai stopped the ship's waters from blocking the spears. Instead, Zhao Hai just allowed them to strike the ship. Just as the bone spears were about to hit the ship, a flame wall suddenly solidified itself, blocking the bone spears from going further. As the bone spears passed through the flaming wall, one could see the spears disintegrate into nothingness. Laura and the others couldn't help but call out in alarm. They didn't expect these phantom-like flames to be this powerful. At this time, a scream was heard inside the dark mist. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the scream and said, "Who was that? Come out." The dark mist suddenly parted, revealing the people behind them. No, they shouldn't be called people. These people didn't have a corporeal form. They looked like specters floating in midair. Zhao Hai looked at these beings and couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he immediately understood. These people were unique beings of the underworld, the Lich. To put it simply, the Lich race was part of the ghost races. They were darkness beings that evolved their souls to the maximum. They almost had complete immunity against physical attacks. In the underworld, they were one of the most difficult race to deal with. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would meet members of the Lich race here inside the dark mist. It seems like more creatures from the underworld had come up into the Ark continent. After the group of Lich saw Zhao Hai, one of them said with a deep voice, "Who are you? And why are you here?" Zhao Hai looked at the Lich and then smiled. "This is the Ark continent. It's natural that I'm here." "Are you from the underworld's Lich race? Why would you come to the Ark continent and cause trouble?" Upon hearing this, the Lich seemed to turn blank. One of them turned its head to Zhao Hai and said, "Don't talk nonsense. How could this be the Ark continent?" "The Ark continent's laws prohibit the existence of god ranks. We've been here for some time, however, we didn't feel any change of laws. Also, from looking at your god rank strength, how could this be the Ark continent?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the Lich would actually know about these matters. In fact, What Zhao Hai didn't know was that these lich were old ghosts that lived for who knows how long. As long as they weren't killed in battle, the lich were basically immortal. Because of this, they were aware of many things. They're basically living historical records. Zhao Hai looked at the lich and then said, "This is really the Ark continent. Because of a giant accident, the laws of the plane has been changed. This accident also opened the rift to the underworld and the Ark continent." The lich looked at each other, clearly astonished by what they heard. Zhao Hai said that the laws had been changed. In the past, they didn't understand how a spatial barrier could get punctured, producing a spatial rift. So it turns out to be this reason. However, what puzzled them was what kind of power would have the capability of changing the laws of a plane. Illich looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Nonsense. Changing the laws of the plane isn't easy. How could people possibly achieve it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he answered, "Changing the laws of a plane certainly isn't easy. However, some people actually used an entire country's worth of people to perform a blood sacrifice to achieve it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the expression on the lich changed. Although they were now members of the lich race, they were originally transformed souls. They could still recall some memories. They didn't expect that people would have the audacity to use an entire country to carry out a blood sacrifice. Zhao Hai looked at the lich and then said, "Although you've become part of the lich race, you seem to have retained some humanistic natures. I'm not afraid to tell you that the one who did this to the Ark continent was the divine race. The divines and the demons invaded the Ark continent at the same time. The divines used an entire country to carry their blood sacrifice to break the plane's barrier as well as change the laws, and with the appearance of the underworld, I had no choice but to move everyone out of the continent." Just as Zhao Hai said this, Illich suddenly asked, "Mister, might I know which country was used as a blood sacrifice?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course, the country used for the blood sacrifice was the Ocean Waves dynasty." When Zhao Hai said this, the lich couldn't help but pause. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you say Ocean Waves dynasty? Is it really the Ocean Waves dynasty?" Zhao Hai was confused by the lich's response. He nodded and said, "Right, it's the Ocean Waves dynasty. There's no need for me to lie about this matter." Upon hearing this, the lich suddenly screamed. Then Zhao Hai saw the flames of the ship suddenly forming a wall. It seems like this scream's power was quite huge. Otherwise, the ship wouldn't have been compelled to produce this firewall. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He was confused at the lich's reaction. He knew that the lich didn't intend to attack. It seems like the lich was impacted by something. The other lich even went forward to comfort that lich. Moreover, Zhao Hai can see that the lich that attacked had the lowest strength compared to the other lich. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he thought that the lich might be a person. Can it be that this lich had a relationship with the Ocean Waves dynasty? It took some time before the lich calmed down. At this moment, a more elderly lich looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please don't get offended. He didn't intend to attack you. It's just because he was a member of the Ocean Waves dynasty's imperial family before he died. He couldn't help but get affected by your information." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can understand. But has this gentleman not been in the Ocean Waves dynasty for many years?" The lich that screamed paused for a moment before he nodded and said, "Mr. guessed correctly. It has been more than 1,000 years ago when I passed away. Since then, I've received no news about the Ocean Waves dynasty." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I couldn't blame Mr. The Ocean Waves dynasty has been the base of the Radiant Church in the past 100 years. It was said that the Radiant Church's influence was more powerful than the dynasty's nobles, and most of those nobles had become fanatical followers of the church. However, the Radiant Church was a chess piece of the divine race. After we discovered the Radiant Church's schemes and dealt with them, we didn't expect them to retreat to the Ocean Waves dynasty. After that, the Ocean Waves dynasty's king relinquished the throne to the Radiant Church's pope, changing the nation's name to Radiant Empire. Because of what happened, the divines chose to sacrifice the entire country for their plans. The group of Lich gawked. Then the Lich from the Ocean Waves dynasty sighed and said, "Alright, it has been 1,000 years. For the dynasty to turn this way doesn't have anything to do with me. And with my current state, there's no way for me to take revenge against the divines." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I have news regarding Mr. Zenmati. The one who invaded the Ark continent are the Taurus divines. At this point, the Taurus divines have basically been extinguished by me. We're currently battling for the Taurus continent. The Ark continent will be left behind for the underworld." The group of Lich looked blankly at Zhao Hai. They couldn't believe what Zhao Hai just said. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "I only came here because I heard from someone that a strange flame exists. Therefore, I came to witness it for myself. I don't have any other plans." The Lich looked at each other before one of them said, "Are those Iron Men your people?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's impossible for me to have subordinates like those. Due to the changes made by the divines to the Ark continent's laws, spatial rifts started to appear in the Ark continent. In addition to the underworld, there's also another plane that managed to connect to the continent. That plane is called the Atlanta plane. Those Iron Men that you say came from that place. Those suits are called magic armors. The people from the Atlanta plane are inside. They're quite strong, and are also intruders to the Ark continent." Chapter 886. Establishing the laboratory. The Lich didn't know what to say. They didn't think that the continent would have this much change. It seems like they were reading from a storybook. Zhao Hai looked at the Lich and said, "Everyone, I won't be staying here anymore. You will definitely meet the people from the Atlanta plane once again. Please be careful." Then he turned back into the ship with the intention of leaving. But at this time, one of the Lich suddenly said, "Mister, please wait." Zhao Hai immediately stopped. He turned around and then said, "Do you need something?" Among them, an elderly Lich gave Zhao Hai a salute. This salute was just like one made by nobles, but was also different. Laura looked at the old man's actions and her eyes shone as she whispered to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, this is a salute made by ancient nobles. They use this whenever they have a request." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the Lich and said, "Is there something wrong?" The Lich looked at Zhao Hai and said, "From what we can see, Mr. should be someone with an extraordinary status. Our group had long been tired of the underworld. We want to go to all places with Mr. I don't know if Mr. can agree. We can become Mr.'s slaves. We'll follow your every bidding." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the Lich to have this request. He looked puzzled at the Lich before he asked, "You have god rank strength, and since you seem to the leader of your group, then you should have an overlord class position in the underworld. Are you really willing to follow me and be my slaves?" The elder Lich smiled and said, "Correct. Just like Mr. said, we're honored and famed characters in the underworld. However, the underworld is different compared to other places. In the underworld almost everyone has an immortal body, so there'll be no problem even if one doesn't struggle to live. People would just play around and then go elsewhere. Most of us just do nothing for countless years. I don't know how many years I have lived, but I've grown bored of the underworld. If you weren't asleep, then you would spend your waking hours doing nothing. We want to go with Mr. to see the world. We don't mind being slaves." Then Zhao Hai turned to the other Lich and said, "Do all of you share the same thoughts?" The other Lich nodded. It's true, they spend all day doing nothing, being in a daze the whole time. It wasn't something people could endure. It was akin to punishment. Zhao Hai looked at the Lich and then smiled. "I can take you with me. You can bring your subordinates as well, and instead of being slaves, I'll treat you as my friends instead." The Lich looked at Zhao Hai blankly. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this willing to accept them, even going so far as to treat them as friends. The elder Lich looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we are from the Lich race. Won't our existence bring trouble to you?" Zhao Hai laughed. "That won't be a problem. I myself am a dark mage. the most powerful one in the Ark continent. The undead under my control has reached tens of millions. What can a few lich do to affect my reputation? The group of lich stared, then their expressions lit up. The elder lich then asked, might we ask how many undead can Mr.'s ship hold? Our subordinates are quite a lot. Zhao Hai laughed and said, the number's not a problem, I can just store them in my space. The more people the better. The lich paused, then he said, alright, then we'll be impolite to Mr. However, most of our people cannot fly. We'll have to ask Mr. to lower his ship. Zhao Hai smiled before he slowly lowered the Hell King ship's altitude. At the same time, the elder lich made a sound before leading the other lich towards the ship. Before long, a large number of undead creatures came walking from all directions. Zhao Hai thought that the elder lich's subordinates were other lich. However, he soon found out that he was wrong. Among the undead that came from all directions, most of them were skeletons and zombies. The lich actually numbered the least among them. It was a bit strange, but Zhao Hai still took all of them into the ship. Under the stunned gaze of the lich, the undead went into the Hell King's ship in droves. The ship's size was basically ignored. It was just like a bottomless pit as it swallowed every undead. After the last undead went into Zhao Hai's ship, Zhao Hai turned his head and said, alright, everyone, let's go to the Divine Realm. The lich nodded, and in the next moment the ship vanished from the dark mist before reappearing in the Divine Realm. The lich couldn't help but get stunned upon seeing the instant change to the scenery. The elder lich looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Mr. to hold a spatial divergent ability. No wonder Mr. can defeat the divine race. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's not just my ability that allowed me to defeat the divines. Since you have prestigious status in the underworld, then you should know about the demons, right? The lich didn't understand what Zhao Hai was saying. Zhao Hai just said that the divines and the demons invaded the Ark continent at the same time, so why would he use the demons to explain why he defeated the divines? The elder lich still wondered. However, he nodded and said, yes, we are. We've had several battles against the demon realm. The demons have good fighting prowess. Even if they are dominated by the undead, they still manage to fight back. They're the most intimidating enemies we have seen. Zhao Hai looked at the lich and smiled. The reason why I dared to deal with the divine race is because I managed to bring the demons to my side. The demons are now my subordinates. Because of this, I didn't have any other worries and managed to focus on dealing with the divine race. Upon hearing this, the other lich gawked. After that, the way the Zhao Hai changed. The lich race lived extremely long lives, so they also participated in the battles against the demons. They didn't expect that those terrifying demons would actually be subdued by Zhao Hai. This was just too shocking. 1. After seeing their reactions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, come with me, let's go visit the demon realm. Then with an intention, the Hell King's ship appeared inside the demon space. Upon reaching the demon space, the lich were shocked yet again. They had gone to the demon realm before, so they could safely affirm that this place wasn't the demon realm. What made them feel even more strange was the fact that although this place wasn't the demon realm, demons actually lived inside it. They had battled with demons many times, therefore, they knew what the demons looked like. Just as the lich were confused, a prompt was suddenly heard. Robots not belonging to the space discovered. Proceeding to modify their program. Program modification completed. Host can now command the robots. Before Zhao Hai could comprehend the announcement, the group of lich suddenly bowed and said, we have seen the master. Zhao Hai was stunned, then a wave of happiness washed over him. The lich were wise beings, so Zhao Hai thought that the space wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. No matter what, the lich were still undead. To the space, they were just another type of robots. Naturally, the space couldn't allow disobedient robots to exist inside it, so it immediately subdued the lich. This was great for Zhao Hai. After comprehending what just happened, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, no need to be too polite, just call me young master. I'll be sending you to the space. to Wild Dragon Island. Go and help my father-in-law research magic formations. If you want to come out and see the world outside, then don't hesitate to tell me." The Lich nodded. They now regarded Zhao Hai as their master, so they respected his words. The Lich were different compared to those beings invited by Zhao Hai to the space. Those who were invited in could only be influenced by the space little by little. On the other hand, the Lich were immediately subdued by the space. Zhao Hai also took the Lich to see the Great Demon King, but since the Great Demon King was still busy with the crystal cards, Zhao Hai didn't stay too long. In the meantime, Zhao Hai just threw the Lich's subordinates to the space. Majority of their subordinates were just ordinary undead. They didn't even reach 9th rank. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't intend to use them in the near future. When he was done dealing with the undead, Zhao Hai returned to the Divine Realm after handing the Lich over to Kair. Kair would introduce the space to the Lich and then take them to Wild Dragon Island. The Lich have lived a long life, so even if they weren't that intelligent, they can still make up for it with their experience. Besides sleeping, the Lich also managed to record history and some even started to research interesting things. However, it's just a pity that technology was completely non-existent in the underworld. The undead were basically brainless beings with nothing but instinct. In this case, having the undead research was basically useless. Now that Zhao Hai had sent them to the space, the Lich might find something good to do. And since magic formations were profound, then they might come to love researching it. Zhao Hai had already asked True Ian to make a laboratory in Wild Dragon Island. Gathered in this laboratory were many types of people. There were mages, elves, dwarves, and now Lich. Zhao Hai was also preparing to bring goblins to the laboratory in the near future. Zhao Hai knew how good laboratories could be. Back on Earth, these laboratories were key to humanity's scientific and technological advances. Therefore, Zhao Hai was making a laboratory for himself in order to prepare for the future. 1. I don't know what the plural term for Lich is, so I just used assume to be the same. Chapter 887, The O'Neill Family's Response. Theo and Louis were currently standing on top of the City Lord's mansion, looking at the dark mist in the distance. The people who were sent to survey the situation had found out that the dark mist had already covered the entire northern part of the Ark continent and has been slowly creeping further. This report made Theo and Louis' faces ugly. Mad Dog and the others left to send word back to the family. At this time, Theo and Louis were inside a small city with 30 magic armors and 2 war tanks. Theo looked at the dark mist and couldn't help but clench his fist as he said, I didn't expect that the dark mist is still expanding. No wonder the people from the Ark continent left. What should we do? The family had already exerted great effort for this expedition. Louis was very clear about this point. Both of them were already branded with the O'Neill family's mark. It can be said that their fate was intertwined with the family. Louis knew that the O'Neill family had made great efforts in order to enter the Ark continent. If they fail this expedition, then the O'Neill family might not be able to recover. Their future would be bleak. However, this dark mist wasn't very easy to deal with. It's certain that underneath this dark cloak was a ton of undead. Louis can confirm this because only undead and dark mages could use bone spears as an attack. And after he saw that yin fire, Louis was absolutely sure that there were undead. This was because it would be impossible for dark mages to get in contact with yin fire without causing damage to themselves. But even so, Louis cannot display his restlessness at this time. He turned to Theo and smiled faintly. Don't worry, the family will surely find a way to deal with this. There are powerful cannons on the family's ships. Theo nodded. He was still young after all. Without Louis here, the undead would have already caused havoc to their team. Because of Louis, Theo was able to keep a calm mind amidst the recent developments. Then Theo turned to Louis and said, Brother Louis, will the messengers come back soon? Louis shook his head and said, I'm not sure. However, I'm certain that the family would make the proper arrangements. There's a good chance that they would send a warship here to support us. After all, Warships have more firepower and can carry more troops. It can also save more energy. Theo stared for a moment before he gave a nod. Then he said, Brother Louis, since the undead would only come out at night, how about we do something else during the day? Louis looked at Theo and said, Do something? What do you want to do? Theo smiled faintly and said, Now that the Ark Continent's people have migrated, the magic beasts began to thrive. Those magic beasts would be able to provide us with magic crystals. If we send our people to kill those magic beasts during the day, then we can make crystals for our own use. At the same time, we could also use this time to scout for minerals in the Ark Continent. Louis thought about it for a moment before he gave a nod. All right, let's go do that. We can spare 10 people for that task. However, we cannot use our war tanks. Theo happily complied as he turned around and went to manage it. Looking at Theo's departing back, Louis couldn't help but smile. After that, he returned to looking at the dark mist. His brow wrinkled. He was worried about the current situation. The area covered by the dark mist was too big. Moreover, with the rate of its expansion, who knows what kinds of undead were lurking inside? Was it worth it for the O'Neill family to fight the undead? While Louis was worried about these matters, Mad Dog and his team arrived at the O'Neill family's camp located in the Rosen Empire. The O'Neill family had already occupied the entire Rosen Empire, with the Patriarch moving to the Rosen Empire's Imperial Palace. Although Zhao Hai had relocated the entire Rosen Empire's population, he didn't destroy the Imperial Palace. And even if the interior decorations had been taken away, the structure was still as elegant and magnificent as before. Therefore, it's understandable for the O'Neill Patriarch to settle there. When Mad Dog's group appeared outside the palace, they were stopped by 2 magic armors. These 2 magic armors were god ranks. Therefore, Mad Dog didn't dare to be unreasonable, otherwise he would be killed on the spot. He jumped down from the war tank and then gave a bow. Lion Squad's Mad Dog from the scout team. I seek an audience with the Patriarch. I have matters to report. The 2 magic armors turned their head as they gave an announcement. Lion Squad's Mad Dog bears news. He asks for an audience with the Patriarch. Another magic armor not far away passed the message. Before long, the word got into the Imperial Palace and into the Patriarch's living quarters. A servant then knocked on the Patriarch's door and said, Patriarch, Scout Team's Lion Squad has arrived for a report. They're asking for an audience with you. The O'Neill family's Patriarch was currently working, but when he heard the servant, he immediately send him in. The servant complied and then turned to a distant place and gave word to a magic armor. Send him in. The magic armor then passed the message over until it reached the palace's entrance. After that, the servant led Mad Dog to the Patriarch's room. The Patriarch looked at Mad Dog and said, George, you brat. What happened? Did you discover something? George didn't expect the Patriarch to actually recognize him. His mood couldn't help but get lifted as he gave a bow to the Patriarch and said, Patriarch, it's been 10 days since we left here and headed north. However, after traveling for 10 days, we actually met trouble. There is a place covered with dark mist. When I entered the dark mist to investigate, I was attacked by bone spears and after that gray fireballs. That fireball wasn't affected by our energy beams. Instead, it actually strengthened it. After we came out and consulted Big Brother Louis, he said that we've came to meet an innate yin domain and those fireballs are possibly yin fire. Because of this, he decided to send us back to give a report while they remained to take watch over the dark mist. The Patriarch stared, then he knit his brows. Naturally, he knew what innate yin domains were. He looked at George and said, Has it been confirmed to be an innate yin domain? George shook his head and said, Brother Louis said that it had the characteristics of an innate yin domain. However, innate yin domains don't exist under the sun yet. This one did. But even so, Brother Louis still believes that it should be an innate yin domain. The Patriarch nodded and said, Louis' assessments are always safe. Since he said so, Then it seems that it is an innate yin domain. If that is the case, then that would be troublesome. But I don't want to have Louis going into the dark mist. You go take a rest first. George nodded before going away. After George left, the patriarch turned his head and said, "Call the generals for a meeting." Then the servant at the door gave a sound of affirmation before leaving. Before long, the generals arrived at the patriarch's room. Axe was also present. After the group had sat down, the patriarch said, "George from the Lion Squad just arrived." He said that after traveling north for 10 days, they were met with a dark mist. Louis suspects it to be an innate yin domain. What do you think about this? The people in the room turned silent. Everyone here had fought many battles. Even X was experienced due to his love for exploration. All present knew what an innate yin domain was. Therefore, they couldn't help but turn silent upon hearing the news. After some time, a tall general stood up and gave a bow before saying, "Patriarch, we should send more troops there. A distance of 10 days isn't far. If something happens there, then it would definitely a threat to us. Moreover, the O'Neill family already went all out in this conquest. Retreating will result in huge losses." The patriarch nodded. Then another general stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think the Ark Continent's migration has to do with this innate yin domain. We need to guard the boundary. From what I can see, we should send a battleship over for support. At the same time, we should request some strong cannons from the family as soon as possible." The patriarch gave another nod. Then another general stood up and said, "Patriarch, I think we should also quicken our southern survey. The south is too close to the family. If a threat appears there, then the family might be threatened." The patriarch hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "That's rational. We need to focus on the south as well." "Axe, do you have anything to say?" Axe stood up, gave the patriarch a bow, and said, "Father, we've already occupied the Ark continent. It's not clear why the people of the continent really left. And now, there's the innate yin domain. I think we should ask for more firepower from the family. We also need to adjust some magic armors in order to look for the resources of the Ark continent and then mine them. This would fund the family's operations. We need to recoup our expenses as soon as possible." The patriarch looked at Axe and gave a satisfied nod as he said, "My son has really grown up. That is a good idea. The dangers of the Ark continent is still unknown to us. We must be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. However, if we retreat, that would be a huge loss to the family. The best thing we could do right now is to scour the continent for any mineral resource and mine it." The generals agreed. In fact, the main reason they attacked the Ark continent was to get commodities and minerals. If they didn't get any minerals here because they were busy finding out why the Ark continent's people migrated, then that would just be putting the cart before the horse. Even if the Ark continent had turned dangerous and they needed to retreat, they still need to mine for minerals as much as possible. This would minimize the losses to the family. After seeing that everybody agreed, the patriarch nodded and said, "Pass this order." The victory and the glory would immediately return to the family to be restocked with 1,000 strong cannons and an additional 10,000 magic armors as soon as possible. At the same time, the tyrant will carry 1,000 magic armors and 50 war tanks in order to support the Lion Squad. Those present stood up and immediately went on to execute the command. After they left, the patriarch lightly frowned and said, "Interesting. There's actually an innate yin domain here. The Ark continent is getting more and more peculiar. Who knows what else we could find?" Zhao Hai was also listening to the meeting. After the generals left, he turned to Laura and said, "It looks like the O'Neill family had started to become careful. I'm afraid their southern scouts would quickly discover the spatial rifts to the demon realm and the divine realm. I want to see how they react after seeing those two places." Laura smiled faintly and said, "If I was the O'Neill family's patriarch, in addition to sending people to monitor the underworld and mining the Ark continent, I would also send people to investigate the demon realm. At the same time, I would send people to attack us in the divine realm. just to see how strong we are." Zhao Hai smiled as well and said, "They have a lot of things to do. I just don't know if they have enough manpower to do it." Laura chuckled and said, "Well, they surely have enough troops. From what we just heard, they wouldn't use too much magic armors when mining for ores. And since there's no danger in the Ark continent, those magic armors should be enough." It's the same with the demon realm. In this case, their troops can only be divided into two, the ones guarding the dark mist, and the other half can be allocated to us. However, I'm not sure about how much they'll send for the attack. Zhao Hai nodded. "I think they shouldn't send too much to attack us. What we need them to do is to enter the divine realm, and then we'll toss them to the divines. Meanwhile, after they finish mining, we could just steal it off of their hands. Wouldn't that be better?" Laura and the others chuckled. Then Lizzie said, "Recently, I've been sensing that Brother Hai really wants to steal." "You really want to snatch everything, Brother Hai? If you see a girl in the future, will you snatch her as well?" Zhao Hai pretended to lower his head as if he was thinking. After some time, he nodded and said, "That's a good idea. I haven't had a new wife for some time. It seems like now's a great chance." Then after he said that, he proceeded to run away. After hearing Zhao Hai say this, Laura and the others immediately chased Zhao Hai. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was just messing around. They just wanted to play along with their husband's antics. After some time, Zhao Hai stopped. He just sensed a call coming from a messenger fish. Zhao Hai took the messenger fish and saw that it was the one that belonged to Binya. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the other and then smiled. "It looks like we have something to do." Then he spoke to the messenger fish. "Binya, it's Zhao Hai." Chapter 888, Unprecedented Crisis. Binya's voice was then heard. "Mister, the work is done. You can make your move at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't leave the area. Only move when I give the signal. Don't let the divines discover your actions. We need to make a surprise attack." Binya replied, "Yes, Mr. Can rest assured. The divines have centralized the vassal soldiers in one area. We aren't so easily found." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "How are the divines solving the food problem?" Binya smiled faintly and said, "The divines are strictly monitoring the grain distribution. At the same time, they are also sending a lot of soldiers out in order to hunt magic beasts. The grains that the vassal soldiers were receiving have become less and less. However, the divines didn't stop the vassals from hunting for themselves." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he replied, "The divines didn't want the vassal soldiers to have suspicions. Tell the vassal races to not worry and not to show any hostility to the divines. Wait until I arrive, then we can deal with the divines." Binya gave an agreeing sound. Zhao Hai smiled and then stored the messenger fish. After that, he turned to Laura and said, "It's time to move." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Do we make a move on their supply ships? If we do, then the divines would surely starve." Zhao Hai replied, "I know they'll send more food soon, and in addition to food, they might send more manpower and supreme elders this way." At this point, they should have already suspected that the Scorpio Supreme Elder had met an unfortunate end. Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and frowned. "So Brother Hai, what do we do? Do we deal with their base? We can't just deal with them without suffering any losses." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's just wait. If we can't deal with the supplies, then we'll deal with the base. In any case, there's no way for them to catch up to us." When she heard this plan, Laura didn't stop it. She knew that Zhao Hai already had Kair monitor the seas for the next few days. Once they discover the divine race's supply ships, then they would proceed to attack. Kair was already at work. She didn't even need to be focused on this task. As long as she paid attention to it from time to time, then it would be fine. At this time, Zhao Hai's attention was turned to the O'Neill family. Not only did the family send scouts to the northern part of the continent, they also sent a team down south. However, that team has yet to arrive at the Buddha Empire. Naturally, It was still impossible for them to discover the demon realm spatial rift, but they were close to arriving at the Akra Mountains. Zhao Hai still had some undead mining for ores in the Ark continent. However, their quantity wasn't a lot and majority of them were iron armor beasts. There were also mining teams present in the demon realm as well as in the Taurus continent. Chapter Mid. The third day after Zhao Hai and Banya talked, Kair told Zhao Hai that the Divine Race's supply fleet had come. The transport fleet this time included warships aside from ordinary cargo ships. However, one could see that the amount of grain being shipped has been reduced. Zhao Hai saw the situation and couldn't help but smile as he said, "It seems that the Divines had no way of collecting ships in a short time. However, it also seems like they're carrying more spatial equipment this time." Laura looked at the supply ships and said, "Will you make a move now, Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course, let's go and see who they sent this time to suppress my undead." After that, Zhao Hai and the ship disappeared and reappeared once more in a place not too far from the fleet. Then Zhao Hai slowly increased the ship's size as they approached the Divines. Naturally, the Divines managed to spot the Hell King's ship and immediately responded. The warships quickly surrounded the cargo vessels. At the same time, the people from the ships flew up. But what made Zhao Hai confused was the lack of Supreme Elders. These people should know that besides Supreme Elders, nothing could bring any threat to him. Why didn't the Divine Race send a Supreme Elder? While Zhao Hai was confused, the sky suddenly turned black. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a starry sky. There were large and small meteorites along with various planets. Not far away from these small celestial bodies was a star emitting a large amount of heat. Zhao Hai and the others stared at this situation, enamored by the scene in front of them. This was especially true for Laura and the others. They didn't know about outer space. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know what they were seeing. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was looking at it with curiosity. Although it was similar to the outer space that he remembered, he was sure that they weren't out in space. There was no gravity in outer space. People just float in midair. There's no air in space as well. However, those things were present where they were. Zhao Hai can be certain that this was the doing of the Divine Race. Formation. This was the first word that popped into Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai was almost sure that this was a formation established by the Divines. However, he didn't know what kind of formation this was. He didn't expect the Divines to have this kind of weapon. It can actually change the environment around them. This caused Zhao Hai to anticipate what would happen next. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Be careful, we've fallen into the Divine Race's formation. I believe the Divines will attack us soon." Laura and the other nodded, but they didn't worry too much. Zhao Hai's abilities made them confident. Zhao Hai was almost invincible. Zhao Hai didn't mind this as he commanded the ship's cannons to hit the celestial bodies at the distance. The energy beams launched out from the cannons and quickly reached the target. Several meteorites were destroyed immediately, but the bigger planets only had a big hole. Everything was just like what would happen in outer space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. To be honest, his understanding of formations was too poor. On the other hand, the Divine Race's formations were truly mystical. Trapping those who were beginners to magic formations would be easy for them. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that several planets had linked with each other. Then, these white links connected into the Taurus constellation. Before long, a huge golden bull rushed straight towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai frowned. These planets reminded him about the Taurus Supreme Elder. It was likely that this attack was the same one used by the Taurus Supreme Elder while using the Taurus ultimate weapon. Zhao Hai didn't make a move and just waved his hand. After doing that, the cannons on the ship immediately launched its attacks towards the incoming bull. 100 energy beams coalesced and became one huge beam and hit the bull. However, something out of Zhao Hai's expectation happened. The bull just blurred for a moment before it continued on towards the Hell King's ship. At this moment, Zhao Hai didn't have enough time to hide. When the bull approached the ship, the waves went on to mitigate its speed. However, the bull's radiance just decreased. It didn't vanish. The bull rushed to the ship amongst the waves of water before it slammed on the ship. This caused the ship to sway gently. This sway might be small, but it still made Zhao Hai frown. He discovered that this attack was actually stronger than the ones made by the Taurus Supreme Elder. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt something rushing to the ship. When he turned his head, he saw several stars forming the Sagittarius pattern. Then a horse archer pulled his bow and sent a light arrow towards Zhao Hai. It was time for Zhao Hai to move. With an intention, the ship shrunk as it quickly dodged to the side. But before Zhao Hai could calm down, the light arrow actually curved and homed into the ship. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately made the cannons fire at the arrow. However, the result was the same as the Taurus bull. Although the magic cannons had hit the beam, the arrow only lost a bit of light as it continued to shoot towards the ship. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and waved his hand. A giant scorpion appeared right by him and moved forward to meet the incoming arrow. When both became closer to each other, the scorpion used its tail to strike the arrow. With a banging sound, the arrow vanished. Zhao Hai used this opportunity to return to his cabin and open the monitor. In the past, he was fortunate to escape the Tao Lotus due to the monitor. Zhao Hai wanted the monitor to help him this time as well. However, Zhao Hai was left disappointed. The monitor was also confused. There simply wasn't anything useful in its display. After Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed. He understood that the space's monitor wasn't all-powerful. Things like the divine race's formations weren't able to be penetrated by the space. This was equal to erasing Zhao Hai's advantage. If the monitor was really rendered useless, then it's possible that Zhao Hai was in real danger. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 889. Way to break the formation. Laura and the others were with Zhao Hai. They also saw the monitor's display. Since this wasn't something they had seen before, they became flustered after a while. While Laura and the others panicked, Zhao Hai actually kept his calm. After a moment he opened his mouth and called out, "Care, Care, are you there?" But Care didn't reply, which was unprecedented. Under normal circumstances, Care would immediately reply to Zhao Hai's call. Zhao Hai can still feel his connection with Care, but it seems like it has been blocked by something. At this moment, they had no way of contacting each other. Zhao Hai's face turned uglier. He slowly walked out of the cabin and looked all around. The scorpion was still by the ship's side. On the other hand, the Taurus and Sagittarius constellations were constantly attacking the ship. But with the ship's cannons, ram, waves, and poles moving to defend, the enemy had no way of dealing with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai soon noticed that on the left side of the Hell King's ship, a constellation that looked like a goat lying on the ground and another constellation that was two fishes entangled with each other. The two constellations slowly formed. Then, from the Capricorn constellation, a goat with two curved horns rushed out. At the same time, two fishes also came out from the Pisces constellation. Both were rushing towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai gawked. Then he immediately ordered the ship's cannons to attack the goat and the fishes. The waves went in to help as well. The task of dealing with the bull and the archer was left to the ship's ram and pole. Zhao Hai was now sure that he was dealing with at least 4 supreme elders this time: the Taurus, Capricorn, Pisces, and Sagittarius. It seems like they've prepared this formation to kill him here. At this time, Laura, with a scared tone, asked, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. "Don't be scared, it's fine. They just want to drag us in. We don't have to fear when it comes to this battle. If they really wanted to stall for time, then let's just see who comes out on top." Just as Zhao Hai said that, a huge meteor was suddenly spotted heading towards the ship. The ship didn't respond for a while, but just as the meteorite was about to hit it, flames immediately formed a wall. The meteorite was turned into ash, but not before shaking the ship. At this time, more meteorites went crashing towards the ship. This caused Zhao Hai's expression to change. He can now affirm that there weren't only 4 supreme elders present. Instead, there should be 5. 4 were carrying the constellation attacks while 1 controlled the meteorites. Without a 5th elder present, the formation wouldn't have been this stable. Zhao Hai's expression was ugly. Now that his connection with the space was lost, asking for help from the space was impossible. And although there were a lot of undead inside the ship, the strength of those undead weren't much help compared to his current enemies. If he released the undead, then they would just be annihilated. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of formation the divines had used this time. However, there was one thing he can be sure of. This formation amplified the attacks made by the Supreme Elders. It can be said that once the continents worked together, then they would be able to increase the power of their ultimate weapons by many folds. It was this point that Zhao Hai was careful of. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't threatened by the ultimate weapons. What he was taking in mind was the divine race's great formations. The reason Zhao Hai was thinking about these formations was because they were able to cut his communication with the space. If Zhao Hai wasn't careful, then all of the divine realm's ultimate weapons would gang upon him. Their power would surely be formidable. If the divines knew about Zhao Hai's thoughts, then they would surely rage at him. Zhao Hai was currently trapped, but now he was even thinking about their formation. Zhao Hai looked out and saw that the meteorites were still coming. Then his staff turned into a huge hammer as he proceeded to smash the meteorites one after another. As long as the hammer hits the meteorites would immediately be crushed. While Zhao Hai was pounding at the meteorites, he was also keeping attention to everything around him. He didn't want to spend too much time with the divines. He needed to find a way to break the formation. And just as Zhao Hai was looking at the meteors as well as the planets, he found out that the other planets were proceeding to smash themselves towards the Hell King's ship. If those managed to hit the ship, then things would surely become more troublesome. While Zhao Hai was paying attention to these celestial bodies, he suddenly discovered something peculiar. The formation of meteors and planets only had one sole body that stayed stationary all throughout the event. It was a star. This discovery made Zhao Hai stare for a moment. Then he decided to take the risk. With only a thought, Zhao Hai directed the ship towards that single star. The reason Zhao Hai discovered this peculiarity was not only because this star remained stationary, it was also because this was the only star present in the skies. Upon ruminating on this thought, Zhao Hai immediately went to deal with the star. The Hell King's ship was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the star. The waves underneath had wrapped the entire ship. A firewall also supported the ship's advance. But even so, Zhao Hai could still feel the heat coming out from that star. Zhao Hai didn't care so much about this as he went straight towards the star. However, something made Zhao Hai feel strange. He already pierced through the star, but the formation was still up. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he muttered, "Did I guess wrongly? That's impossible." In this great formation, everything other than this star had moved. This star should be the key to breaking the formation. Why was my action useless? Laura and the others couldn't understand why Zhao Hai was planning to go straight towards the star. However, they still decided to trust Zhao Hai. Nobody moved as they all waited for a result. After seeing that nothing happened as they clashed with the star, Laura and the others felt relieved. But at the same time, their current situation didn't change. Zhao Hai calmly scanned his surroundings. The heavenly bodies were still going towards the ship. The attacks from the 4 constellations also kept coming. This was not what Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai looked at the star and saw no change. However, Zhao Hai still believed that this was the key for their escape. The ship just passing through the star didn't affect this belief. If the star wasn't the key, then it would have used its high temperature to assault the ship. However, the star stayed there, not doing anything. This was the flaw made by the other party. Their wisdom had caused their ruin. However, Zhao Hai's attack didn't do anything to the star. So how could Zhao Hai get out of his current situation? As he was thinking about the solution, Zhao Hai kept waving his staff as he smashed the incoming meteors. Zhao Hai suddenly thought about the contents of a book he had read before. In fact, There were a lot of books with the same content. Any big formation would surely have their own core, and that core would need to be protected for the formation to continue existing. Take this formation for example, its core was surely supported by smaller formations. However, Zhao Hai's understanding with regards to formations was just too low. Him being able to break this formation was close to impossible. So what can he do now? Zhao Hai frowned, and then his thoughts turned back to the time where he managed to break the Tao Lotus formation. At that time, it wasn't so difficult. Was that because the Tao Lotus had no one commanding it? As this thought passed through his mind, Zhao Hai's gaze couldn't help but shake. Since he had no way of contacting the space, Zhao Hai's means of action became limited. At this time, all he had was his staff, the Hell King's ship, the scorpion, his undead. But among all other things that he could use, Zhao Hai actually forgot about one thing, the Tao Lotus. The Tao Lotus was inside his body, not in the space. Therefore, Zhao Hai can definitely use the Tao Lotus this time. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately took the Tao Lotus out from his danshan. Zhao Hai didn't use the Tao Lotus to defend himself. Instead, he directed the lotus to attack the star, break the firmament of reality. Zhao Hai suddenly thought of these words. Although these words only appeared on novels and might be ineffective at this time, Zhao Hai still tried. Therefore, he thought of these words as he sent the Tao Lotus out. After releasing the lotus, Zhao Hai began to pay attention to it. The Tao Lotus didn't meet with any trouble as it flew directly towards the star. The lotus looked as if it was going to be swallowed by the heat. However, from his connection to the lotus, Zhao Hai can feel that the lotus was spinning. It was still operating as normal. Zhao Hai then controlled the Tao Lotus to launch an attack on the star. The 8 trigrams appeared from the lotus: earth, wind, thunder, fire, mountain, water, heaven, and marsh. Then the lotus proceeded to rotate quickly. The 8 trigrams followed along with it. In the end, the Tao Lotus was almost unrecognizable. The figure that can be seen right now was the scene of primal chaos. Chapter 890, Most Violent Way. Zhao Hai hadn't met this situation before. He just commanded the Tao Lotus to attack, but it seems that the Tao Lotus had a mind of its own and made its own move. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. At this time, the scene of primal chaos exploded fiercely. Following a banging sound, the star vanished alongside the entire starry sky. Zhao Hai looked outward and saw that the blue skies had returned. Not far away from him was the divine race's grain fleet. There were 5 divines surrounding the fleet. All had difficult expressions on their faces. One of them had a rotating plate on his hand while the other 4 were in full body armor. Zhao Hai could recognize the supreme elder of the Taurus clan among the armored men. Although he didn't know about the other 3, Zhao Hai could still fairly guess who they were. The one with 2 curved horns on his helmet should be the Capricorn continent's supreme elder. The one with a big pair of wings and was equipped with a bow and arrow should be the Sagittarius continent's supreme elder. And the one with fish fins on his armor should be the Pisces continent's supreme elder. The aura of these people wasn't small. The oldest one among them should be the Taurus supreme elder. The others seemed to be younger. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to talk to them as he heard Kair calling out to him. Kair appeared in front of Zhao Hai and then hugged his neck as she cried, young master, you just disappeared. I can't find you. I was so scared." Zhao Hai lightly rubbed Kair's head and said, "Kair, don't be afraid. This Zhao Hai will never leave you." After some time, Zhao Hai managed to calm Kair down. At this time, Laura and the others walked towards Zhao Hai. They looked at Zhao Hai with sincere gazes. They knew Zhao Hai would be able to solve this crisis. Then Zhao Hai looked at the divines and said, "And which supreme elders do I have the privilege to meet? I already know old Taurus, so there's no need for introduction. How about I guess the others? You should be the Capricorn continent's supreme elder. Should I call you Muroga?" Muroga just snorted and didn't answer Zhao Hai. Although he still had his proud look, his eyes were full of dread. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, Then he turned his head to the person with wings and was equipped with a bow. "You should be the Sagittarius Continent's Supreme Elder. Please forgive me. I don't know your name." The Supreme Elder had a calm expression as he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Shi." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to the elder with fins on his suit. "And you should be the Pisces Continent's Supreme Elder." "I apologize for not knowing your name." The Supreme Elder of the Pisces Continent also gave a salute and said, "Ming Desir has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then he turned his head to look at the person holding the plate. He smiled faintly and said, "I'd like to guess this elder's identity. If I have not guessed wrong, the formation was your doing, and the reason you're able to establish the formation was because of your formation plate. Since your formation allows ultimate weapons to coordinate with each other, your status shouldn't be that difficult to guess." The Supreme Elder looked calmly at Zhao Hai. Seeing that the other party had stayed silent, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Divine Realm has 13 continents. Each continent had their own ultimate weapon. 12 of the continents have their names going according to the constellations, only the Central Continent did not. At the same time, the 12 continents have combat suits that correspond to their continent's name. As far as I know, there's no word about the Central Continent having their own combat suit." The Central Continent's Supreme Elder's eyes shrunk upon hearing Zhao Hai. Noting this small detail, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Central Continent's ultimate weapon should be that formation plate in your hand. That plate could establish a formation that would allow the 12 continents' ultimate weapons to coordinate. If my assumptions are true, then you should be the Central Continent's Supreme Elder. But I have to apologize for not knowing your name." The Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite." "Mister's guess is correct. I am indeed the Central Continent's Supreme Elder. I'm just known as Elder Star. I didn't think that Mr. would actually break the formation that we've prepared for a long time. Mr.'s strength is truly one of a kind." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It is Elder Star that is being too polite. It seems like you've come here to kill me. Am I correct?" Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai and then sighed. "To be honest, I didn't want Mr. to become my enemy. Mr.'s strength is beyond my expectations. However, Mr. is just too strong, to the point of being a threat to the divine race. Because of this, I have no choice but to deal with Mr." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Elder Star really says interesting things. You don't want to become my enemy? Then why did the Divines open a spatial rift to my Arc Continent? Why did the Divines sacrifice millions of the Arc Continent's people, both young and old, for your blood sacrifice? My actions are something that the divine race had brought onto itself. You really think that the Divines could reign in every plane? However, you don't realize that you're just chess pieces for another person, a dog being commanded, a threat to the divine race's existence. Ha 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 ha. The Divines shouldn't exist to begin with." After Zhao Hai said that, the faces of Elder Star and the others turned ugly. Elder Star coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, don't think that you're great just because I spared a good word or two for you. You think you can escape from our attacks?" Zhao Hai laughed once more and replied, "Escape? Why would I escape? I want to collect all of your ultimate weapons for my own use. Did I just come here to watch you and run, and you hold me here while your grain ships would escape? Stop dreaming. From what I can see, there's 5 of you here. There are still 4 Supreme Elders not accounted for. 2 should be back defending your continents. As for the other 2, are they planning to head here and surround me?" As Zhao Hai said that, the expressions of the Divines changed. Then at this moment, an extremely huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea. The entire divine race fleet was swallowed up. Nothing but those Divines who flew were left. When all the ships had vanished, a small ball suddenly flew out from the sea and headed towards the Hell King's ship before plopping on top of Zhao Hai's head. That small ball was Bubble, the source of myriad water. Before Zhao Hai left the continent, he had Bubble released to the sea in order to swallow the grain ships into its own storage space. To be honest, Zhao Hai can deal with 5 of these elders at once. However, if he did that, then he would have to use his true strength. This would cause the plane's suppression on him to become stronger. If he was unlucky, then he might prematurely ascend. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't proceed to quickly deal with the 5 elders. The reason he talked with them was in order for Bubble to have time to prepare. This ended with the grain ships being swallowed up. Moreover, the words that Zhao Hai said wasn't all just for the sake of conversation. The 2 supreme elders guarding the Taurus continent were indeed heading here. They were the Cancer continent and the Leo continent's supreme elders. The 2 arriving here was something that Zhao Hai desired. Amidst the expressions of the supreme elders, Zhao Hai gave a smile and said, "Ever since I was born, today's fight was the hardest one I've encountered. But everyone, I won't be here for long. See you next time." After he said that, Zhao Hai vanished along with the Hell King's ship. Seeing Zhao Hai vanish, the expressions of the Supreme Elders changed. This was especially evident in Gold Ben as he said, "Not good. Nobody is left to defend our base in the Taurus continent. Zhao Hai will attack." When they heard this, the Supreme Elders' expressions turned ugly. Elder Star immediately said, "Quick! Everyone go back to the base. We cannot allow Zhao Hai to destroy it." After that, all of them flew towards the Taurus continent with all their might. But unfortunately for them, nobody can beat a space ability user when it came to mobility. They were bound to be defeated. When the Hell King's ship disappeared from the sea, it quickly re-emerged in an area not far away from the divine base in the Taurus continent. After appearing, Zhao Hai immediately took a messenger fish and said, "Binya, Binya, are you there?" Binya's voice came, "Mister, I'm here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. Listen, have the vassal soldiers prepare. We'll be dealing with the base." At this moment, the base has no supreme elder defending it. It's time to attack. Binya gave a nod. Then he gave an affirmation before putting the messenger fish away and preparing for the attack. Zhao Hai looked at the base and snorted, "It's about time you fall." Then he made the Hell King's ship advance. While the ship advanced, its size began to gradually increase. In the end, the ship became the size of a hill. At the same time, Zhao Hai released the Scorpion as well as Bubble. The Divine Race's base wasn't too far from the sea. This was made in order for them to receive supplies much quicker, but this also gave Bubble the chance to show his might. Zhao Hai's speed was very fast. While advancing, the ship's cannons fired beams of light. Bubble went to the sea and began to make huge waves that crashed towards the base. These attacks caught the divines off guard. Zhao Hai also released a large amount of undead to overrun the base. Although the divines were fighting back with their cavalries and cannons, their progress wasn't very good. There were 20 domain weapon experts who went out of the base, but they were eliminated instantly by the Hell King's ship. The ship's attacks were now more powerful thanks to the Yin Flame. This flame was quite sinister. Its attacking strength was nothing to scoff at. Although it was still daytime and sunlight was the best counter to Yin Flames, that rule only affects ordinary Yin Flames. Zhao Hai's Yin Flames don't have this weakness. However, the Divine Race's base was built really well. Layers upon layers of protective formations made it hard for Zhao Hai to make a proper attack. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't deal with 100 million Divine Race soldiers in a short period of time, and it would be more troublesome if the Supreme Elders arrive. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to have the Hell King's ship hit the base head-on. The Divines constructed their base on a mountain, completely hollowing its insides. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use the ship to collapse the mountain in one go. Outside the base, Binya, who was preparing to cooperate with Zhao Hai along with the vassal soldiers, stared blankly as Zhao Hai drove the ship to slam the mountain. It looked like a suicidal move. Bang! The sound of collision reverberated as the mountain collapsed. Dust and debris went everywhere. Some huge rocks even managed to fly towards the vassal soldiers. Upon seeing this, Binya became shocked. However, he quickly recovered as he gave an order, "Quickly hide." The vassal soldiers weren't fools. They couldn't just stand there and wait to be smashed. They immediately scattered in all directions. Zhao Hai's attack gave them an extreme shock. On the other hand, plenty of divines inside the base weren't able to run away and were directly buried alive. Although there were people who managed to escape, all of them couldn't help but stare dumbly at what just happened. Their base was just destroyed. They were too shocked to think about escaping. The divines had thought about ways Zhao Hai could use to break through their base, and they even made all sorts of precautions. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would use this barbaric method. Moreover, he even managed to destroy everything. The divines were turned silly. All of their confidence and pride were now gone. For some, the only thing that was left was deep fear. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to let them off. The undead encircled the divine race army. Only a single word was required and Zhao Hai would be able to eliminate all of them. Chapter 891, Shock that the undead brought. At this time, only 40 million out of 100 million divine race soldiers were left. The others were buried under the mountain. Although the divines were very strong, the weight of a mountain wasn't something they can just neglect. Those divines buried were more unlucky than lucky. Even if those left were already surrounded, Zhao Hai didn't order the undead to attack. He discovered that those who were left had already lost their will to resist. In this case, there's no point in killing them. Sure enough, Zhao Hai's thought was correct. Except for a few people, the divines who were being surrounded had fear plastered on their faces. At this time, Zhao Hai had his ship go towards the divines. He looked at them and said, "Put down your weapons. I'll send you to another place. You'll be living there from now on. Those who resist will die." The divines gawked when they heard Zhao Hai. They looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Then, one person dropped his weapon. Then another one followed. Then another. It didn't take too long before all the divines had disarmed themselves. Zhao Hai looked at the divines before opening a spatial rift. After the huge rift appeared in the air, Zhao Hai said, "Go in." When the divines let go of their weapons, they also let go of their dignity and pride. They didn't resist and just accepted their fate as they flew towards the spatial rift. Naturally, there were some who decided to rebel. However, even before they made a move, the undead were already on the move. Due to them being disarmed, they were too easy to capture. After most of the divines had entered the spatial rift, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the collapsed base. He waved his hand as a black gas surrounded the mountain. The black gas got thicker and thicker. In the end, the entire mountain was covered in the black gas. After completing this, Zhao Hai shifted his gaze towards the vassal soldiers in the distance. When the mountain base collapsed and the debris went flying everywhere, the vassal soldiers scattered when they fled. Now, they slowly gathered and reformed themselves. At this time, Binya and the others went to the Hell King's ship and bowed. "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded. "You've done well, ha ha ha. However, you need to tell the vassal soldiers to leave here as soon as possible. I believe the 7 Supreme Elders would be here soon." When Binya heard this, he paused for a moment before his expression changed. "Mister, I will immediately tell them to leave." Then he quickly flew towards the vassal races. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura and smile. "While they are leaving, we'll go there for a while." While he was talking, Zhao Hai pointed towards the black fog. Laura smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go." After that, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to enter the black fog and they stayed there. If other people could see the situation inside the dark mist, then they would certainly be surprised. From the collapsed mountains, divine race soldiers crawled one by one out of the debris. But this time, all of them had been turned into undead. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to cover the mountain with his magic was to turn those who died into undead. This way, his number of undead would be boosted even further. After Zhao Hai entered the dark mist, he immediately opened the monitor to look at the Supreme Elders. At this point, the Supreme Elders had ugly expressions as they flew towards the Taurus continent. They were already aware that they had been played by Zhao Hai. After 2 hours, the Supreme Elders had entered the Taurus continent. only to see that their base had been covered by a dark mist. When the group saw this situation, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. After some time, Elder Star said, "It looks like we're late." The anger in Goldben's eyes were quite evident. With burning eyes, he said, "This is Zhao Hai's black magic. He's too ruthless." Elder Star turned his head to the others and said, "Let's go and take a look. We'll see what Zhao Hai plans to do this time. Be careful, don't go too far from each other. If Zhao Hai is inside the dark mist while we're separated, we won't be able to react to his attack." The group nodded. At this point, they feel dread upon thinking of Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, the group didn't separate as they entered the dark mist. They were peak experts of the divine race. Their divine sense were very powerful. However, they discovered that their divine sense had been limited inside this dark mist. In the past, Zhao Hai's dark mist wouldn't have been able to do this. But after absorbing some of the underworld's dark mist, Zhao Hai's own dark mist was able to evolve, gaining the ability to block divine sense. This was the first time that the divines had experienced this. They had encountered things that can block divine sense, like domain weapons and magic formations, but things like this dark mist was unique. This was the base that Goldben and the others had constructed, so they were quite familiar to its structure. Because of this, they felt that they would be able to leave this base to deal with Zhao Hai. Even if it was attacked by ultimate weapons, it could still hold some ground and buy time for the elders to come back. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to attack their base in a barbaric manner. In the end, the base was actually destroyed by him. It didn't take too long before Goldben and the others came upon their base. In fact, it couldn't be called a base anymore. This was because the entire thing was in ruins, and was just a pile of debris. Goldben and the others stared blankly at the base. To be honest, upon entering the dark mist, they already expected their base to be destroyed. However, they didn't think that it would be ruined to this state. It was thoroughly scrapped. At this time, Goldben suddenly saw a piece of rock moving. Goldben rushed to the area to investigate. Under Goldben's eyes, the huge rock turned to the side, revealing a person underneath. After seeing this person, Goldben couldn't help but stare. He knew this person from what he wore. Just from the armor, Goldben knew that it was a divine race soldier. However, the armor wasn't the one that attracted his attention. It was the weapons that this person had. The divine race soldier had two weapons stuck in its body. One was a two-handed sword and the other was a spear. The spear was inserted on the person's shoulder while the sword was stabbed into his lower abdomen. It can be said that the 2 points were extremely fatal. While Goldben was looking at the person also turned to look at Goldben's eyes. The eyes had no expression. It was the same as the eyes of a dead fish. Then that person moved and slowly took out the weapon stuck to his body. The withdrawal of both the sword and the spear would give a person a very terrible feeling. The sound of friction between the person's bones and the weapons was actually terrifying to hear. After taking the two weapons out, the person looked at Goldben once again before he turned around and went deeper into the dark mist. In the entire process, no person uttered even a single word. Goldben and the others were too shocked to say anything. Once the person flew away, Goldben let out a long breath. Those who were with him had difficult expressions. They knew that the person was no longer living. He had been turned into an undead. Elder Star coldly snorted and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, good. You actually dared to turn my race's soldiers into undead. Unforgivable." On the other hand, Goldben smiled bitterly. He was the first among them to fight with Zhao Hai. Moreover, the Taurus divines and Zhao Hai hadn't fought for a day or two, so Goldben knew something about Zhao Hai's capabilities. Zhao Hai's strongest subordinates were the undead, and most of the undead were from the divine race. Because of this, Goldben wasn't too bothered about the divines being turned into undead. At this time, Jiu's voice was heard. The undead went in that direction. "Perhaps Zhao Hai is there. Let's go take a look." Elder Star looked at the other elders before he shook his head. This place has been covered by the dark mist. It's not good for us if we fight here. We should head out first and then have light magic scatter the dark mist bit by bit. When the time comes, it wouldn't be too late to deal with Zhao Hai. Our divine sense is limited here and Zhao Hai is a divergent ability user. We have very small chances of success at this time. Upon hearing this, the group nodded. Then they proceeded to leave the dark mist. Once they were outside, they immediately casted light magic towards the dark mist, but to their surprise, once the light magic reached the dark mist, the mist actually scattered. Before long, the mountain was revealed. The only thing was left there was the remains of a destroyed mountain. There was no Hell King's ship. There weren't even any dead bodies. Chapter 892. Elder Star's Resolve. The expression on Elder Star and the others' faces were quite ugly. When they departed, the base was still in good condition. It has only been a few hours since they left. They thought that with the soldiers they left here, the base should be able to hold on for several hours. But this time, the base had been destroyed. Everyone had disappeared. From the undead that they saw, they already had a faint idea about what happened to the soldiers. Their faces were ugly not just because of the base being destroyed. They were also quite bothered about Zhao Hai's strength. The base had 100 million troops defending it. If they were turned into undead by Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai's undead would have a huge boost in numbers. At this time, Elder Star turned to look at the camp of the vassal soldiers. Although the camp was also destroyed, the state of its destruction wasn't that serious. In fact, the destruction was purely because of the debris from the mountain. There were no traces of battle. Elder Star and the others noticed Jiu's gaze and also turned their heads towards the vassal race's camp. When they saw the camp, their faces couldn't help but turn uglier. With clenched jaws, Gold Ben said, "Those fellows really knows how to fight us. They actually endured all this time. The base's destruction surely had something to do with them." However, Jiu shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. The destruction might not have anything to do with them. Don't forget, we've pinched them from getting grain all this time. They would need to hunt and forage for food. They're famished. Moreover, we didn't let them assist in making our base. They are simply clueless about its structure." In this case, although it is possible that they had sided with Zhao Hai, I think Zhao Hai didn't need their help. It's more probable that Zhao Hai took them when he vanished. Elder Star nodded. Correct. With Zhao Hai's strength, he wouldn't need those guys' help. He alone is able to destroy the base. Gold Ben didn't say anything. He understood that what Jiu and Elder Star said was correct. His earlier words were merely caused by his hatred. Gold Ben calmed himself down before turning his head to Elder Star and Jiu. "Who do we do now?" Elder Star's eyes flashed a cold light. "We can't just eat this loss without retaliating. We aren't familiar with Zhao Hai, so we can't catch him easily. On the other hand, the vassal races have relationships with the foreign races. We'll target the foreign races. If we do that, Zhao Hai would surely come and look for us. This is much better than looking for him ourselves." Gold Ben and Jiu's face lit up. Although they were also supreme elders, their position wasn't as high as Elder Star. And even if Elder Star's weapon wasn't the strongest one, his wisdom was much better than the others. Moreover, Star's ultimate weapon can coordinate other ultimate weapons. This meant that Elder Star was the center point of all the Supreme Elders. Gold Ben's eyes coldly sparkled as he said, "Right. Those foreign race bastards had been a headache for a long time. It's about time we clean them up. We can use this opportunity to deal with them in one go." Jiu and the others didn't say anything, but their eyes also had a cold glint. In fact, they had long wanted to deal with the foreign races. However, dealing with the foreign races was not easy. The foreign races were also quite strong. They also had 3 ultimate weapons. Another point was the fact that the divines weren't motivated to deal with the foreign races. At any crucial point, someone would always withdraw. Because of this, the foreign races were able to survive up to this point. However, the situation this time was different. In the past, when they were in the attacking side, They could hit whenever they wanted to hit and withdraw whenever they can. The foreign races simply don't have any way to fight back. Now, the one being threatened were the divines. If the divines don't fight, then they would risk extermination. With them being in dire straits, the entire divine race should unite. The reason why the divines couldn't unite in the past was because they had different interests. In the previous wars against the foreign races, one divine race group would fight while the other would be holding back. This would result in one party losing less than the other. In the end, the divines wouldn't be able to go on to finish the fight. Their alliance would break. This time, the situation had reached to the point of being a threat to the entire divine race. If they don't make an effort, then they would be collectively defeated by Zhao Hai. Because of this, nobody refuted Goldben's proposal. Although Goldben was practically alone right now, with the Taurus continent being cleaned out, Goldben was still an ultimate weapon user. He still had the capital to talk. Elder Star's voice was heard. We can't be in the Taurus continent at this time. Let's return to our continents and immediately prepare our soldiers. Make it clear that this involves the life and death of the entire divine race. Make them know that this isn't the time to scheme against one another. The group nodded. Although they were supreme elders of their continents, the leaders of the continents were still the respective patriarchs. Supreme elders couldn't just command the patriarchs for no reason. Otherwise, the patriarchs would rebel. Because of this, the supreme elders still needed to converse with the patriarchs. Naturally, the supreme elders still had a high status among the divine race. Moreover, most of them came from the royal clans. Because of this, their clans typically agree to their decision. But still, it was better to discuss this matter with their respective clans. Elder Star looked at Goldben and said, "Elder Goldben, you return with me to the central continent. You've been wounded for some time. You need to be cured. We have to be in our peak condition so that we can defeat Zhao Hai." Goldben nodded. After that, Elder Star looked at that Taurus continent and said, "In the future, we will reclaim this place. Not only would we reclaim it, we will get our hands on the Ark continent as well." After saying this, he turned around and left. The other elders also followed behind as they went out of the Taurus continent. Actually, their action wasn't expected by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was looking at them using the monitor. While they were there, they didn't use any concealing formations. Because of this, Zhao Hai can hear their conversation clearly. Zhao Hai didn't expect Elder Star to be decisive and leave immediately. Zhao Hai just calmly looked at Elder Star and the others leaving. He didn't plan to stop them. Larua, who stood by Zhao Hai's side, said, "Brother Hai, it seems like that Elder Star wouldn't be easy to deal with. He is different from the other divines. He's arrogant but not to the point of losing his calm. Now they're targeting the foreign races. Should we tell Binya and the others?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. This guy is good, especially the ultimate weapon in his hand. If we can get his ultimate weapon, then we can combine the weapons we get. When that time comes, our power level would surely improve. We can even try to see if we can combine it with the Hell King's ship. If it can, then that would be great." Laura smiled and said, "Certainly, Brother Hai, since we're not short on money, how about we try to improve those domain weapons and then give them to Blockhead, Rockhead, and the others. They have no talent for magic formations, so they might as well go out and follow you. This way, you won't need to deal with things by yourself. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhao Hai thought about it for a moment and then said, "That's reasonable. Let's try that. However, now's not the time. After we produce the first batch of combat suits, then that would be the right time to provide them with weapons." Laura smiled and said, "All right. Then Brother Hai, let's go tell Binya and the others about the divine race's plan. We can't have them lose too much. Otherwise, the foreign races might come to hate us." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Kair and said, "Kair, how are the O'Neill family doing?" Kair smiled faintly and said, "Young master, feel relieved." The O'Neill family didn't do any significant actions. They were focused on sending their battleship to support the Wuxia Empire. However, Their squads on the south were bound to find out about the demon realm's spatial rift. "What do we do then?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then just let them go in. Don't forget, the demon realm isn't like any other plane. The air of the demon realm is poisonous. I want to see if their magic armors could block the plane's poison. If they could, then that would be great." Zhao Hai already regarded the magic armors to be his. Because of this, the more capabilities the magic armor had, the happier he became. Chapter 893, Way Out for the Vassal Soldiers. Binya, along with the vassal soldiers, went deeper into the Taurus continent and settled inside a big city. Binya believed that Zhao Hai would be able to find them, so he wasn't too worried. Binya not being anxious didn't mean that the same was true for the vassal soldiers. In the beginning, the vassal soldiers weren't too anxious, but after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, they couldn't calm down. They wanted to meet Zhao Hai and talk to him. The vassal soldiers wanted to see Zhao Hai because their clans were currently fighting right now. These soldiers were the elites of their clans. Without them, their clans would suffer great losses. After seeing Zhao Hai's capabilities, they wanted to ask Zhao Hai to help them return to their clans so that they can help in fighting against the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't know about the thoughts of these vassal soldiers. His connection with the vassal soldiers had always been through Binya and the others. Because of this, Zhao Hai haven't paid much attention to them. This was also Zhao Hai's intention to decentralize his interactions. If he personally went to the vassal races, then Binya and the others might think that he wanted to pull the vassal races in, which may cause some misunderstandings. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't contact the vassal races and just handed them over to Binya and the others. While everyone was still flustered, Zhao Hai's group suddenly appeared in the city. Binya and the others immediately left whatever they were doing and flew towards the Hell King's ship to see Zhao Hai. Actually, there weren't a lot of things that Binya and the others needed to do. After all, they weren't the commanders of these vassal soldiers. As Binya headed to the ship, he saw Zhao Hai standing on the bow looking down at the city below. Binya's heart couldn't help but jump. He came to see Zhao Hai twice without bringing anyone from the vassal races. Was Zhao Hai dissatisfied with this? Upon thinking about it, Binya couldn't help but feel uneasy. When Binya and the others arrived by Zhao Hai's side, they bowed and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the three and smiled. "You did a great job. It seems like these people didn't have a hard time. I came to see you today to tell you something. I reckon the divines would shift their target to the foreign races. You need to warn your families." When he heard Zhao Hai, Binya's expression couldn't help but change as he asked, "Mister, are you saying the truth?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course it's true. The Supreme Elders discovered that they couldn't deal with me. Therefore, they decided to shift their sights to the foreign races. They have guessed that we have allied with each other, so they decided to go and deal with you instead. In turn, this would force me to have a decisive battle against them. You need to remind your families so that they could be careful around those fellows." Binya's face looked serious as he nodded heavily and said, "Mister, you can rest assured, we will immediately inform the family." "Mister, how do you want to deal with the vassal soldiers? We can't just have them stay here all the time." Zhao Hai frowned before he said, "Their strength isn't something to be underestimated, and now that their people is fighting against the divine race, I reckon that they must want to return home. However, it would be unrealistic for me to send them back at this time. How about you send them to your continents? In any case, the war would come to the foreign races. After all, fighting with the foreign races can be regarded as supporting their own clans. I can't take them with me since I plan to attack the divine races' continents. While you hold them off, I want to see how they can deal with me." When Binya heard Zhao Hai, his heart finally calmed down. He was afraid that Zhao Hai might have misunderstood, and that Binya was deliberately making Zhao Hai unable to contact the vassal races. Because of this, Binya was probing Zhao Hai's reaction. If Zhao Hai showed any form of discontent, Binya would immediately have the vassal soldiers meet him. But now, Zhao Hai seemed to not have any indications of wanting to meet with them. This outcome made Binya feel relieved. After Binya calmed down, he immediately thought about Zhao Hai's proposition. Binya was a smart person, so he also knew about the ongoing emotion going through the minds of the vassal soldiers. He knew that the vassal soldiers really wanted to go home, but to be honest, it was impossible to send them back right now. Sending them back would just cause them to die, so he never mentioned it during their meetings. And now that Zhao Hai pointed it out, it seems like there's an alternative way. But can they send the vassal soldiers over to the continents controlled by the foreign races in order to help out? It's true that the vassals and the foreign races were together in this war, but to trust them to fight would be difficult. Yeda and Ryder haven't spoken. Before the three would meet with Zhao Hai, they would always unify their ideas so that there won't be too much talking. This way, Zhao Hai won't be too annoyed. Zhao Hai looked at Binya, who didn't reply for some time. He also knew that his proposition was quite difficult for them. The vassal races won't completely listen to Binya, especially during this time. With how things were going through, the vassal races would also need to consider their future. In the end, this matter would need deep discussion with Binya and the others. Zhao Hai looked at Binya and said, "In the past 2 attacks, I've managed to gain a lot of grain and military supplies from the divines. If the vassal soldiers decide to help with the war, I can give all of those supplies over to you. But if they want to go back to their clans, then I won't stop them and even give them food. However, I can only give them enough just to survive. I can't just give everything to them." When Binya heard this, his eyes shone. Zhao Hai said this to remind him that they can use the provisions to gain some ground in the discussion. Binya bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I will handle this matter properly. Please rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave these to you." "Right. Don't forget to remind your people about the future attack from the divines. Moreover, tell them that the divines would send several supreme elders." Binya nodded before disembarking from the ship along with Ryder and Yeda. When they left, Zhao Hai turned around and entered the ship before opening the monitor. The monitor was currently showing the state of the O'Neill family's scouts. There were 3 war tanks and 50 magic armors outside the Demon Realm's spatial rift. One must know that the magic armors were manned by powerful people. Therefore, their range for scouting was very broad, and with how their magic armors were strong, it's not strange that they would find out about the Demon Realm's spatial rift. In fact, their discovery of the spatial rift was several days earlier than what Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai thought that they would stay in the Acre Mountains for some time. After all, a long defensive line like the mountains was something rarely seen. Moreover, there were traces of battle on the mountain, so Zhao Hai expected the O'Neill family to stay there for a few days. However, Zhao Hai miscalculated the ability of the magic armors. Although they had scouted the Acre Mountains, they didn't stay there for as long as Zhao Hai thought. Additionally, since there were no magic beasts on the mountain, the O'Neill family scouts didn't stay for long and just went straight to the Buddha Empire. The same was to say for the Buddha Empire. There were a lot of cities with traces of fighting, so they did delay the scouts. However, the scouts were also quick to discover the spatial rift right by the Empire. The Demon Realm's spatial rift was very big, so it can be spotted very easily. Therefore, the O'Neill family were able to see the spatial rift. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of scouts sent to the south by the O'Neill family. Otherwise, the spatial rift to the Divine Realm would also be discovered. At this point, Zhao Hai was hesitant on what to do if the O'Neill family were to find the spatial rift. Should he resist, or should he just allow the O'Neill family in? If he resists, then he would be at war with the O'Neill family. This would allow him to acquire magic armors earlier. At the same time, they could also turn the Taurus continent into their base, allowing Zhao Hai more flexibility in dealing with the divines in the future. This was good for Zhao Hai. On the other hand, if Zhao Hai allowed the O'Neill family to enter the Divine Realm, then Zhao Hai might be able to use the O'Neill family to scare the barbarians, Wing Pegasus, and Thunder Clan. At this time, The three clans were heavily injured. If they came to know about a new enemy, then they might consider getting an escape plan. When the time comes, Zhao Hai can push forward and convince them to enter the space. However, the second method might result in a backlash. The Thunder Clan, barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus had always been yearning to be free from the divine race. They had prepared for many years, and even ingratiate themselves to the divines when the time for war has yet to come. Not many races had this much courage. Zhao Hai didn't resist the O'Neill family and just allowed them to come into the Taurus continent. It was highly probable that the three clans would be in conflict with the new invaders. However, the three clans knew about Zhao Hai's strength. When the time comes, they might suspect that Zhao Hai deliberately allowed the O'Neill family into the Taurus continent. If Zhao Hai introduces his space at this time, then the clans would immediately think that Zhao Hai was plotting against them, maybe even before he entered the Taurus continent. In that case, it would be impossible for the three clans to enter Zhao Hai's space. With such considerations, Zhao Hai was left to decide what to do. He didn't know whether to resist or just allow the O'Neill family in. Zhao Hai never treats other people as fools. He would rather think that they were smarter than him. That way, he would make fewer mistakes. Moreover, Zhao Hai completely understood the three clans. He knew that the three clans weren't stupid. They were only worried about themselves. That's why they decided to cooperate with Zhao Hai. And even before the battle started, they managed to hide their intent for a long time. This feat would be impossible if the three clans were fools. Also, Zhao Hai didn't want to fool them. After all, Zhao Hai wasn't cruel nor did he want deaths. Although he wanted to bring the three clans into the space, he also didn't want the three clans to lose too much people. The losses to the three clans were heavy and Zhao Hai didn't want to further damage them. He was currently thinking about the solidarity of their alliance. Zhao Hai knew about the saying, "Help a man once to gain grace, but help a man too much and one would gain hatred." Zhao Hai had helped the three clans before, so the three clans should be grateful to Zhao Hai. But if Zhao Hai were to deal with everything by himself and save the Taurus continent on his own, then the help he would give to the three clans would be too much. In this case, the three clans might dread him. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to look for means to satisfy everyone. He needed the means to make the three clans enter the space without suspecting him, and this goal wasn't easy to accomplish. However, this matter would need to be postponed for the future. Now, Zhao Hai needed to pay attention to the scout troops by the Demon Realm's spatial rift. He wanted to see what the scout troop decides to do. To be honest, the performance made by Theo and the other people from the O'Neill family surprised Zhao Hai. Their actions were remarkable, very well executed. Zhao Hai wanted to see if this squad was the same. If this squad were as competent as Theo and the others, then Zhao Hai would gain an estimate on the strength of the O'Neill family. People who haven't been to the battlefield wouldn't be great at being scouts. Even if they were strictly trained, they still needed real experience to be effective. There was a huge difference in atmosphere between training and true battle. If the two scouting troops of the O'Neill family were doing well, then it meant that the O'Neill family has experienced many battles and had a lot of well-trained veterans. Such a group is very dangerous. Zhao Hai might need to increase his estimated strength of the O'Neill family by 50%. In fact, the difference between recruits and veterans was at least 30%, but considering that the O'Neill family had magic armors, Zhao Hai made the conclusion that the O'Neill family wasn't a presence that he could just ignore. They were people Zhao Hai needed to take carefully into account. Chapter 894, What I Would Settle On in the Future. Penny was looking at a spatial rift in the distance. This was an incomparably huge spatial rift, much larger than the one that connects the Atlanta plain to the Ark continent. This spatial rift was discovered not long ago by a magic armor pilot who was under his command. He didn't expect to find anything here, but who would have thought that a huge spatial rift like this would exist? Upon seeing this spatial rift, Penny was shocked. This was the first time that he had seen a rift as big as this one. But then, His heart started to move. This was because nobody can be seen around this rift. However, Penny was also a very careful person. After looking at the spatial rift, he turned to the person standing beside him and said, "Dawn, find 5 people and go inside the rift to see what's inside." Dawn immediately nodded before turning around to leave. Before long, 5 magic armors got into the air and flew into the rift. Penny looked at the magic armors while also preparing his other men. The others were inside their magic armors, ready to move at moment's notice. After a few moments, the 5 magic armors were flying out of the rift at a very fast speed. This caused Penny to be alarmed. He immediately had his magic armor pilots be in alert while the war tanks aimed their cannons towards the rift. However, contrary to what Penny expected, nothing else came out of that spatial rift. After the 5 magic armors came out, the rift remained peaceful. Just as Penny was confused, the pilots of the 5 magic armors jumped down. However, the looks of the pilots were strange. Penny immediately ran towards Dawn, whose face was a little black. Dawn looked at Penny and said, "Antidote, quick." Penny gawked for a moment before he rushed towards the war tank and took some antidotes that were specially compounded by the O'Neill family. Penny took the cap from the bottle before pouring the antidote down Dawn's mouth. After Dawn swallowed the liquid, he took a long breath before he closed his eyes. A while later, Dawn opened his eyes and said, "Goodness, that was very dangerous." Penny looked at Dawn and asked, "What happened? How did you get poisoned after entering the rift?" Dawn smiled bitterly and said, "It's too dangerous. On the other side of that spatial rift is a dark red world. Even the sun is dark red. However, I didn't expect the air to be toxic. If it wasn't for Chick's toxin detector blaring up, we wouldn't have retreated." Penny looked at the others and then immediately fed them with antidotes. After the others were restored, Penny went towards a man who looked honest and was about 27 to 28 years old. "Chick, is it really poisonous inside that spatial rift?" Chick nodded and said, "It is. I've always had a detector with me to keep me safe whenever I enter a forbidden area. This time, I didn't expect my detector to issue a warning. We didn't touch anything there, so the only explanation for this is the air being poisonous." Penny nodded and frowned. "It's impossible to leave this spatial rift unexplored, but it's also inappropriate for them to scout it at this time." The reason why Penny thought of this was because the existence of this poisonous air didn't mean that the place was uninhabited. Instead, this meant that this place would have more formidable magic beasts. There were also a lot of special areas in the Atlanta plain, and some of them had poisonous environments. In these environments, if a magic beast managed to survive, then this meant that the magic beast was formidable and was extremely difficult to deal with. And now there's this spatial rift with a poisonous environment on the other side. This wasn't good news for Penny. If they couldn't scout this place out, then they would eternally be worrying about a hidden danger. However, what made Penny worry the most was the existence of an extremely huge city not far from the spatial rift. This city can accommodate several tens of millions of people. But now, this city became uninhabited. Upon further observation, one could see that this city wasn't fully fortified. It looks broken, but not because of disrepair. It was because its construction was abandoned. A city of this scale would surely be a major project in the continent. But now, it was actually abandoned. This made no sense. In this case, there's only one explanation. They encountered something that forced them to abandon this city. Upon thinking about this, Penny couldn't help but frown. The city had a different architectural style compared to those in the Ark continent. Moreover, its establishment near the spatial rift was too conspicuous to be a coincidence. One could see upon careful observation that the city was made for the spatial rift. In other words, this city was made by the people who lived on the other side of the rift. At this time, a voice came from Penny's side. "Penny, what do we do now?" Penny looked at the spatial rift and said, "No matter what, we need to look into the other side of that spatial rift. Prepare shields and bring antidotes before going in." Don nodded before he turned around and left. Don knew that Penny's decision was right. However, he was still worried whether the shields could protect them against the poison. At the same time, this also meant that the consumption of energy would be greatly increased. A 10,000-meter distance without shields would take the same energy as a 70,000-meter distance with shields. The energy consumption of the shields was huge. However, Don still supported this decision. If they cannot clarify what's inside the spatial rift, then they won't be able to feel at ease. Zhao Hai was inside his room while looking at their movement. When he heard that the scouts would use their shields as they entered the rift, he couldn't help but nod. Then he turned to Laura and said, "These guys are very competent. The O'Neill family truly isn't an ordinary group. They have a lot of experienced veterans. They wouldn't be easy to deal with." Laura nodded. Then she said, "Brother Hai, if the O'Neill family comes to the Divine Realm, what do we do? Allow them in, or do we repel them?" Zhao Hai frowned and answered, "To be honest, I cannot make a decision right now. We need to weigh the advantages and disadvantages." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "What I mean is, I want the Thunder Clan and the others to migrate to the space. However, that won't be easy. Their temperament aren't that great. If they discover that I had plans for them, then it's possible that they might die rather than entering the space." When she heard this, Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Lizzie and the others and said, "Do any of you have any ideas?" Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, if it's possible, we can use the same method we used when the Divines came to the Ark continent. We'll have the Thunder Clan and the others participate in the defense of the spatial rift to have them witness the strength of the O'Neill family. When the time comes, it shouldn't be difficult for you to convince them to migrate to the space." Zhao Hai nodded. This wasn't the greatest idea, but it was still very good. Megan also added, "Big Brother Hai, we can also tell the Thunder Clan and the others about the ongoing situation. Maybe it may prove useful." Zhao Hai nodded. "It seems like we can only do it like that. If it doesn't work, then we might have to give up on them. No matter what, we cannot force them like what we did to the Divines." Laura and the others nodded. At this time, the magic armors entered the rift. The magic armors had their shields on and the pilots also had antidotes with them. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and smiled. "Those magic armors are really good. Even their shields are noteworthy. It seems like we'll be able to save a lot of energy in the future." Laura smiled faintly and before her expression mellowed down, "Brother Hai, those magic armors aren't really that useful for us. Think about it. When the people in the space grow up, the lowest rank they would have would be 9th rank. Eventually a great number of them would reach God rank. When they reach God rank we can just give them combat suits. I think that the magic armors would have little use at that point." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "At present, the magic armors don't have great uses for us. However, we must consider the future. The present magic armors might only have God rank strength. But what if we develop better magic armors? We might be able to amplify a God rank's strength by 10 or even 100 times. At that time, wouldn't they be very useful? Moreover, even if the magic armors can't help with our fighting strength, wouldn't they improve our daily lives?" When Zhao Hai said this, Laura couldn't help but think about the magic armors that helped in making the huge ships. Laura nodded. The magic armors were perfect in large-scale construction. If they had those magic armors, they would be able to save a lot of energy and manpower. Chapter 895, The Two Sides of the Matter. Megan looked at the monitor and said, "Brother Hai, do we withdraw the undead and iron armor beasts that are mining in the demon realm? If we don't, then they would be discovered." There were plenty of ores in the demon realm, of which Zhao Hai were mining using his undead and iron armor beasts. Some of the ores in the demon realm could be found on the surface, so although there were some mines that had been dug out, a lot of undead and iron armor beasts were still working on the surface. In this case, it wouldn't take too long before Dawn and the others discover them. This was the reason why Megan asked. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, It's fine. I want to see what kind of reaction they would have after seeing the undead and iron armor beasts. If they turn hostile, then I won't mind having the first batch of magic armor and war tanks be sent to the space." When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others can feel his killing intent. Although eliminating this scout squad at this time would possibly attract the attention of the O'Neill family, there were some advantages in doing so. Currently, the O'Neill family should be focused on the underworld. If Zhao Hai completely wipes the scouting squad out, then the O'Neill family might get nervous. However, it was certain that they won't just give up on the Ark continent like that. They would first send another team to the south to see the situation, and that would take at least a few days. In the past, Zhao Hai was afraid of making a move on the O'Neill family since he didn't want them to flee. Zhao Hai was still planning to gain benefits from the O'Neill family. It wouldn't be good if he were to drive them away. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai's worries were unnecessary. For the O'Neill family, the Ark continent was just too precious to give up on. While Zhao Hai was spying on the family, the O'Neill family patriarch had received additional word from Lewis informing him that the innate yin domain was slowly expanding towards the continent. This caught the O'Neill family in quite a dilemma. When they first discovered the underworld, the O'Neill family only thought that it was a forbidden area in the continent. As long as they didn't provoke it, then the innate yin domain wouldn't be a threat. But now it seems like this wasn't the case. The innate yin domain found in the Ark continent was different than the ones in the Atlanta plain. The O'Neill family's patriarch called the generals to his room once more and told them about the information sent by Lewis. When they heard this information, the generals stared before their expressions changed as they discussed with each other. This was bad news for the O'Neill family. The expansion of the underworld meant that it would slowly consume the Ark continent. Although the family had made some arrangements and had sent strong cannons, it would be hard for these cannons to block the expansion of the dark mist. In the Atlanta plain, strong cannons would be able to deal with innate yin domains. However, innate yin domains in the Atlanta plain don't expand. This time, the innate yin domain was able to increase its size, and with its area already so big, the O'Neill family wasn't sure if the strong cannons would be able to deal with it. If the cannons proved to be useless, then that would be trouble for the O'Neill family. The family had already invested too much in the expedition to the Ark continent. If the dark mist really makes them retreat, then the damage to the family would be very bad. The O'Neill patriarch looked at those present and said, "Calm down." Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone still became quiet. The patriarch's status in the O'Neill family was very high. The patriarch looked at his people and said, "Why are all of you flustered?" The dark mist wouldn't cover the continent immediately. It's already reported that the increase wasn't that fast. Moreover, the family's cannons are on the way. When the time comes, it might be possible for us to get rid of the dark mist. What is important right now is our reconnaissance to the south. We know too little about the southern part of the continent. What we need to do is know as much as possible about the Ark continent. This place has a lot of minerals, and some of them are very much needed by the O'Neill family. It can be said that this continent is a huge treasure chest. We cannot just give up on it. If the situation in the south of the continent is good, then we can develop it for our use. As for the innate yin domain, we can slow it as much as possible while we retreat. Haven't you thought about it? Since the innate yin domain is expanding, it would reach our spatial rift one day. In this case, we might as well take the initiative and look for ways to deal with it. When everyone heard the patriarch, they kept being silent. They knew that the patriarch was right. The innate yin domain wouldn't swallow the Ark continent immediately. At the same time, the dark mist would still reach the Atlanta plain spatial rift whether they retreat or not. They need to deal with it sooner or later. It was just a danger that was discovered ahead of time. But putting the issue of the dark mist aside, the O'Neill family would be able to get a lot of ores and things they need from the Ark continent. This was already a blessing for them. When they shifted their thinking to this, the group calmed down. In fact, any matter has two sides. the good and the bad. One could look at the bad side, or one could see it from the good side. Either way, one would see different results. The patriarch looked at the group size and said, "Go, send more teams to scout the continent and will relocate to the south. Be sure to clear the situation with the southern part of the continent at the shortest time. Go." The group nodded before they turned and left the room. After they left, the patriarch let out a long sigh. To be honest, he didn't have any optimistic views of the Ark continent at this time. The situation of the south was still unclear, and with the north turning up as it was, things were looking bad. After sighing, the patriarch gently rubbed his brows. The Ark continent had become a quagmire that the O'Neill family has been caught in. It would be too late for them to leave at this point. The O'Neill family only has two roads to go. One is to get engulfed by this quagmire, and the other was to rob this quagmire of its gold and happily retreat. Meanwhile, Don and the others were still clueless about the situation back in the family. They were currently investigating the demon realm, but after looking through several cities, they couldn't help but feel strange. They didn't know that this was the demon realm, but they can be assured that this wasn't the Ark continent either. The spatial crack was already quite a distance away, but the situation here was the same as the Ark continent. Everyone had moved away. Every single settlement was empty. Moreover, judging by the situation here, the migration was much more recent compared to the Ark continent. Also, it seems like there were more magic beasts here. After looking at a few cities, Don and the others withdrew from the demon realm. Their magic armors don't have much energy left. If their armor ran out of energy, then they would risk dying here. This wasn't the Ark continent. In the Ark continent, even if their magic armors were to run out of energy, they can still send a signal so that people would be able to meet them. However, in the demon realm, if their magic armors ran out of energy, both the magic beasts and the poisonous air would immediately claim their lives. After seeing Don and the others leaving the demon realm, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he looked at Laura and said, "From the current situation, it seems like the O'Neill family would take quite some time exploring the demon realm. We can feel relieved as we deal with the divine race." At this time, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, the O'Neill family just sent out several scout groups towards the south. It seems like they want to know about the situation in the south as soon as possible." Zhao Hai stared before he shifted his monitor to the Rosen Empire. There were several scouts going southward from the Rosen Empire. Moreover, their speed was very quick. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It looks like the O'Neill family wants to understand the situation of the Ark continent's south in order to make a decision. Leave them be. We'll arrange some people to defend the spatial rift. Let's see how they plan to deal with that." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, why don't we just deal with the O'Neill family? Wouldn't it be better if we clean them up right now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. We will take care of them sooner or later, but not now. What we need to do at this time is acquire the divine race's ultimate weapons. If we add the O'Neill family, the energy I'll use would be too much. If I ascend without acquiring the ultimate weapons, then we would lose so much." Laura and the others' expression changed. Lizzie immediately asked, "What happened, Brother Hai? Is the feeling of rejection getting stronger?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly nod. Now, every time he uses energy, he would immediately feel the laws driving him away. This made Zhao Hai feel uncomfortable. However, he didn't have any means to deal with it. The only thing he can do right now was to reduce the instances where he uses his own energy. Chapter 896, Blood Red Wine. Graceful demeanor. While Zhao Hai was observing the O'Neill family, Binya and the others were persuading the vassal races to head to the continents controlled by the foreign races. Before they met the vassal soldiers, Binya and the others already prepared themselves to meet with difficulties. However, they didn't expect that the situation would be harder than they expected. After the vassal soldiers